here.
Okay, so let's bring in. That's not the dragon. I want Drac. I want.
You two.
And that's only Drac and AC Naval History.
Do we?
They're in here. They're waiting.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was more looking at the.
Anyway, sorry. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Drakes Drum Dreadnought Dissection. We're here nattering away like a pair of twits, and we haven't even got the principal speakers in yet.
Fleet's got minor technical issues.
Yeah, a little bit. We've got a few technical difficulties, but we're getting there. We're nearly there. Oh, I reminds me to let me just very quickly make sure that Drac is a member of Fleet's friendly folks.
Yep.
And then so is Dr. Clark. Dr. Clark does not have the average roll. There we go. Okay, there's Drac. Marvellous. So there is... I'd like to welcome to the panel the first of our guests, Drakinifer. Always a pleasure. Thank you for coming. Okay, I wasn't expecting that for an opening salvo, but there you go. So, and let me just very quickly get the slight technical difficulties. I'm really going all out this time. So, making sure everything is perfect is
the endeavour, but
yes,
not necessarily the outcome.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so there we go. So we've got so that is that. That is that. That's done. You can then be shrunk down again on the left-hand side. And now, what I should be able to do if I shrink you
build quicker.
Even further. There we go. Get the live chat up. There we go. That should, if I actually. So yep. Yeah. Oh, hang on. That needs to be in front of that. There we go. And then that is on top. And
Not bad, Sidious, yourself.
there we go. Right, okay, so we have now the chat on the YouTube chat on one side for the people on the stream, and in the middle is the main Discord people. Marvellous, fantastic.
I should get that booted.
Well, what I probably want to do is I want to make it so that it's like, yeah, there we go, and now that should fit. If it'll actually let me do it. Perfection. Okay, just stretch it slightly to the left a bit. Just trying to make it all perfect. Oh, perfection. Got it in one. Beautiful. Hello, Stephen Mayer. Hello, Cody. We don't have... go Ramblings text. Hello, Collingwood. Darth Sidious. C. Dodders is at work, but he's here. And Dr. Clark is not here.
No, he's in Cornwall.
I should have seen that one. I should have seen that one coming. I walked right into it. Okay, so for those who aren't aware, in this very long planned video, we are looking at. Oh, I'm fine, thank you, Darth Sidious. We are looking at the alternate ships and naval history of the Drakes Drum timeline. Which is an alternate history timeline centered around, well, I think, what's the exact divergence point, Dragon? Where does it start?
The exact divergence point isn't necessarily mentioned, I don't think.
But the earliest
chain of events.
Yeah, the earliest clear divergence that we're concerned about is the First World War.
I get the impression from what I read in the first book, it's kind of basically how does Britain recover from the First World War is the premise.
Although from what Dragon's been telling me,
things go other ways as well.
Of course, what Dragon's been telling me as well is that also certain naval actions during the First World War also change. But I'm not too familiar since I'm relying on...
Battle of Dogger Bank, Battle of the Falklands, also Famber Head as well as Jutland are probably the biggest ones.
So before we can get into any of the ships, we first need to get into how the First World War changed and therefore changed build policy. And let me just quickly do one more thing. And
one thing you probably should also mention, Fleet, is
hello, everyone.
If ships aren't explicitly mentioned, they are the same as historic.
Yes, if we don't mention ships, you don't see them in the appendices we're going to be looking at. That is because they are historical and aren't changed. Even though their careers might be different, the designs and rebuilds they get haven't changed. They're not mentioned. So, with all that said...
Trust me, there's a lot of ships that are changed.
Yes. So with all that said, I suppose we start with... what do you say, Battle of the Falkland Islands? How is that different? Because historically, as we know, Von Spee gets his chronometer cleaned by a pair of Invincible-class battle cruisers.
Well, this still occurs.
Okay, so...
On the other hand, it takes longer.
How? How does it take long?
Basically, so what the German... in particular, he's getting quite annoyed that it's taking so long. And where after the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau sunk, after rescuing some of the German sailors, they basically were getting curious of, so why didn't we basically destroy you as quickly as we should have? And the Germans basically started laughing of how inept the British were because, well, your shells were just exploding on our armoured belts. Most of your shells didn't do anything.
So even more catastrophic shell failures than historical then.
Mm-hmm. Which has people or not? Which has, is it Sturdy? Sorry.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I can imagine that annoying Sturdy, who would then immediately go and tell Jellicoe.
Well, it's not just that. You've also got the Battle of Flamborough Head and the Battle of Dogger Bank, where, in similar regard, they notice the shells just don't seem to be fully working.
So one of the first
has BT confused.
Yeah, so one of the first real changes, it seems, is British shell quality in terms of their fuses being even worse than historical, so it's actually noticeable in a major way.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the problem is, by the battles of Flamborough Head and Dogger Bank, BT can't prove there's a problem with the shells. He's got his suspicions, but it's nothing they actually can do.
Whereas when Sturdy gets back, he can go at...
In particular, there is a very good chapter, let me see if I can just quickly find it, which is set from one of the sailors on board HMS Revenge. And it's as a post-war memoir, and basically it points out... I'll just skip past the political section. If I can find it, because there's more of the political section than I remembered. Nope, that's the other bit of the political bits.
Let me just...
Either way, alright. While I still keep looking, I'll at least mention, basically what ends up happening is there is basically a wardroom party to welcome Sturdy back for his victory.
Hey!
At which BT is present, as well as Jellicoe and a couple of others. And at this point, Sturdy brings up the fact that it was basically the damnable thing. It's incredibly odd. For some reason, our shells just weren't doing what we thought they should.
Mm-hmm.
Which then gets BT sort of ears perked up of, that's not right. This sounds very similar to something I've been talking about. Which then, when BT hears, oh yeah, the German sailors explicitly have said, our shells are exploding on impact, has him furious. It's explicitly mentioned that basically he and I can't remember exactly the name of the other person, but basically his vice admiral at the time storm out of the wardroom swearing and with the foulest language any of them had ever experienced.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, thank God Jellicoe wasn't there, otherwise he'd have followed them with a hammer in his hands to go and bash people over the head who tried to stop him when he was second Sea Lord of trying to fix the shells before the war.
About that.
That is something, just very quickly, so I have got my facts correct there, Drac. Jellicoe did historically try to fix British shell procurement, but then got stopped.
Yeah, well, specifically the fuses.
Yeah.
Jellicoe started a program of looking into changing up the fuse design because the existing fuses were, in the mid-1900s, they'd had Krupp fuses, and then, of course, with the increasing tensions with Germany, magically Krupp wasn't selling them fuses anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So they were having to basically catch up on a decade's worth of fuse design, and Jellicoe wanted to kick that up further and go, look, we need to actually get with the program and have fuses that are better than the ones we were buying 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And just when that program was beginning to see some momentum, he got shifted up and away from being Third Sea Lord.
And that slowed everything down.
Well, yeah, the next Third Sea Lord just basically ignored the problem and decided to have a look at a bunch of other things instead.
Ah.
So, one of the quotes is from HMS Inflexible's gunnery officer, one Commander Werner, writing, "Although our shots were obviously falling all over Scharnhorst, we just couldn't stop her firing. I remember asking the rate officer, what the devil can we do? German prisoners even stated under interrogation they had not worked properly. Winston Churchill, the First Lord of the Admiralty, and Jackie Fisher, the First Sea Lord, were made aware of the situation and expressed their concern, but there was a general feeling that this might have been atypical, and the, to quote, experts and manufacturers resisted all criticism and refused to entertain the idea something was wrong." In the Battle of Flamborough Head, Beatty writes a letter to Jellicoe pointing, "There was never a more bitterly disappointing day. We were within an ace of bringing about the complete destruction of the enemy cruiser force and failed. I cannot help but feel there is some serious material defect in our heavy shells." There we go. It was Chatfield who actually makes the connection between the information of the disappointing result of Flamborough, Dogger Bank, and Falklands. At which time, basically, then Beatty and charge out of the wardroom and basically barge straight into the Admiralty officers and inform Jackie Fisher and Churchill, who then go on the warpath as well.
That's unsurprising.
Which resulted in basically, under the presidency, the foremost naval officers, an inquiry concentrated on the performance and found that most of the shells were basically useless. Of course, Fisher and Churchill are very quickly removed after this because of the Dardanelles, but they do at least keep some political power because they actually managed to fix the shell issue. Which means, by the Battle of Jutland, 80% of the ships are equipped with the new Green Boy shell.
Ah, here we go. Oh boy. So, Jutland, how does that go?
Badly for the Germans.
Wow, who would have guessed?
So most of the actions are still the same as we are aware. There's the battle cruiser action, there's the and then there's the Grand Fleet engagement. The battle cruiser action goes quite badly wrong for the Germans, with in total the loss of Moltke, Seydlitz, Der Flieger, Lutzow, and von der Tann.
Is that just during the run to the south, or is that the entire thing?
That's the list of the entirety, but I can find them in a moment for, in particular, which actions sink them.
Yes.
But it's mostly the run to the south because the Queen Elizabeths also decide to throw their weight in.
Oh, is that just? I know we can't really question the timeline, and we're here to talk about the ships themselves, but just very quickly consult the current expert in the panel. Drac, would you say if the British have working shells, that's something they could achieve? The destruction of the German battle cruisers in totality?
It would depend, I think, a lot on where the 5th Battle Cruiser Squadron was. Because if 5th Battle Squadron... because the problem is, if you think about the hits that the Germans suffered, and if you assume that all the shells were working, that's not enough to put down the whole of 1st Scouting Group. However, the thing is that if the shells were working, then potentially some ships that were lost on the British side, which changed how they were firing on the Germans, might not have been lost. And you've also got the other problem, which is that if 5th Battle Squadron arrives earlier, then their hits, obviously they're going to score additional hits, and as the German ships start to suffer damage and perhaps drop out of line, then obviously the amount of fire that's hitting them is going to change. So if you want to total out 1st Scouting Group in the run to the south, I would say it is theoretically possible, but for me to put it at a greater than 50% likelihood, you'd either have to have something go badly wrong up front, like say Lion hitting Lutzow with something that cripples its propulsion or steering and forces the whole German column to slow down and swerve, which obviously gives engagement more time and lessens the Germans' gunnery accuracy, or 5th Battle Squadron is actually present from the start, or certainly a lot sooner than it is, because once you get basically up to 2-to-1 odds, yeah, at that point you're in you're into the area of, yeah, it very definitely could be the case.
So we've gone through the battle cruiser side of the action. Now, of course, we come to the Grand Fleet and the High Seas Fleet lobbing shells at each other. How does that go, Dragon? Well, I mean, basically, it seems to me that Jutland is just going worse for the Germans in every aspect. You've almost given the British validation. They've built the Grand Fleet and the battle cruiser force to defeat the Germans in a decisive action. And obviously, in World War I, as we know, they do achieve their goal. They, historically, as we know, the German fleet is not able to threaten British control of the seas in a major way, so it achieves its goal. But there was disappointment from the public and political and naval circles that there wasn't an actual decent bludgeoning of the German navy.
Right, I've returned. Sorry about that.
So how does the engagement between the High Seas Fleet and the battle fleet go?
Similarly wrong, but not as bad.
Please tell me Sturdy gets to split off his half of the Grand Fleet to encircle the Germans, because that would lead.
I don't think it goes too much into the first detail of that, I'm afraid.
It is one way you would guarantee a massacre of the High Seas Fleet.
The Germans lose the battleships König and Helgoland.
Just those two?
Just those two of the battleships. It's mostly the battle cruiser force that is annihilated.
Still, it's not bad innings for the Grand Fleet. That's still most of the fast wing of the German fleet, along with one modern and one older dreadnought.
It's not quite the decisive second Trafalgar people were after. It's still regarded as a victory.
I mean, I'd argue since you've cleared the enemy's battle cruisers off the board, it might not be Trafalgar, but it's definitely a total victory. Not even minor.
The total table of losses is the Royal Navy lose the battle cruisers Indefatigable, Queen Mary, and Invincible.
So that's
the armoured cruisers Black Prince, Defence, and Warrior. And the destroyers Ardent, Fortune, Nestor, Nomad, Shark, Sparrowhawk, Tipperary, and Turbulent.
I see.
Kaiserlich Marine loses the battleships König and Helgoland, the battlecruisers Moltke, Seydlitz, Der Flinge, Lutzow, and Von der Tann, as well as the pre-dreadnought Pommern. They lose 4 light cruisers, being the Elbing, Frau Lob, Rostock, and Wiesbaden, and 5 destroyers. So overall, it's held as a British victory, but it's not a decisive Trafalgar, as it comes to later. At the time, it's exuberant, quite literally, to quote, Jellicoe and Beatty are raised to that of sainthood and near divine status. They are basically brought up to people like Francis Drake, Nelson, and such. This gives Beatty incredible political clout later, which we'll come to. Jellicoe is still removed not long afterwards. He's given a promotion, which takes him away from the Grand Fleet.
As historical?
Yeah, basically. Let's go a little bit more detail into the ship's particular demise. Moltke is the fourth ship in the line, first scouting group, fired on by Tiger, Australia, and New Zealand. It receives an underwater hit on her starboard side in the front part of the hull at 1602, about the same time Indefatigable blows up, limiting to structural damage. At 1608, they come under fire by the 5th Battle Squadron. Moltke is hit at 1616 by Barham Valiant below her starboard number 5 casemate and explodes. Von der Tann is the next ship in the line, who has to swerve violently to avoid the cloud, with eyewitness reporting Von der Tann's crew just noticing an enormous deflagration amidship, with only 7 of her crew being able to survive.
Wow, so it's not just the British that are having their battlecruisers pop like cherry trees.
Moltke goes up. 1608, the Germans lose the battleships Moltke and Helgoland, the battlecruisers Ardent, Fortune, Nestor, Nomad, Shark, Sparrowhawk, Tipperary, and Turbulent.
Hang on, wasn't... Wait a minute. Oh! Hang on, I think I know what's happened here. Drac, I'm sure you're aware that I think Moltke nearly suffered a catastrophic detonation earlier in the First World War, historically. Seydlitz. If the British shells...
If the shells historically are not working as much as they should do, then it probably doesn't penetrate Seydlitz's turret, which means it doesn't flash over, which means the Germans don't correct their own dodgy ammo handling practices.
Which means, when the shells do work... oh dear.
Very bad thing. Well, considering that Seydlitz was only saved from going up by a guy basically melting his hands off to close the magazine doors, all it needs is, the equivalent on Moltke to not have that level of fortitude or still alive-edness, and boom.
Yes.
Speaking of Seydlitz, the first hit scored on Seydlitz is at 1555, by a 14,000-pound 13.5-inch shell from Queen Mary, striking above the battery forward of the foremast. Causes substantial damage, but does not decrease their efficiency. 2 minutes later, Queen Mary hits her again, striking the 9-inch armor of her aft superfiring barbette, penetrating, causing the destruction of the turret, but does not destroy the ship.
Okay, lucky Seydlitz.
5-inch shit, also from Queen Mary, hits at 1605, under the starboard wing barbette. This is believed to explode outside the torpedo bulkhead and hits the magazine.
Oh dear.
The resultant flooding rapidly extinguishes any fire, saving the ship. At 1617, a fourth hit from Queen Mary occurs, above the rearmost 150 casemate, causing heavy damage, disabling the gun. Finally, the ones which actually start doing work is at 1650, a 15-inch shell hits
oh dear.
causing major structural damage, straining a weak point of her hull due to the high-speed travel. Several bulkheads collapse and she takes on a large amount of water. 1655, she slows and is hit by a torpedo by the destroyer Petard at 1657. Slowing the ship down to 4 knots, is now riveted by explosions of the British torpedo, and one of her own torpedoes detonates as well, causing a cascade detonation. Heavy damage and listing, she goes down by the bows. The ship was salvageable until the British destroyers Obdurant and Morris approach at 31 knots. Seeing that there's in distress, accelerating to 34 knots to attack them, they get within range in 2 minutes and fire 6 of their torpedoes into her at 8,000 yards, of which they then managed to leg it before the German 9th Destroyer Flotilla and the German light cruiser Regensburg steam past. At which time, this came too late and the torpedoes end up impacting her. Seydlitz, first one explodes in front of the site of 1605 hit with 2 more abreast of her aft boilers. She stops at 1712, realizing no salvage. Captain von Edge gives the order to abandon ship, where she sinks by the bow.
Well,
467 crew members were able to be rescued. Derflinger has a similarly fun time.
Iron Dog not so iron this time then, eh?
1713, a 15-inch shell from either Barham or Valiant hits her at a range of 18,000 yards, about 33 degrees, hitting her starboard side below the waterline in the front magazine, detonating.
Oh. Is she gone?
She is gone. It is noted that if it wasn't for Hipper's flagship Lutzow be leading the line, this was a near collision with one of the destroyer escorts. They were barely able to avoid it, but at which time they were then distracted by the explosion of Queen Mary. Okay,
so the Germans are... Well, I'm not saying they're giving the good as good as they're getting, because they're not, but it's not... It's the engagement you would expect if both sides have working shells.
What ends up occurring, basically, is Derflinger was moved to the front of the line. Which is why the British target her.
So she gets...
Koenig?
Yeah.
Koenig, we don't actually know what happens. All we know is that it's believed a 13.5-inch shell from Iron Duke hits her and causes an internal detonation.
Well,
losing the ship goes up with all hands.
Well, pretty flashes on the horizon.
Helgeland is also hit by a 15-inch shell, this time at 1915, at 17,000 yards at 45 degrees, striking the torpedo flat of 6-inch vertical armor, passing straight through, exploding inside her torpedo magazine.
Ooh, that's a paddling.
You see a bit of a common trend here occurring.
Yeah, working shells actually fusing correctly, penetrating 15-inch shells.
This doesn't actually fully destroy her, though. It's just basically pulls her to a stop.
And now she's
But
stopped.
the internals is
Yeah.
ruined.
Yeah.
There was an attempt to save her, but it's realised there's no hope with the battle lines closing in.
No.
At which time she is then scuttled. The main pumps fail at 20:24, and she founders at 7 minutes past 10.
Mm-hmm.
Lutzow took 19 hits, 8 of which were 12 inch, 7, 13.5, and 4, 15. 8,000 tons of water end up getting inside the hull, and over a quarter of her boilers are out of action. At which time it's believed that Lutzow turned towards the hurricane of fire without a moment's hesitation, because the confusion she was unaware that what was actually happening to the scouting group, because he hadn't been informed there was only one ship left.
Ah. So, this is not what you'd call ideal.
Lutzow basically gets the entire Grand Fleet looking at her.
And we all know that ends one way and one way only. It's not...
Quote, Lutzow's luck did not last long. Tactical sense, situational awareness, and good luck that helped her hip her thumb as number to Flamborough Head and Dogger Bank finally was of no avail.
Yeah.
She is reduced to a smoking wreck before sinking.
That's... well, but at least she goes down without a magazine detonation.
She's the only one that does go down without a detonation.
So that's 3 detonated battlecruisers for the British, all except Lutzow detonated for the Germans, and Lutzow sinking anyway.
Von der Tann takes a 15-inch shell to the rear, disabling her rudders.
Oh.
As well as the number 3 propeller shaft.
That's unfortunate.
Tiger then closes in and hits her twice.
That's also unfortunate.
One of Tiger's rounds exploding the inside X-barbette. Causing the turret to burn out, but doesn't sink her.
That's not too bad.
5 hits from 15-inch shells destroy the P turret in the forward ship, which then results in significant flooding. At which time she settles lower, reducing to 5 knots. And by 2021, the forecastle was awash. Screws were out of the water. They tried for another 4 hours, but realised there was just nothing to say.
Yeah, like if your screws have left the water, I think the situation has developed not necessarily to your advantage.
We know the battleship's Grosser Kurfürst takes significant damage. Westphalen also takes heavy damage when attempting to dash away.
Yeah, it's not surprising.
Conprinz suffered a single 15-inch shell hit from the Royal Oak. Markgraf takes 3 15s, one 30.5 and one 12-inch, damaging the ship significantly, but doesn't sink her. The last hit on Markgraf was a 14-inch CPC shell from Agincourt of the old Luddite type, which explodes on her armor belt, doing no damage. So not all the ships have these improved shells. Also note that Agincourt was firing 14-inch shells.
Yes, we'll get back to
not
this.
12.
We will get back to this later.
She hits Kaiser twice, both being ineffective. And that's basically the last of the detailed damage reports we have for Jutland.
So, as you can see, we've had a Jutland that is basically victory for the Royal Navy. You've cleared the...
Pretty much.
Honestly, at that point, you've basically cleared the RN to do funny stuff like run ships in, run their battlecruisers in, and do drive-bys of Helgoland and things like that. Because the Germans don't have anything to oppose them. You've basically just swept the board clear for the British battlecruisers to just laugh hysterically.
I missed this line, but Admiral Hipper goes down with Lutzow.
Okay, then.
Who scores the Lutzow as a kill, Sidious? Too many ships hit her to be able to say one in particular ship was given the kill. Just because I see that in chat. Yes, Knight. Agincourt has 14-inch guns.
Well, like I said, we will get to this. But for now, we're still setting the scene.
If things seem a bit strange, we'll probably get to it.
Yeah, we will get to it. Alexa, these are all things that will be topics discussed as we move forwards. And
just a quick answer, Max Payne. Yes, Queen Mary goes down, and Invincible also goes down, similar to Historic.
And of course, Indefatigable does as well, because it's Indefatigable. She has no business being in that fight.
Actually, going back to the point, SD plot, it's not just the Navy sort of faulty fuses. You're right. It actually does mention that the Army is also having this, but once again, manufacturers aren't listening. As a result, by the Navy basically kicking their door and saying, "What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah.
Actually results in the Army getting better shells as well.
Yeah. So we've covered Jutland. Is there anything else in World War One that changes, or are we back on?
Not that's mentioned in the first volume, at least.
Okay.
I've not got fully through the second.
Okay, so we've got through Jutland, we've got through the First World War. Now we come to. So obviously, again, I'm just going to cover basic history as we go forwards. Get through all the way to the end of the 1949 period with the basic history grounded, so people know where we stand as we go forwards, and then we'll go back and start covering individual navies and ships. If that's alright with everybody? No objections?
With me.
Drac, that's alright with you?
Sure.
Good. Alright, Dragon, so first big divergence point, is in really big, because this will affect us going forward, is the Washington Naval Treaty.
What Washington Naval Treaty?
What do you mean, what Washington Naval Treaty? There is one.
The Washington Naval Disarmament Conference.
I thought you said there was a treaty.
There is a treaty, but it's not the same as we know it. A number of regards are simple, but it's referred to as the Washington Naval Disarmament Conference instead of the treaty.
But if there is a treaty...
Minor difference, but...
Okay, I suppose...
I don't know why, but they do refer to it as this.
I mean, that's important to bear in mind that historically there is the Washington Naval Treaty Disarmament Conference that leads to the treaty that they then sign.
Sign?
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
So,
Yeah.
can we just...
For the sake of it,
yeah.
we'll call it the Naval Disarmament... the conference.
Yes.
Indeed, Knight. We will get to that shortly. So, the treaty. Well,
The treaty.
for one, they send Beatty, as usual, and Beatty has fun.
Of course, remember, BT as a fighting admiral, not the best. As a political operator, he knows his stuff.
Well, also, it should be pointed out, at this point in time, it is explicitly stated, the British Empire was wounded. It's not an empire in decline, or terminal decline, but in relative power it is weaker, it is poorer, and it has had a lot of base injuries.
Just like historical,
But
then.
she still has a chance to recover.
I'd argue that...
And she's also still one of the most powerful technological entities.
Well, yes, that is true.
Which is why they then start working on this. Because of the Battle of Jutland, Beatty and Jellicoe are basically raised to demigod status, as we covered earlier.
Uh-huh.
While this later is then realised that actually this wasn't... Honestly, the Battle of Jutland didn't change anything, really?
I mean, again, I would argue that wiping out one side's mobile heavy units while keeping some of your own is a fairly effective victory. But
it is, but in the scope of the actual war, it doesn't change much.
No, it doesn't.
The land warfare continues on as basically we know it, and the Germans double down partly on submarines and also on, well, we were right, the Navy's dead, everything we can into the army. Oh wait, everything's gone wrong.
Yeah.
We can't afford to keep this up.
Yep.
So, in 1917, Jellicoe is dismissed, as mentioned, so he's not involved anymore, but Beatty is. One of the first strangest things is submarine warfare. Various British political admirals at the time basically insisted submarines weren't important. They didn't do anything overall. And explicitly didn't point out the various different cases where submarines were actually quite a dangerous entity.
Including British submarines.
Britain wanted to basically try and make it seem like submarines were useless.
Yes, historically there was...
They weren't worth investing in.
Also, historically, Britain did try and argue for abolition of submarines as a class of vessel at Washington, but everyone quietly told them to stop being silly.
So, the head of the US mission, once again, suggests a ratio of 5-5-3 for capital ships to the largest navies, in particular Britain, America, and Japan.
Yes, as historical.
As well as basically, they proposed a 10-year building holiday. Beatty basically told them to go to hell. In particular, he ruled out, completely rejected any notion of a building holiday. Because, to quote, if Britain resulted in a building holiday of 10 years, keep in mind that Britain had already undergone a self-imposed building holiday for the past 5 years. This in 21, they're referring to the fact that basically from 1916, there's not any large-scale capital construction started. As a result, this would, if with a 10-year one, the specialized skills required to construct capital ships would decay significantly, as well as it would potentially put a number of British yards out of business. So they want to try and keep the shipbuilding going. Furthermore, he points out that at the termination of said building holiday, there would be a massive rush to try and build new capital ships. Because it's been basically 10 years since the previous lot. All of these old ships are basically sitting in port, potentially not doing much. They are much more out of date compared to anything new. And it basically starts a second arms race. You're just delaying it. He also then points out that the British ships are significantly older than the US. With British ships, on average, taking the fact that 1 year of wartime service is equivalent to 2 years of peacetime service, then the average battleship or average battle fleet life span currently has been 12.5 years, compared to the average American of only 8 years. This combined with the fact that BT resisted all ideas of a naval strength cut and pointed out that the Royal Navy was the first line of the British defence for the Empire. At which time, Parliament sends him a politely worded letter saying, "Please calm down. Remember, we're trying to be diplomatic here. Please work with them." His response was that they should basically shut up and leave it to him. He will solve it.
Which is a good way to make the treaty.
Is the fact that the government agrees to this.
Okay, I know that this is how Drakes Drum has laid it out, but I'm sure, obviously Drak can weigh in as he likes, but acting like that at the Washington Naval Treaty Conference is a good way to get the conference to collapse, and BT summoned home in short order to explain what the heck he thinks he's doing, basically sabotaging the conference.
The problem is BT is regarded as a mythological figure by the public, and he has a lot of political allies. In particular, if I can find the actual quote for a moment.
There's also
the Battle of Jutland. Basically, to the most people, shows that the battleship is the power for naval warfare.
I get that. There is also the problem, though, that
yeah.
I understand why BT's arguing against the building holiday, but without the building holiday, Washington becomes a moot point. Generally.
I will explain that bit in a sec, because there's a reason they work around it. The actual quote is, "When a telegram arrives from the British government urging him to proceed more cautiously and not jeopardize the conference's chance of success, he responds that the cabinet should trust in his judgment on the matter." At which time he is not rebuked.
Well, just before we go on, have you got any thoughts, Drak, on what's been said so far before we move on to the greater part of Washington and how the treaty actually shapes out?
I can actually see that. I can see that working, because of all the admirals, you're in question, BT is the one with the most political connections. So, if there's any admiral who's going to essentially be able to tell the Admiralty to tell the government to basically go jump in a lake, I'm dealing with this. That's probably going to be BT. He's also probably one of the few who's got the attitude to try that. And as Dragon mentioned, with the amount of political clout he'll have earned from winning or being part of the winning team on Jutland, that there's precious little the government can do at that point, other than if they send him a guidance and he says basically no. The only thing they can really do at that point is recall him, and if they recall him from the middle of the treaty negotiations, that would do such catastrophic damage to Britain's position at the treaty, let alone the government's reputation in public. They've basically been boxed into a corner by somebody who has had more on the scene power than them.
Oh.
There's also the case that, to quote, "other Commonwealth delegates were in awe of him, and suggested to their own governments to pressure the British government to agree with what BT's asking.
There's also another thing with that.
You've also got the issue that the Americans are the ones who called the conference because the new American government wants disarmament. So, as I've pointed out in previous videos myself, the problem with Britain post World War One is not that Britain is broke. That is a myth that gets put around a lot. Britain still has a lot of money, and if you look at the rate at which Britain is paying down its war debt in the 20s and 30s, it is actually, for a country that's broke, it's running such a massive budgetary surplus that it's able to pay down its war debts extensively without increasing the national debt. That's not a country that's broke. That's a country that has made a spending priority decision.
Yes.
And the money that you would need to continue funding the Royal Navy is actually a relatively speaking small percentage of the remaining surplus plus some of the war debt pay down. So if Britain post-war is restructuring, which is kind of the basis of the Drakes Drum series, and going, actually, it's more important to reinforce and rebuild the empire as a long-term investment rather than immediately downscale and pay off debts as quickly as humanly possible. The financial resources to do that are entirely there. Now, of course, the financial resources to do a similar building program are entirely there in the States as well, but historically the States doesn't have the political will to do so.
So
And as far as the Japanese are concerned, from the Japanese would be looking at it and going, well, anything that exerts more pressure on America is good, because anything that if the Americans are trying to reduce costs, then, and everybody knows that's what they want to do, then if the Americans are forced into accepting a treaty that has a larger ship requirement, as in you can have more ships, and also the default ship, the new treaty ship, is a bigger ship, then an American government that's not willing to spend a lot of money can, of necessity, only build a few ships. And although there are economies of scale with building large numbers of battleships, for a nation like Japan with a very limited GDP, that actually works out in their interests, because if they, if America stayed on its original path of building 6 battle cruisers and 6 battleships, at the very minimum the Japanese have to build 4 and 4, so they have to build 8, and they can't really sustain that on a per class basis. Whereas if the Americans, say, go down to building 4 battleships, like they were doing sort of to a certain degree before the funding was opened up in the late 1910s, where if they're building 4 45,000 tonners, let's say, for example, then as far as the Japanese are concerned, they only now have to build 3 ships, and they're actually proportionally getting closer to the American fleet strength than they would have been building 8 ships when the Americans were building.
That's a good point.
At which point, I think, although obviously it is a bit of a left field turn, it is one of the things where the author of Drakes Drum has actually sat there and gone, well, what would happen if? And he's kind of done that kind of, well, if this happens, and if this happens, these people will think this, and these people will think this, therefore this will happen. And it is very convoluted, but I think it's realistic for the background upon which this incident is taking place.
Yeah. So that brings us quite nicely, I think, to the actual terms of the treaty. So how do they differ, Dragon, compared to what we're used to? So obviously we're used to...
I'll quickly go back to one point to mention, because you mentioned about the building holiday and how without that there shouldn't be a treaty.
But no, it's not so much there shouldn't be a treaty. It takes a lot of... Because as Drax says, one of the things the US is keen on is reducing spending, and if they have a building holiday, they can go, right, that's it, we don't have to spend any money, and also we don't have to worry about anyone else spending any money, we're fine.
So what BT proposed instead of a complete build holiday would be that the navies would be allowed to build new capital ships to replace old ones.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of being a complete cut, for any ship basically they build new, they have to cut an old one.
Is that on tonnage basis or is that on hull basis?
It's on tonnage.
Okay, so let's say...
It's still counting towards tonnage.
So let's say if the British get rid of a class of 12-inch dreadnoughts, so let's say, for example, Dreadnought and the Bellerophons, they could then build a single 45,000 tonner-ish with a bit of change left over.
Well, you get rid of 3. The Bellerophon, because the Bellerophons would be about just under 60,000 tons. So if you got rid of Dreadnought and the Bellerophons, that'd be a little under 80. So you build 1 and another. So yeah, the Bellerophons. I mean, if Vanguard historically has exploded in harbour anyway, then you could get rid of the Bellerophons and the St. Vincent's, and that'll give you enough for 245,000 tonners.
Just doing a...
And you can keep Dreadnought as a museum ship.
Yeah, just doing a very quick check, just to confirm something I'm thinking. Where are we? Nope, not
Just
you.
while
Not
please
you.
quickly checking that, we'll just bring up. So, it is regarded that the British shipbuilding industry is remarkably proficient. Meant to bring up the point that the Renown was completed in 9 months, and there's part of a reason that Britain is banking on. They know the US in a long run could probably start out producing them if the US is willing to give the capital to do so. They also know the American Congress is not willing to do this.
Just from what I've just got to check quickly the tonnage of certain treaty capital ships. The only thing that confuses me, and obviously we can come back to the ships as they are designed later, but and Dragon, I'm asking you this in particular, the Nelson class battleships are 38,000 tons standard. However, the Invincible class battle cruisers that are built alongside them are 48,000 tons. How does that work?
Right. That's quite simple, actually. So, and we'll get to that in a moment, because basically, the compromise was reached where the Americans would be allowed to complete all 4 Colorado-class battleships, and the British would be allowed to build 4 35,000-ton battleships to balance them. The US is also retaining the right to construct or complete 4 more ships not exceeding 45,000 tons at a later date, whereas the British, who already have Hood, were permitted to complete 1 Hood class, also known as HMAS Endurance, because yes, the Australians get it. The HMAS Endeavour plus 2 new designs not exceeding 45,000 tons.
Right. Okay, that does explain a lot, I understand. But the limits for new builds apart from these is, I think, is it still 35,000 tons? Are these ships basically one-offs? Well, not one-offs, but they're sort of... They're Nelson equivalents, but bigger.
So the actual agreed upon situation was maximum caliber guns to 16 inches, and capital ships are not allowed to exceed 35,000 tons with the allowances set out below.
Okay.
Upon the signature of the treaty, United States is permitted to retain 18 capital ships, these being Maryland, California, Tennessee, Idaho, New Mexico, Mississippi, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Nevada, New York, Texas, Arkansas, Wyoming, Florida, Utah, North Dakota, and Delaware. Their total displacement retained is 500,650 tons. By December 31st of 1931, they're permitted to retain up to 20 capital ships. These are to be 4 45,000-ton designs, the Georgia, Colorado, West Virginia, and Maryland, and then a number of the previous standards we mentioned.
Yeah, makes
this
sense.
To allow them up to 729,800 tons.
Okay.
British are allowed to retain up to 22 capital ships.
Okay.
Renown and Repulse.
Very quickly.
Yep.
I assume is the 22 the number that they are retaining as of signature of the treaty, so they're already ahead of the Americans. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Go on.
These ships are Hood, Renown, and Repulse, Royal Sovereign, Royal Oak, Revenge, Resolution, Remilise, Malaya, Valiant, Barham, Queen Elizabeth, and Warspite, Benbow, Emperor of India, Iron Duke, Marlborough, Tiger, Canada, King George V, Ajax, and Centurion. At a total of 585,950 tons.
Okay.
But by 31, similar to the Americans, they are allowed to have 2 new 45,000-ton battleships. Which also, there's a weird annex here I should actually quickly mention, is technically speaking, the naval treaty allows for a permissible increase of up to 3,000 tons beyond the initial treaty allowance.
Okay.
This comes in later. So basically, it allows 3,000 tons of refit room.
Ah. No, that would explain...
They're basically the same clause that the Americans exploited for the Lexingtons in real life.
That would explain why, when we look at some of the British ships built after Washington, we see that they're not 35 and 45,000 tons standard. They are, in fact...
Like 38/48 is a very common number.
Yeah.
They are allowed 2 45,000 ton designs, 4 35,000 tons, Endeavour, which is, while it's still part of the Australian Navy, is counted towards the Royal Navy's tonnage.
So again, we've got this whole thing where, again, the Dominions are folded in to the Royal Navy. Okay, that's as...
Hood, Renown and Repulse are still kept. Royal Sovereign, Royal Oak, Revenge, Resolution, Ramillies, Malaya, Valiant, Barham, Queen Elizabeth and Warspite. So by 31, basically, all of the 13.5 ships are gone.
Yes. I will point out there are some ships there that aren't mentioned that will come up later, but obviously when we get to them we'll discuss why they aren't included in the list of active capital ships, because their stories are a little bit unique.
Since I've seen Knight has asked it, we're about to get to this. This results in Britain having 696,250 tons. So they actually end up less tonnage than the Americans. Japan is allowed to retain up to 10 capital ships. These being Mutsu, Nagato, Hyuga, Ise, Yamashiro, Fuso, Hiroshima, Haruna, Hiei, Kongo. By 31, they are allowed up to 12 capital ships of 2 45,000 ton designs. Tosa, Mutsu, Nagato, Hyuga, Ise, Yamashiro, Fuso, Hiroshima, Haruna, Kongo.
Okay, so they're bulking up their fast battle line by 1 ship, which is Tosa.
Note Hiei's gone. It also brings... The French also get mentioned here.
Oh, yes.
They are allowed 10 capital ships.
How can we forget that... Hang on a minute! That's equal to Japan!
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's interesting.
We'll find out why.
Alright.
Keep in mind, most of these Japanese ships are 33 to 30,000 tons, excluding the Congos. The French... so I'll just quickly mention, the Japanese total tonnage at this point is 301,000 tons. The French are allowed to retain Bretagne, Lorraine, Provence, Paris, France. I don't know. Do they actually have a ship called France?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Honestly, I just think of the ship's name actually called that as strange. France, Jean Bart, Corbeil, Contorect, Diderot, and Voltaire. Resulting in 221,000 tons.
That is not as much tonnage. That's less.
With 3 of these ships being less than 20,000 tons. Or less than 19,000 even.
That will be the pre-dreadnoughts. That will be the Dantons.
Condirect, Diot, and Voltaire.
Yes.
Dantons.
Yes, that'll be the Dantons.
By 31, they're allowed to retain 7 ships. 4 35,000 ton designs, Bretagne, Lorraine, and Provence at 239,000.
Oh, okay, that's different from historical, where the Corbeils are kept until the second. Well, some of them are kept until the Second World War. At this point, they're all gone. They're all okay. That's interesting. So all the Corbeils are gone by 31.
Italy is also allowed to retain 10 capital ships, which they're calling some of these as generous. Andrea Dorio, Caio Diulio, Conte de Cavour, Giulio Cesare, Leonardo da Vinci, Dante Alighieri, Roma, Napoli, Vittorio Emanuele, and Regina Elena.
Yeah, there's
182,000 tons.
Yeah, there's a few pre-dreadnoughts in there, some of which are not that capable. Some of them are, but some of them...
They're allowed 7 capital ships, with 2 35,000 ton designs. Francesco Caricolio, Andrea Doria, Caio Diulio, and Conte de Cavour, and Giulio Cesare. For 179,000 tons.
Okay, so
that's the main battle lines.
Yeah. So we've gotten through.
I can give aircraft, cruiser, and submarine allowances, but it doesn't actually say the ships.
Okay. Well, I think. So
I'll give us a break, so I'm not quite just word vomiting to everyone.
Yeah. So, as I'm sure all of you who are listening in will have figured out, we're looking at a world where the navies are generally larger. And some of the ships that you might recognise from never-built lists are active in various navies. So, for example, the Francesco Caricuello for Italy, The French have ships that they will build in the 20s, but again, we'll get to that. Don't know where they find the money, but they I don't know, rummage around the couch for some francs or something. But to very quickly keep going forwards, the interwar period doesn't change overly. The only thing I do want to bring up is that there is a push and an acceptance for British defence to be fully imperialised, and what that means is
there's actually a lot of changes here.
The Dominions put in financial support to Britain to maintain larger forces than we would expect historically at various places around the world, and to build up infrastructure in a major way that we know the British wanted to do historically, but were not able to, owing to the drastic cutbacks in funding that followed the historical Washington Treaty. So, for example, Jellicoe's plans for Singapore, and what you basically get is a budget version of Jellicoe's drawn-up-for plans that he had been working on for imperial defence post-World War I. Rather than no plan at all, you get the sort of Jellicoe's plan on a budget, including the depot ships.
So, I'll just bring up then that it is said that at the start of the conference, Britain wanted all of the Commonwealth nations to have independent tonnage allowances to their own. They weren't able to get this, basically. The US outright said, no, that's completely unfair, because then you've got all of the British tonnage and then extra, basically.
And not even superpowered Beatty can swing that one.
Yeah. So, in particular, the United Kingdom compels the Dominions to bear a great part of the defensive version as part of the Empire Defence Scheme. Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and South Africa were all persuaded to fund their own naval things, and all nations had agreed to maintain one capital ship, but they would get assistance from the British Crown. So they're not having to pay for it solely. The Empire would pay a subsidy towards them to help them maintain imperial defence.
Mm-hmm.
Australia, Canada, and New Zealand already been planned to get this. In case of Australia and New Zealand, there were 2 incomplete hulls.
Yeah. So, for example,
Africa, on the other hand, jumped on where the Americans had held up and basically managed to get their way to go, yeah, no, at most we'll have a couple of destroyers and maybe a cruiser.
Yeah, South Africa gets special snowflake
bases,
status.
Thank you.
Just so everyone's aware, you don't see Eagle. There is no HMS Eagle. So HMS Canada stays in the Royal Navy. The Chileans don't get their battleships back. The British buy them outright from the Chileans. So Canada stays as HMCS Canada. But she's slightly different in how she looks, I believe. Let me just poke my...
referring to... I just need to try and find the right Eagle.
Yeah, Eagle.
It's Almirante Cochrane,
yes.
As we know it.
Yes. I will just make sure that,
Which I actually believe it's one of the Commonwealth nations that actually get their hands on one of these.
Mm-hmm. Yes, she becomes New Zealand, as far as I'm aware.
Canada.
But like I said, we're not...
That's the special snowflake we'll get to later.
Yes, like I said, we will cover these ships' designs and their service history when we get to the actual... covering of designs. But like I said, we're currently missing a few people who are a little bit delayed, so we're basically working through the general history and certain key tidbits of ships now, and then we'll work through some of the minor nations to try and buy more time for some of our special guests to arrive. So,
also, I will point out, India is not even considered for a navy.
That's a shame.
They outright refuse to consider India to have its own independent naval branch.
Because then you have to accept the fact that India may be slightly independent, which could have dangerous notions.
HMS, I'm pretty sure, just to quickly answer this, HMAS Australia, I believe, ends up getting scrapped, I want to say, and replaced.
She doesn't get scrapped until the mid-30s.
Or is she one of the ones that's preserved?
I think...
Something that's fine, something that we also can bring up later is, a lot of ships actually get preserved. It's a bit weird. But
Yeah, a lot
of nations very much go, this is our ship.
Oh, yes. Australia is preserved. She lasts in service until about the middle of the 30s, but then she is preserved. That's the Indefatigable class
Yes,
ship.
HMAS Australia becomes a museum ship in Sydney Harbour. Finally found her.
Oh, there you go.
But also, part of the reason why this is pushed is the Prime Minister of Canada, William Mackenzie King, primarily pushes that he writes a letter to the American president in honor of reference to the recent event at the conference and the particular allegations of gerrymandering made by the American delegation in reference to the independent formation of Canadian, Australian, and New Zealand navies. I am commissioned and required to speak only for Canada. However, the intent of this letter may have conduct on the full negotiations. The United States saw fit to overthrow the injurious yoke of colonial government at the time, which the manner of the people of Canada, presented with identical circumstances, did not choose to emulate. 50 years down the road, it is not the province of the United States government to dictate to other nations with similar histories and accidents the manner of which they should choose to become independent or pursue the rights to pertain to individual nations.
That has got to be the most...
I would respectfully remind the President that Canada has been an independent sovereign nation, self-governing since 1867, Australia since 1901, and New Zealand since 1907. I would remind you that, alliance notwithstanding, the Navy of Canada is at the people of Canada's command, not the British government.
Oh my
Sincerely,
god.
William Lloyd Mackenzie King, Prime Minister.
That has got to be the most diplomatic version of stay in your lane I have ever heard. Oh, that's good. So, very quickly, we then come to, obviously is there anything else we need to say on the treaties, or I think we've pretty much...
I can quickly cover the actual permitted tonnage ratios of other ships. Aircraft carriers are on a 3-3-3-1-1 ratio of Britain, America, Japan, France, and it's called Italy.
So Britain and America. So I'm surprised they're bringing Japan up to equivalence in carrier tonnage. That's interesting.
Displacement limits are set at 27,500 tons with allowances for certain ships. The American, all three of the major powers were allowed 2 carriers up to 33,000 tons.
Okay. Conversions,
Cruisers
you mean?
No, it just says permitted.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't actually mention conversion. Cruisers are permitted at 553 1.175 175 with the standard maximum of 8-inch for heavy, 6-inch for light.
Okay, so
of a maximum tonnage of 12,000 tons.
Okay, so not only do we have a bigger size limit for cruisers, which is understandable given that capital ships are not slightly bigger, but we do have a few larger capital ships running around in the post-treaty period. But they've also done the light heavy division at Washington.
Yes.
Which, I'm just going to say this, that's something of historical hindsight working its way into...
Yeah.
Whereas I'm sure you don't see that division until London. What would have been more accurate would have been 12,000 tons, 8-inch guns, and just leave it there, and then London historic, and then just have first London as historical make the division. Because the concept of what is a light and a heavy cruiser hasn't really crystallized in the way it does in the period from Washington to London. Because most of the cruisers you have in the world at the time Washington's being signed, you're looking with some navies going towards 8-inch guns, some are sticking with 6-inch guns, but there's a variation of tonnages. There's no heavy or light. There's just cruisers on a nice range of capabilities and displacements.
I could see the argument though for it, because you've got a lot of ships built in the early to mid 1910s, which would be the 6-inch ships. So you've got for the Brits, you've got the Town class and then the Sea class, and they're all kind of hovering in the 4,000 to 6,000 ton displacement category, maybe a little bit more for some of the later stuff, like the Ds and the Es. But they're all pretty much 6-inch cruisers. And then you have this kind of step change happening at the end of the 1910s with the Hawkins and then you've got the Furutakas in Japan.
Yeah.
The Americans are a bit behind in catching up because they're just trying to catch up in cruisers generally. But I could see a rationale for somebody at this alternate Washington going, okay, well, look, most cruisers are 6-inch, and we'd kind of want to keep it that way. However, we also have to carve out a niche for these 7.5 and 8-inch cruisers and any legacy armored cruisers that anyone wants to keep for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But carving out a niche for them, not carving out a niche for them, but retaining them would mean you'd have to have essentially historical Washington, which is 10,000 tons and 8-inch guns. But if somebody was a little bit faster on their feet, and they might have gone, well, hang on a minute, that might result in everybody doing that. If they want to keep most cruisers at 6-inch, then they might well go for that.
I've also just realised something. That also, it must be done for a reason, because the 335, adding ratios to cruisers is something Britain and France would only accept if 6-inch light cruisers were a separate category and unrestricted in cumulative tonnage. Because otherwise they're going to go, hang on a minute, why are you limiting our cruiser numbers to equivalents? We're not going to be able to maintain our colonial possessions. Police the empire, police the sea lanes. Whereas if you've got a ratio of 8-inch cruisers and 12,000 tons at 333, 1.75, 1.75, that they could accept, because then the 6-inch light cruisers are then unregulated in terms of, like, you've still got displacement limits, but you can build as many 6-inch cruisers as you like. Because, again, one of the big sticking points at Washington was the fact that the British and French dug their heels in and went, no, you cannot tell us how many cruisers we can build. Otherwise, we're going to have problems. Go on, Dragon.
I was about to say, I was just going to move into submarines, and then the last... There's 3 particular final annexes of the treaty which are of interest, I would say. Submarines are also permitted at tonnage ratio of 553, 1.75, 1.75, with no permissible gun over 6.1 inches, which I find intriguing.
Yeah, again, that seems like again, historical bringing back of London limits to Washington. That's it.
The one with... Sorry, go on.
No, that's all I was going to say. No, that's all I was going to say.
Then the next set of interesting tangents. Training ships and target ships are former capital ships that were permitted on a ratio of 3:3:1:1:1.
Okay.
All training ships are to be capital ships that have had their side armor completely removed and 25% of their main armament removed. The United States are permitted to retain Wyoming, Florida, and Utah as training ships. The Commonwealth retain Canada, New Zealand, and Emperor of India. Japan retain Hiei and Setsu. France retains Paris, and Italy retains Dante Alighieri, which is why some names didn't come up earlier.
Okay, that's interesting. And this is, of
They
course...
explicitly put a special... Sorry.
Go on. No, you first. I think you're about to mention what I was going to mention.
I'm going to move something else, so go on.
I was going to say, it's also worth pointing out the British use this as an option to basically go forwards with the depot ship concept, or the base ship concept. And
that's actually to come up in a different annex.
Oh, fair enough.
That's a different one.
But yeah, go on.
Keep going.
No, go on.
Then the next annex is museum ships, which are written into the treaty. Britain is allowed to retain HMS Iron Duke as a museum ship. Japan is allowed to retain Mikasa, and Australia to retain HMAS in Australia. They have to be fully demilitarized and have all armor removed, as well as machinery rendered inoperable.
Makes sense.
So basically, these cannot be used again.
Makes sense.
The final clause of the London Treaty is a weird one.
You mean
exclusively to Britain?
Wait, hang on. Are we talking about London or Washington?
This is still Washington.
Okay, you said London for a second. I was thinking.
Sorry. That's because the next page is the London Conference.
Oh, good lord!
I don't want to cover that one in as much detail.
No.
Slightly skim that. This special clause is strange, though. Britain exclusively is allowed to retain HMS Agincourt as a mobile naval base. She must have her armor removed and 60% of her armaments also removed, but is allowed to be retained and does not count towards tonnage. Which is a bit weird.
Yes, it's one of those things where it's been put in for the narrative rather than practical realities of treaty negotiation. That's my thinking on that. I mean, she has a purpose to serve later on down the line, but for now, she's mostly kept in, I think, in this case, with that setup as a means of keeping her alive and around. So where were
I've actually got a quick image I'm just going to quickly post here of this is what HMS Canada looks like as a training ship.
And I'll just bring that up
He's
here.
actually managed to get some quite nice. He's actually managed to get some quite nice pictures.
Yeah, so as you can see
Photoshop together to explain stuff.
Yeah, as you can see, the Chilean lineage quite clearly visible there in how she looks. Very much like an Almirante, but she's an Almirante La Torre class battleship.
The final bit to note is the Soviet Union is not a signature, and the Germans are set under Versailles. So
Yes.
It does not matter.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
As historical.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That is the treaty in a nutshell.
Yeah.
A bit
So
of an hour-long nutshell, but a nutshell nonetheless.
I think it was necessary to cover because in some detail because it did set a lot of the groundwork for what we're going to cover next and later. So again, I think it was important to cover it in a decent level of detail. So again, let's now skim through London very quickly just to cover what changes, if any, happen.
Basically, tonnage limits are already thrown out the window by the sheer fact that France absolutely says, not a chance in hell, we're building at minimum 45,000 tons. And a strange thing pops up.
Okay.
The Russians get involved.
They what?
Notably with them saying, basically, well, not, but they don't technically. The Russians rebuild the battleship Poltava
Oh.
as the Soviet battlecruiser Frunz,
Oh,
sitting at 34,000 tons,
Oh,
which
no.
gets France, Italy, and Germany rather nervous.
Oh, yeah, Frunz. We'll come to her in a minute.
Britain wants to try and limit to 35,000 tons and 14-inch guns. Japan, France, and America all say no. The only thing that is basically agreed is that they are allowed 38,000 tons at 35, and by 37 they're allowed up to 45,000 tons if Japan does not sign. France, Japan, and Italy go no.
What?
They just outright go, we don't accept these terms, and leave.
So, basically the treaties collapse in 1930. Well, that was a short treaty period. So, there you go. Washington Naval Treaty. Short-lived in Drakes Drum. Very, very short-lived.
Well, no, the London Treaty is short-lived. The Washington actually does last a pretty decent time. Not sure if anyone has anything they want to ask or any questions there, so we'll just...
But yeah, so I think that's pretty much... So we've got through the treaty period. The only thing we need to do now is basically cover the very, very basic beats of the World Wars. Well, World War, I should say. Which is technically divided into two conflicts.
You mean the Hitlerian Wars?
I know that's what
That is their canonical title.
I know, and I just... It compares the man to Napoleon, who he is not equal to.
It says this even in the books.
But yes, so Hitlerian wars, plural. So yeah, there's the war which starts when we expect, and only lasts till 1940 when the French get their
French collapse.
Yes, and then for some reason we throw in the towel. Britain throws in the towel.
We don't. So, Britain does not lose the first Hitlerian war.
No, they don't, but they basically sign a white peace.
A white peace. Because, in particular, the problem is, and this has to go back to, Britain sticks with the sterling standard throughout the entire interwar period. They never swap to the gold standard. They also change how the political power blocks work. For instance, they focus more on internal dominion trade. There's actually a lot in the interwar that changes, like how Oswald Mosley becomes the prime minister.
Oh
no.
Oh no.
That would explain.
Mostly because Winston Churchill is hit by a car in America, unfortunately.
Oh.
He dies.
Oh no. That's no good.
Why not Halifax?
Yeah, why isn't Halifax? Oh no, he didn't want to be prime minister, remember, because he couldn't speak in the Commons. it was one of the reasons why he refused, because he didn't want to be prime minister in the Lords, because he felt like it would mean that he wouldn't be able to, be the correct person to lead the country through the war.
I suppose, but there is definitely other options rather than
Mosley.
a fascist who's not even in Parliament.
Well, Mosley, right. This is why I said there's actually a lot to cover here, but I'm going to
Yeah,
try and skim over it. Basically, Mosley manages to be pushed back on a lot of his policies and becomes more normal, relatively speaking. His party manages to... Basically, he realizes, because of my policies previously is why we lost. And basically gets kicked a couple of times by the party until he finally goes, right, fine, we'll try it your way.
Well, he doesn't become a fascist this time around. He stays in Labour.
Oh, does he? Oh, right, I see, okay.
Oh, wow.
That clears things up.
Oswald Mosley, the Labour politician. Good lord. Where are we?
Well, that's what he started out as before he went fascist historically.
So he's just stays so...
Duchy of
The Labour Party, driving people to fascism since the 1930s.
And roll credits!
Now, this results on knock-on problems, because the British financial situation does stabilise, but they're not the same as it was our time.
So basically,
the Great Depression still occurs.
Yeah. So basically, from what you've said in terms of financials, you've got the benefits that we didn't have applying from imperial preference, but you've also got the detriment that also didn't exist of sterling standard still applying. So we're slightly better off, but there is still a millstone round our necks.
If the First Hitlerian War didn't happen, Britain was likely to become back to quite a healthy situation. It's described as. The problem is because of the various infrastructure building projects, the Great Depression, and everything else that goes on. By 1940, Britain's looking a bit problematic currency-wise.
Yeah.
So
also
go to because there's also something else I should really mention here because I've almost forgot. Huey Long survives his assassination attempt.
Oh boy.
Thankfully, he doesn't become president, but it makes it a three-way race, in where Roosevelt actually has to step back on a lot of his policies to get enough points to become the president. Which means eventually, he can't quite do everything he wants in regards to the continent. He's not able to give the financial aid he wants.
Which is what's vital in this period for this economically more constrained Britain. It's not military. It's not lethal aid that's the problem. It's financial aid.
Which is why you then get the problem of in mid to late 1940, Britain basically goes to America saying, right, we either need bank loans or various different ways to work with what we can for the Lend-Lease, and the American government says no. Britain tries multiple times to appeal this and look, there's a war going on. We know you're still isolationists getting out of it, but
we're fighting it.
This isn't going to just leave you alone. In the end, nothing ends up happening, and it, combined with the U-boat threat and the British government basically realizing if we keep this up with no help from the Americans, even with the Empire, it will lead to complete financial ruination. So Britain sues for peace.
Basically slipping back into that Napoleonic style of geopolitical thinking, where you don't fight one war and win, you basically outlast a corrupt, shaky, but seemingly at the moment quite strong continental hegemon.
So,
at this point, Germany has taken Poland, all of France, Czechoslovakia, and Austria, as historic, are now all under German control.
There is a Vichy government still extant. So that
does, I assume Dunkirk happens fairly similarly.
Because the thing is, it's Dunkirk's just historical. There's no it's still a
so
great.
The British Army's roughly the same.
Yeah, there's like I said, it's not it's
with some changes, actually.
Yeah,
but it mostly comes down to technology stuff because, for instance, the tank and aircraft development do differ, like ships do.
Yes, but we're covering the naval side now.
I
may come back. Yeah, I may come back and cover. Well, it's not ramblings today. It's the Drakes Drum. It's a special. But yeah, so it's not militarily that Britain can't fight Germany. It's that financially it's unfeasible to continue the war.
There is then another problem where after Britain basically sues for peace, the final reason to do so is words. Germany basically strong arms Spain into joining their bloc.
Which basically they can do now because they're not at war with Britain, and oh dear lord, that's the Wehrmacht on the northern Spanish border.
And the Italians are also going, we wouldn't mind having a few pieces.
Well, again, because the Germans have won. They've achieved what in a year ago seemed impossible. Defeated France and brought Britain to the table.
So Franco very unwillingly agrees to join the Axis.
Yes, which is unsurprising, but he has no choice, because if he doesn't join, Hitler will just go, okay, panzers roll. And that's what he'll do. So better to...
This results in Labour being kicked out the government.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
Yeah. Goodbye, Mosley, we hardly knew you.
It basically comes down to... The actual treaty ends up basically being... France is eaten by Germany. I think there's some maybe slight change... Actually, no. I think Britain has no territorial concessions.
Nope.
Basically, Britain is just left alone. That's it. As I said, it's a white piece.
It's all Hitler can hope for, and it's all he needs. To be blunt.
This has an interesting knock-on effect, because, going back to the Navy, it should be mentioned that the German Navy is active in the First Hitlerian War.
And bigger.
It sinks two new French battleships. They also have the aircraft carrier Graf Zeppelin active in the First Hitlerian War.
But she gets her teeth kicked in.
They also do the Norwegian campaign. Yes. Graf Zeppelin is sunk by HMS Courageous.
Hey!
But
everybody cheered. Everybody cheered. Everybody liked that.
but also two French battleships kind of stung.
And of course, the British also did lose some capital ships as well in the First Hitlerian War.
Yes. I know one ship that is lost in particular is HMS Icarus, an I-class destroyer.
Royal Oak's also...
She takes a torpedo for Courageous.
Yeah, Royal Oak's also lost, isn't she? Gunther Preem still does a funny in Scapa Flow and takes U-47 and goes, oh, explosion.
And I can't find... no, apparently Royal Oak lasts till 45.
Okay.
No, that's wrong Royal Oak. Sorry, never mind. So, because they name a new ship Royal Oak.
Oh, sorry,
class.
Yeah, sorry, Ark Royal goes... Yeah, Ark Royal actually gets sunk in the first Hitler in the War of 1940.
But so overall, Britain has to then... Right. How big's the German fleet in 1940? Well, this is the problem. They basically end up getting their hands on the French fleet.
Yeah, there's also the battle of...
bolstering the actual German fleet.
Yeah, also I am questioning how the Germans got all this... We'll come to that when we discuss the German fleet. But Resolution gets dogpiled by Bismarck and Tirpitz in 1940. Don't question it, because we'll be here all... Well, we're going to be here all day anyway, but... again, we'll come back to this later.
Lost at the Battle of Viking Bank, in particular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's no pictures of that I can see. Top left. Ark Royals torpedoed and sunk in the North Mitch Channel in 1939, which is a grievous blow to the Royal Navy, but basically as historic go, these are problems. Which then leads to a period of peace in Europe, and eventually to the Second Hitlerian War.
Well, peace in Europe, apart from the Germans literally swinging a massive sledgehammer eastward. Apart from that, minor little inconvenience there.
Well, yes, where they win.
Well, they freeze the conflict. The Russians don't surrender, but they freeze the conflict.
Overall, they own most of the USSR's important territory.
Yes.
And the Japanese are also fighting them. But as a result of this First Hitlerian War, the British public is outraged at the government, at the policies, at everything. And then once again realize, we are alone. Again. Yes, we have the Empire. But the Germans now have a potentially much larger fleet. it's time to start building again.
And they really turn on the taps.
They kickstart building to some quite insane levels. So, the 1939, so this is what orders for 5 new cruisers and some, as well as 16 destroyers and between 40 and 50 corvettes. By the time you get to 1942, orders 4 new battleships, 4 full fleet carriers, 1 maintenance carrier, 16 light carriers, 12 new cruisers, 28 destroyers, and another about 31 escort ships, as well as begins the refit of New Zealand, Endeavour, Malaya, Baham, and 3 other cruisers. And
I will point out, even prior to this, you've got 5 battleships a year being laid down, apart from 1938-39, where you only have 4. So in the 34, 36, so in the 34-5, 36-7, you used to have 5 back capital ships each, along with reconstructions.
The 33-34 program is 2 new battleships, 4 fleet carriers, 2 monitors, another 3 light carriers, then another 10 cruisers plus extra. Basically, they just keep this going where they then want to go.
It
2
does.
battleships, 4 carriers, 2 battleships, 4 carriers.
Yeah, it starts to slow down towards 1945-46 in terms of capital ships, because the Royal Navy has by now comfortably surpassed all of the Axis powers combined by itself in terms of capital ships. What it now needs is more carriers, more cruisers, more destroyers. That's what it needs.
Pretty much.
So, then of course we have the Second Hitlerian War. There's a book which is basically World War II as we know it, but far quicker, and which starts in
most of it out.
Yeah, which starts in 1946 and lasts until 1948. It's 3 years long, but it's quicker, more bloody, and funny things occur.
Yes, like the Germans nuking Boston, Massachusetts.
Let's not question how they got the bomb before the Americans, but hey ho.
I'm more questioning why they bombed Boston.
Probably the only place they could reach.
They could have hit They could have hit the other eastern seaboard.
It's probably supposed to send a message, like, we have the bomb
If
now.
you want to send a message, you would drop it, I guess, on New York then, if you really wanted to
I suppose,
hit them hard.
suppose there is that. Now that we've covered the Hitlerian War and where it ends, and the various states of the powers involved, now I think we can finally come to the real crux of why we're here. And discuss the ships themselves. Is everyone ready to move on? Does anyone have any questions? Drac, Chair, anyone else got any questions?
Right. I'm just going to quickly point out, Knight. You say this is Wereaboo fan fiction, savage garbage. Unfortunately, we have glossed over them, but you do not understand the problems Germany's having during this entire period.
And also,
Germany as a nation is collapsing. The only reason they're able to keep doing this is they literally are stealing anything and everything from all nations they go across. Is the only way they're propping up their economy. And we see this especially later, where the entire German war machine completely collapses. And it all goes really badly wrong.
yeah. So, is everyone ready to move on?
Yeah, I think so.
Good. Okay, so, let's start with, and let me just make sure that it actually comes up in here as well, even though I will actually be taking over. This is just for the panel, so that the panel can see what we're looking at.
Sorry, which bit do you mean, Rune, about doesn't provoke a war? If you're referring to the Germans nuking Boston, they're already at war with the Americans.
So let me just now very quickly open up this. So that brings us to here for the actual people on the stream. We're going to start with again. So we're going to work through the smaller navies first, and get up to the larger navies. As you know, ideally trying to buy time for Dr. Clark and our special guest to show up.
I do apologise, Slayer. It is indeed a very brief skim. We are talking a 300-page book
that we're having to condense down.
Alone.
Yeah, we're having to condense it down.
We covered that in about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
There is a
So, let's start with the navies of...
Honestly, I do genuinely recommend giving it a look if you can.
Yeah, so...
Oh, you're going to the Axis, minor Axis first.
Well, starting from the top and working up. So, yeah. So we don't have much to deal with here. You do have a few submarines acquired by Romania and some older destroyers they get from other people, but not really too much. Again, Yugoslavia, they get a Suffren class heavy cruiser from France, but she basically, as you can see, standard stuff.
It's the only ship. It's the only ship that's actually mentioned.
Yeah, she basically, but I think, yeah, she under-maintains, deteriorates until she's sunk in 1948. I mean, I think obviously
She never does anything.
Yeah, I'll just actually ask Drak here, since I'm actually curating this. Opinions on the fact that the author seems to think Yugoslavia can't maintain an 8-inch cruiser. I think that's accurate. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah. They don't have the industry. They would have to get the heavy duty maintenance would have to be acquired from an other country, and who are they going to get it from, and how are they going to pay for it?
Yeah, makes sense. That was fairly straightforward. Oh, there is also, however, there are these ships that we need to discuss, which is a single destroyer, which is basically a follow-on from Dubrovnik, which we saw the Yugoslavians build historically. I think that's a fairly straightforward expansion of Dubrovnik. It's actually a fairly realistic design. They've basically just added another single mount forward of the aft superstructure. Anyone on the panel got any thoughts on that, aside from what I've already mentioned? Anything they'd like to say?
Yeah, it is a very simple ship.
And I will admit, though, the build time is what you'd expect. You're looking at...
It takes 4 years to be launched,
and then another
4 to actually be finished.
Yeah, that's minor nation building a large destroyer by themselves. Yeah.
Well done, Yugoslavia.
We
knew you had it in you.
I didn't. So, let me just check if there are any questions on that. Nope, no questions so far.
If people do actually have any questions, please do, because it just means we're not constantly talking.
Yeah.
As
So,
long as it's about the actual Drakes Drum.
yes, and also what we're discussing. So, Polish government in exile. Yes, someone was insane. I'll let the image sit for comments, because yes, someone was mad enough to give the Polish Republic in exile a Atlanta. I don't know who was insane enough to do this, but yes, the Poles have an Atlanta.
One minor debate about this. Don't take the Atlanta's dates to make sense, because they don't make sense.
What do you mean?
Well, she was laid down in 1928.
Oh.
None of the Atlanta class are laid down at this point. Like, even the American, if you look on the American page, the USS Reno is not laid down then. So that's what I say, just in this case, ignore that section.
Yeah, but the important thing here is the lease. From the 4th of April 46 to the 7th of the 12th 48.
That's a maneuver.
Fortunately, there's not a lot about Conrad. In particular, the only bit we really have is that because of Sowiecki's tendency towards independence thinking, him and the Polish leaders basically don't get along. The Americans say we want him and basically give him a light cruiser.
Yeah. They also get a pair of Fletchers, and also, who gave the Poles a pair of Gato-class submarines? Who did this? Also, who replaced... Who refitted the Bliskovitcher with 5-inch 38s? Why? Why would you...
Britain did.
Why? What's the...
In particular, Treaty of Lenmouth, conversion was never carried out. They sell for the United States, and in 1944 was completely refitted.
Ah, that would explain a lot. I mean... I was.
Guns, I can.
Oh no, it's fine.
I'm not sure about the positions.
It's more the fact that I was going to say, well, why bother? Just start up a new production line for. But then I literally just thought to myself, why would the Americans start up a new production line for 2 destroyers? Am I coming through on sounds all right?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
A slight cutting, but
let me just stop.
It's the 5-inch 38 flip.
Let me just turn off. Yeah, let me just turn
standard.
off. Yeah. It's the 5-inch 38, which we all know and love.
Because initially, the British do actually want to refit her with the twin 4-inch as she got historically,
Yeah.
but that doesn't end up occurring.
Yep, same thing with the other destroyers as well.
Bliskovica also ends up as a museum ship in 1960.
Yeah, not much really to say here. So again, move on. However, we come to what I want to do next, which is the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And now here, there actually is some scope here for a discussion, and especially for the whole panel to discuss here. So, as historical, we have the Dutch battle cruisers, but everything else changes. So the Java class are as historical as we know them to be. However, De Ruyter is not, and her sister, which is Tromp. These are 8-inch Washington Treaty cruisers. The Dutch government actually opened the spending taps a little bit.
They're basically similar to the Canaris, where it's the British basically giving design and help expertise, which is why they're very similar to the County class.
But they do still maintain that very Dutch look. The thing that I am annoyed with, and I'm going to raise for comment, is I don't want to comment on the fact that they only have 40mm Bofors as their only other armament apart from their 8-inch guns. A ship this big with not even a basic dual-purpose battery or even basic heavy AA. I can understand it on De Ruyter himself because she's a very small cruiser, but with a ship this big with that much empty space amidships, surely you could fit a few 3 or 4-inch single mounts, either single-purpose A or dual-purpose guns. Anyone want to comment on that? Drac?
Probably right that they could have put some stuff, but
Got any thoughts on that, Drac?
To be fair though, the Dutch, you've got to bear in mind that when it comes to the smaller navies, they can't necessarily afford the same breakdown as the larger navies in terms of buying light, medium, and heavy AA.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're going to buy Bofors, you're either buying them directly from Sweden or you're buying a license, which is quite expensive. So you're probably just going to, if you're the Dutch, you're probably just going to buy a number of 40mm guns, possibly in mountings, but given that's the Dutch, they'll probably invent their own mountings. So it'll just be, you know, the Dutch are not in a position to be going around to the Americans to grab to grab 5-inch 38s, for example, and the Swedes to get Bofors and the Swiss to get Orlikans. So when they're looking for anti-aircraft armament, I mean, it's not unrealistic for the Dutch to. I mean, historically, quite a number of their ships did actually just go, you know what, we're going to have a anti-aircraft gun, and that is it.
The only reason I was
of like 50 caliber or 20
the only reason I was making a point of this is that these aren't 7,500 ton light cruisers anymore. These are 12,000 ton 8-inch cruisers. That's a significant investment. Wouldn't you want some?
It really doesn't matter, honestly. The logistics, because you think about it, if you're Britain or America, you can have 20mm and 40mm, and in Britain's case 20mm and 40mm and 2-pounder, because you'll have hundreds upon hundreds of barrels of each type in service. So economies of scale says yes. With the Dutch, they might have a few hundred anti-aircraft barrels total.
Yeah, I get what you're saying now.
Nowhere near enough. You can't go around and say, well, we're going to have 120 40mm Bofors and 220mm Orlikans. The logistics of supporting two separate calibers at that scale would just be a nightmare.
There is also something else I would like to bring the attention of the panel to, which is the range estimates and the shaft horsepower given for the ships. This is where we start to see some problems emerge, because I don't know if these are actually that accurate. like I remember when we were first discussing this with Dr. Clark a while ago, he raised the point that a lot of the calculations might be a tiny bit off. But of course, it's more apparent when you get to the the capital ships. Now, this obviously it's taken the wind out of my sails a bit, but the Endrak light cruiser, which is completed, which is 10 5.9-inch guns. Again, I was going to raise the point about the AA again, but Drax quite handily said why you wouldn't go with anything other than a uniform battery of anti-aircraft guns. So,
you mentioned it does point out that they are in the Hazemeyer mountings, which are which is primarily produced in the Dutch. They are a license-built version of Bofors, and they were intended for the 1047s, but don't.
Yes.
Basically, so that's what's happening here, is they're producing limited numbers of barrels, so they stick what they can on.
Yeah. So the Dutch actually get a pair of capable 8-inch cruisers and a modern large light cruiser, which is not the worst thing I can imagine them getting. So that's pretty much the Dutch Navy covered. Now we come to the Spanish Navy, which is the last of the smaller fleets. Actually, no, the Russians as well. Yeah, I'll leave Spain out because they're a major participant, so we'll come to
the name of one of these ships' fleet.
Yeah. So, the Red Navy. So this is this ship, Franz, is one of my big problems with the timeline. Specifically for what she represents and what they actually, and what spirals out from her existence. So, as I'm sure those of you who can see, she's a rebuilt Gangut-class battleship, specifically Poltava. Radically reworked. Thoroughly radically reworked. First things first, that shaft horsepower, you can't tell me that 88,000 shaft horsepower on a ship that's 28,000 tons, that's this hydrodynamically inefficient, is giving you 25 knots. That's laughable. I mean, heck, they wanted...
Considering she was meant to hit 32.
Yes, but even so...
And who was nuts enough to think that they could get a Gangut to 32?
I would also
I will put... Right. So I will try and fix this here. So the plan was that first, we can get it go 33 knots if we lengthen the hull. And if we use 135,000 shaft horsepower. But then it was realized, actually, to reach 30 knots, we need 184,000 shaft horsepower. So the team then realized, well, we can't do that, so let's stick 90,000 shaft horsepower in to try and get it to 25, 26 knots. This didn't really work at all. They had to fix most of the ship, change it. The
super firing
the ship actually rose much higher.
Yeah, the super firing turret caused problems, so she had that removed for a bit. Metacentric height as well was a problem. And I mean, to be fair, I would question why you would do this rather than just build a new ship. If you have the docks to do this, if you're really that desperate, take the turrets off Poltava and build a brand new ship. Like, that just...
Well, if you scroll back up a bit, Fleet, you'll see why they don't build a new ship.
Let me just have a look.
Because the Franz is the only actual ship we have any detailed information on, but if you scroll up to Red Fleet 1934 to 1942... and scroll down. Oh, yours is different to mine by the looks then, actually.
Oh.
Well, I might have an older one, but anyway, it shows what the plans are, at least, for your...
Oh,
yes. Have more stuff.
This... yeah.
Because I was going to... I'll quickly paste what my version is as well, just so people can compare.
Yeah, this is Stalin's mad red fleet that he wanted.
Yeah. So if you notice, all the Sovietsky Soyuzes don't get finished. Neither do the Kronstadts, or the carriers. The only things that actually do are basically the cruisers, and even then...
Yes, but the Franz are rebuilt. The Franz is rebuilt before those ships are even laid down.
They're basically trying to get the Navy kick-started again by well, we can refit this more easily than building an entirely new vessel, so they think. This is wrong.
Any naval architect, well, I was about to say any naval architect worth their salt would tell them that a new build is always generally easier to do than reworking aggressively an existing ship. But of course, there were.
All dead.
Yeah, I was going to say there are no naval architects worth their salt.
The Soviet Union has a lot of problems in this period because the historical purges occur.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which makes sense. They had a lot of problems in real life because of the historical purges that occurred.
Yeah, Flieger Corps 10 has some fun. Or Flieger Corps X, I should say, but...
Yeah, Frunz is killed by Flieger Corps 10. So, just very quickly, I just want to go back again to Frunz and open up the floor for discussion. Thoughts, critique on any of the specifications listed? Drak, Chair, Dragon, anything you'd all like to say? Specifically on the whole idea of trying to get this thing up to 33 knots.
Well, they explicitly try and write it off as a fast armoured cruiser, is how they try and describe it.
Okay, yes. 12-inch armoured cruiser. In the 40s.
This also directly has an effect on the Germans, the Italians, and the French.
Yes. But
there were actual plans to convert her sisters, but that doesn't happen.
No, because she's such a failure. Well, the floor's yours, Drak, if you have anything you want to say.
My only question would be: do the Soviets try this before or after the Italians do their lengthening and stick machinery in to go faster?
Before.
Yeah. So
because
they do this in 1934 in particular, is when it's, I think, finished.
Yeah, but it started in 31, and this influences the Italians to substantially rework their designs for increasing the speed of their battleships. This is what the problem I have with her.
So, yeah, basically the Italian ones are converted in around 1936, with some of them being the attention starting in 36. Cavor was the first in 33, so they learn that this is occurring and then start trying to update their own ships.
Because for some reason,
much better than the Germans, than the Soviets. Sorry, not Germans. But...
Yeah, for some reason, the French, Italians, and Germans take as gospel the Russians' claims about Frunz.
Well, they didn't realize quite how badly these claims were exaggerated, because the Russians were saying that this ship could go 33 knots.
The French should have known better.
912 guns.
The French should have known better, and the Italians definitely should have known better.
Knowing better is all well and good, is what I would say. But they can't be sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the day, plan for what the enemy says they have rather than what they actually have.
Fair enough. Let me see, is there anything...
This is getting Russia Boo vibes. Is it, Knight?
The Russians being Russian, never.
Yeah, the Russians trying something far beyond their capability and failing miserably. Wow, shock horror.
Soviet Russians?
Shock horror. Who would have ever seen it coming? Roll the credits.
I make that statement having looked at the past after Fu highlighted the sources in Dr. Clark's Discord after party. Yeah. I'll be honest, I kind of wish I did have all the knowledge needed to be able to figure this out and actually check if it did work or not, but some of the stuff is a bit strange, I have to admit, and Frunz especially is strange.
So
the claims that she got up to 25 knots is actually debated, Fleet.
Yeah, I would.
So it's quite plausible she didn't even get to 25.
Yeah. I mean, the Gangets can do 23 as built, if they push themselves. So it's realistic with slightly more horsepower they might reach. I can believe 25. I can believe 25. So, Spanish Armada! Discount.
One of Fleet's favourites.
How many of them run aground and sink?
Well, the Hispanias are all gone.
Well, yeah, the Spanish Civil War sorted that.
Yeah, that goes as historic, and they lose all of them.
The historic loss of all the Hispanics, fair enough.
Yes.
As we know, Fleet loves the name Pelayo, and ships associated with it.
Yes, and what a more worthy successor to the name of that august ship you could not have found. in the form of a Littorio. The ex-battleship
We're
Impero.
just hoping that he'll turn up at some point soonish.
He's tied up by workers, as far as I'm aware.
This makes sense.
Can I just ask if the second Hispania also hit a nationalist mine?
I think she was blown.
Not really mentioned.
I mean, historically, we know what happened, but I think it's just the historical fate of both Hispanias is what happens to them.
Yeah. So the nationalists cocked up.
Yes.
So, yeah, fair enough.
So they get this ship. The whole plan is to build. So they buy Impero off the Italians in the yard, and then they plan to build one themselves, which is optimistic.
Well, keep in mind, his plan is in total to have 2 of these ships, 2 Graf Zeppelin type carriers, 2 heavy cruisers, 6 light cruisers, and a bunch of destroyers, primarily all built in their yards.
It's an admirable goal, but I have questions.
I will point out, technically speaking, this is where Drakes Drum actually scales things back a bit.
Spanish.
Because Franco planned a far bigger navy historically.
Yeah, and that never went anywhere. I mean, he gets quite lucky here. There are a lot of ships up for grabs he can nick off with. So he nicks off with a few French cruisers. He nicks off with, obviously, buys Impero. Canarius exists post-Civil War, as she does, historically. There's the Andalusia class heavy cruiser that we'll get to. But yeah, so basically nothing really to say. Whoa, hold on, never mind, that's historical. So yeah, it's fine. Just the diesels. I didn't realise that hang on, fleet's got to do a little bit of digging quickly, because as far as I'm aware, the Littorios did not have diesel engines at all. Like, she has a geared turbines, but yeah, no. So that's something new. Presumably, given the specs of the diesels, that says they can do.
I do seem to recall diesels are more prevalent in this timeline.
I've noticed that as well, but they look to be cruising. I think their problem is if it's a 3-shaft ship, you could run the center shaft on diesels, but she's a 4-shaft ship. I can't speak. She's a 4-shaft ship, so that means 2 of your shafts at least have to have diesels on them for cruising, which just seems like added complexity. Apart from that, she's just a bog standard Littorio, which is no bad thing for the Spanish Navy.
No, I mean, yeah, Spanish and Italian fleet doctrines could be fairly similar.
Yeah, once again, as I say, open as when we conclude with the design of a ship, open up to the wider panel. Any thoughts, comments, critiques?
Franco isn't happy with what happens to her.
I would not be surprised.
She's sunk in a... Basically, the Germans tell them to sortie their fleet to help fight the American fleet, and she gets sunk.
Wow, shock horror.
In 46. It's described as basically... In that battle, it's basically described as the German Navy in the period of 24 hours effectively ceases to exist. Franco's very not happy about losing his only battleship.
You wouldn't be, would you?
No.
Yes, Wellesley, they get a modified Littorio class.
It's what's on screen right now. Let me just...
Fairly reasonable.
Yeah, it's not in terms of some of the things
Mussolini wants to sell it to him, then...
Yeah, Mussolini wants to clear the slips to start building the one-off ships that replace that follow the Littorios, because he wanted to build the Lepanto class more quickly. So clearing the slips and dock space by selling this ship to Spain was a win-win for both sides. Also, Knight, I'm just going to say this. Could you tone it down, please, with the criticisms of Drakes Drum? It's not perfect, I admit, but let's not overly critique the book series that someone's clearly put a lot of time and effort into, just because it's not 100% perfect.
Well, I wouldn't even go with that. But like, yeah, it definitely has some major flaws.
But let's not like.
As someone who's at least read the first book and has been trying to read the second, but keeps getting waylaid, it's at least worth a read in my opinion. And considering you can actually get it pretty cheap, especially on Kindle. Yes, Blackburn Maximus. The Washington Naval Treaty does still set the maximum caliber to 16-inch guns.
Yeah. So now
the reason why Franco joining the Germans, they're forced to.
Yeah.
Germany owns most of Europe at this point and is threatening to invade them if they don't.
Yeah, and they're at peace.
Franco's still recovering from the Civil War.
Yeah. What I will say is this is something I am very glad Drac is here for the Andalusia class, because I do want his opinion on this. So these are the follow-ons to the Canarias class that the Spanish build. They're basically supposed to be Washington Treaty cruiser killers, with 12 8-inch guns, well laid out, very decently armoured, quick. So 12 8-inch guns, 12 90mm AA guns, 16 37mm, 10 20mm. Apparently they're very good sea boats, or decent, well-rounded, large cruisers. The thing that gets me, though, is the Spanish build these at home, they lay them down in February 41, launch them in February 43, and complete them on the in January 45. Even with Europe at peace and German help, and Italian help, that still seems like far too rapid a construction time for Spain post-Civil War. Especially given how big they are. 17,500 tons standard.
Well, you're talking about something that's about in the same order of magnitude as the Hispania class, size-wise.
Okay, that's a good point.
42, 43. I mean, 4 years for a large, heavy cruiser, that is actually a little slow on the grand scheme of things.
Okay.
Because bearing in mind the standard build time for cruisers, keel to completion, is 3 years for the bigger powers, and in wartime, they get it down to a bit less than that. So, a third again more build time if they're prioritizing one ship, which it does look like they're doing, because according to that the Andalusia is the only ship on the slips, because the Cataluna is put on the slips after the Andalusia is launched. So if this is their kind of prestige build where they're putting all their effort in, and I'm gonna presume that they're getting the guns and everything from elsewhere, that would make a certain degree of sense, because then a lot of the lag time that you would have historically with building a ship would be eliminated by the fact you're just waiting for a cargo ship to show up with your main armament, for example.
Yeah.
Very well, maybe a train in this situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to see a train with a triple 8-inch turret.
I mean, it's Spanish broad gauge. I'd like to see him try to literally a pair of Garretts, like a massive flatbed on both sets of double track and just a triple turret on the.
That feels like something that Franco might try.
It is also noticed.
I am highly disappointed that they haven't retained the hilarious Canarius merge the funnel after it gets out of the hole. That's sad.
Yeah, and also the superstructure. She's a handsome ship, though, I will admit, and even I like the doctored photo of her. It looks quite nice.
I also do note that the actual guns I mentioned, that basically they're just enlarged British 8-inch turrets. They're basically just widened with another gun put in, which
makes sense.
I can kind of understand them trying to do, because it's easier than probably them trying to design an entirely new turret.
Yeah, as a priority build, I think you could build. I think it's not beyond. I mean, obviously it depends on how the settings had Spain's shipyards survive the interwar period of the Spanish Civil War. But assuming that at least one of the shipyards was physically capable of of constructing the hull.
From what they say,
which obviously
they have a large new building dock at El Ferrol, which can apparently accommodate a Littorio class battleship, because the Spanish try to build a sister to Pelayo, the Menendez Nuez, and she's scrapped on the slip in 1914. Yeah, but they managed to get it to 15% finished, so they can clearly build large ships. It's just
yeah. I mean, given that it's taking them a third longer than everybody else to build a large cruiser, that's not entirely out of the question. Although, given the fact that I think if it had been a case of they built two and they built a Littorio, then I'd begin to question it. But the fact that they've tried to build two super cruisers and a battleship and ended up having to scrap two out of the three efforts and only gotten one, that's believable.
Yeah,
I also do believe the Andalusia is actually based off a real design.
It's there. The image of it is right there. Like that's the real design there.
Yeah, because I know World of Warships has their own version of the Almirante Quendo, and it's actually quite similar. It's just more based off our timeline with a bit of wargaming fantasy. But
so
actually, personally, I think the Andalusia is actually done pretty well for the timeline.
Yeah.
Overall.
So again, the Spanish. This is the Spanish completion of De Grasse. It's fairly standard. It's just De Grasse but Spanishified. Not really much to talk about here. Galicia class cruisers, again, not much to talk about here.
Actually, I do think there is something to mention about the Galicia class here.
Okay.
And this is something that's going to keep coming up. The 4.7 inch becomes the standardized dual-purpose anti-aircraft gun.
Do you mean of the British?
You'll see this a lot.
Okay.
In particular, the Galicias have the Vickers 4.7 inch dual-purpose mounting, twins. So we'll go to the British. We basically can assume you can assume that basically in this timeline, the Vickers do get their twin mounting working earlier than they did in ours. And don't standardize to the 4.5s and 5.25s as quickly.
Yeah, makes sense.
They also become they also are very popular for export.
Yeah. So again, these ships are quite literally just the Spanish making off with contre-torpilleers, laughing all the way. Some of which survived to go back to the French later.
Okay, thank you for that channel. I'm not entirely sure which one that refers to, but I'll try and keep in mind. Yeah. Also, you'll notice a lot of ships that are taken from the French do have a little bit called... the fate is 2MN. Most of the ships they get from the Marine Nationale eventually return to the Marine Nationale.
Yeah, that's very true. So, I had hoped that we would have one of our special guests here with us.
You can always give Clark a ping and we can discuss some. We can either get some questions for now and try and cover some other bits, or it's not rude to necessarily just ask just for a status update.
Yes. Actually, yes, I will just do that quickly.
Yeah. So, to add to this channel, when France falls, a lot of Marine Nationale ships are either bought or stolen. Germany usually tends to sell them.
Free cash.
So, basically, the Germans basically go, here, we'll give you this, we'll give you that, give us your money. As mentioned, the German economy is propped up by conquest. They can only keep going because they've got this going, and they're selling off assets, art, gold, whatever they can to keep the war machine running. And they do suffer quite a bit because of this. It seems like Germany is this unstoppable barrel, but overall, when you start looking behind it, it's really not. I know, Knight, you mentioned earlier about how it sounds very weeaboo or Russia-boo. Again, we are skimming over a lot of the more political stuff because time constraints.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this could probably go on for days.
Yes, we would be
That's
here.
why I do recommend give at least the first two books a read, even if you don't necessarily care for the third and fourth as much.
Yes.
The first three are the Hitlerian War period. The fourth is a more modern look back on it. It's set in the 20Xs, I believe. I don't remember if it's got an exact date. And it does go into a lot more detail of how these various things occur.
Yes.
Because, as Steve Clark mentioned earlier, we are... technically speaking, this is a kind of severely flawed look. Because we can't give you all the information.
No.
Yeah, don't worry, Chandler. I agree. Do the British run off with any French ships? Ooh.
Not as far as I'm aware. Because the British basically sign a white peace to get out of the conflict, and the French fleet... And unfortunately, their worst fear is realise the French fleet is left to fall into the hands of the Wehrmacht. So, we do have one last minor nation to cover, and hopefully buy time for Dr. Clark and one of our guaranteed special guests to show up. The Marine Nationale. They are the smallest
You're
of
calling
the...
them a minor?
Considering the part they play in the Hitlerian wars, yes. As in, the Marine Nationale ships themselves.
I would I know this is splitting hairs, but I probably would have called them the smallest of the majors. But,
Fair enough. Yeah. That term also applies. But again, I'm trying to avoid the big four: Japan, Italy, America, Britain, as much as I can.
Fair enough. So France is interesting, I'll personally say.
So this is a ship that I'm quite keen to discuss. The Republic class battle cruisers. So these are France's 35,000 ton ships they build in the 20s. And they build 2 of them. They're apparently built to counter the Congos, but they are overkill for that. Which then I suppose is the point, but still.
Well, they're also, 10 years newer than the Congos, so you'd kind of hope they would be a bit...
Yeah, you'll also notice the French have gone for speed and armour over raw firepower, because they've decided to stick with the 13.4-inch guns. Or at least the 13.4-inch caliber. 45 caliber 13.4-inch guns, which I think are the same guns, or perhaps warmed-over versions of the guns found on the Britannias.
They're more meant for the Normandies.
Yeah, yes, that's...
They're the Normandy guns, basically, and new turrets.
Yes.
Notably, also, the French don't tend to go for quad turrets in this timeline.
No. Probably down to the fact that they've put triple turrets to sea in these ships. The concept has been tested.
Actually, off the top of my head, there's only one quad gunship in this entire series, which we'll get to.
Yes. So, it's important to bear in mind, both these ships survived the war in 1940, are ceded to the Kriegsmarine, but the Kriegsmarine doesn't use them, which I think is a massive waste. They would have been quite useful. But they're instead converted to a floating battery and a target ship. Given the Kriegsmarine's building up for a war with the US and Britain, you'd think that any ship that can make steam and has guns would be kept. Especially given that these ships are superior to the first 4 German capital ships. Open things up to the panel. Drac, any thoughts on these? And that's a nice picture of the ship on Builders Trials.
Well, they make a certain degree of sense. Generally, my only real issue with that is that that hull is quite clearly a French heavy cruiser hull.
Yes, yes.
Can you scroll up a bit to the diagram?
Sure, of course.
Yeah, I mean, cruiser hull aside, makes sense.
I question their ability to travel 14,500 nautical miles at 15 knots on 8,400 tons of oil. That seems a little bit... Are you sure about that, Chief?
Well, I mean, I suppose if you're shutting it, if you were running it on 2 shafts cruising, you might.
That's a good point.
Be able to do that. I mean, it is a little bit ambitious, I'll grant you, especially at that weight.
Yeah, because these are also again we're seeing this where they're using the refit tonnage in a new build. So it's a 38,000 ton ship, which I think is a little bit. Then again, I would say the treaties in this timeline seem to be very much things that people yes, they exist and we will follow them mostly, but we're not really sticking closely to the rules, and everyone's cheating basically.
I mean, my only concern with this particular class is their date.
Okay.
Because this design, in theory, is entirely plausible for France to build. I mean, essentially, you're looking at if you wanted to look at a mild derivation on the Strasbourg in particular, it's got fractionally more armor than Strasbourg did. One extra gun. Okay, the gun's 0.4 of an inch, it's larger, but whatever. And it's a more conventional layout. So with the additional tonnage, that's entirely believable, but it's entirely believable for 1930s France. If they're designing this ship in the mid-20s, which would be indicated by the fact they lay the first one down in 26, they're still in that period that the Duquesne-class heavy cruisers suffered from, where they haven't quite advanced their steel industry yet. And so they're not actually able, in the early to mid-20s, they're not actually able to match everybody else's ships on a tonnage basis because their hulls are considerably heavier. So they don't have as much weight for weapons and armor. So
it would explain...
if that laydown date was 1930 or 32, then I'd say perfectly plausible.
The only thing I will say to...
laydown date of 1926, you would be ahistorically advancing France's steel industry by at least half a decade.
I would just like to point out, Drac, that these ships are 38,000-ton ships that can only do 31 knots, only have a 12-inch belt, and only carry 9 13.4-inch guns. Like, these
yes,
are
but
not...
Consider Hood. Hood is about the same speed, same belt thickness, a little mass is a little bit more, and carry one less gun, but carries 15-inch guns.
That's a good point.
So, technically speaking, this is a slightly more efficient design than Hood, which, yes, you would expect from a ship design that's, at least in terms of laydown date, is a decade later. But with the French steel restrictions, not so much.
Yeah,
but,
so...
if you want to kind of just say, well, look, France, if it's building new ships, has maybe got its act together with steel construction quicker, then okay, fine. But that's my only caveat.
Yeah.
Really. As a design, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I would actually be like, the thing that makes me more willing to be reasonable is the fact that he didn't go with bigger guns, and he stuck with the reasonable option of the French sticking with 13.4s to save on development time, reduce long lead item buy-in. Like I'm
also literally, they have these guns because of the production of the Normandies.
Yeah.
So.
I'm going to quietly ignore the fact that a lot of those guns went to do nice things in France and basically wore their barrels out doing them, but hey ho.
Well, I'm pretty sure they don't have that in this time. Like, they don't get sent to those things.
Well, that's... the French army is probably steaming mad, but apart from that... So, the Martel-class battleships, these are the replacements for Dunkirk and Strasbourg, which are substantially bigger ships. Actually, no, they're not bigger than the ones that came before, but they are just better laid out, more efficient. So, the French...
Also, there is something we should have to mention here, Fleet. The Hippers.
Ah!
These are explicitly designed to counter the new Hipper-style Panzer ship.
Well, battle
Now,
cruisers,
the Hipper
technically.
They call them Panzer ships. I know. I agree they are definitely battle cruisers. The Hippers, to briefly cover them, because we'll get to them later, because of what happened to Frunz, is basically take a Deutschland, lengthen it, stick a third turret in, and take some inspiration from a Scharnhorst. So they're kind of this weird mix between a Deutschland and a Scharnhorst.
Not quite fish or fowl.
Later, this is why these ships are built the way they are.
Yeah. They're not actually going for straight top speed either. They're very much fast battleship speed. 20. They can do 30 knots if they overload their engines, but normally they'll just do 28.
It's a perfectly reasonable design, actually.
Good lord, that turret face armor! That turret face armor, good lord, that's ridiculous! 17 and a half
They're
inches.
worried in case something goes through it.
Yes, I get that, but 17 and a half inches when your belt's 13 inch thick. That seems a little bit extreme.
Turret. A lot of nations have turret bases that are considerably thicker than the belt.
So yeah, 15-inch guns. See, these are fairly handsome. Obviously, you can tell they're adapted from Richelieu's in terms of what they are, but they're fairly handsome-looking ships. And
One thing I do find a little odd is the amidship catapults. I know it's something that we're looking at, but I'm just so used to French ships having the catapults at the rear.
Yeah, the problem is, Drag, you see, there's this dirty, great, big, triple 15-inch gun turret sat there. Of course, we could do British practice and put it on top of the turret, but well, sorry, American practice. I mean, and put the catapult on top of the turret. Yeah, so it's important to bear in mind that Martel becomes the flagship of the Free French because the Germans examine her in Oran and think, oh, she's damaged, but the people that do it are inexperienced, and she's not that damaged. So she's repaired over 4 years, and then she sails up to Dakar, laughing all the way. Then she's refitted at Norfolk Navy Yard and becomes flagship of the Free French.
I will point out, unfortunately, Martel herself is sunk in only 1940.
Oh wait, whoops, Charlemagne. Sorry, whoops-a-daisy.
Martel is sunk in the Battle of Norway, basically. Don't very briefly condense it down because it's quite a few conflicts, but basically the French send Martel and Algerie plus a few other aspects to help the British forces up there, but unfortunately get damaged by the German carrier Graf Zeppelin and a number of raiders. And as they're trying to make their way basically back to safe waters, they are torpedoed, including the loss of Martel.
Yes.
Which actually stings the Royal Navy and the French quite badly, because they just lost basically one of their newest capital ships, which is quite a reasonable asset. And they lost the Algerie, which is a pretty decent heavy cruiser.
Oh, hang on.
Yes, the Germans lose Graf Zeppelin in this attack, but trading Graf Zeppelin for one of these in a heavy cruiser?
Yeah, makes sense.
I know what trade I'd probably take, honestly. Though they don't want to lose Graf Zeppelin either, though.
No, you'd rather not lose anything. Although she arguably does more for German carrier operations in her loss than she ever did as an actual existing ship.
Well, you say that. But since we're talking about France, the matter of Bern.
Oh no.
Oh, hello,
You
Ben.
didn't notice that bit, did you?
No, I missed Ben. What does she?
When France falls, Bern is transferred to Germany and is used as a carrier training ship.
Yes, go Ben! Sabotage the Germans from the inside.
That may explain why they lost Graf Zeppelin. It probably self-destructed out of shame.
A front. I'm just trying to check which one that's referring to there. Chandler channel.
Frunz.
I'm not sure if you're meaning Frunz or
No,
Frunz.
he means Frunz, I think, the Russian.
Right. Frunz was a Soviet fast armored battle cruiser. Weird combat.
Yeah.
Mixing the terms.
Yeah,
but it's basically, what if we try and speed up a gangboat and it doesn't really work?
Yes, it does not, in fact, work, sadly. But, so, the Richelieus. You'll notice that these ships are radically different than what we're used to. So, you'll notice the French do not go with the all-forward designs. Instead, we have a traditional 2 forward, 1 aft. Also, the choice of gun caliber is interesting. Unlike any other part of Drake's Drum, the French actually follow the 1.5-inch rule. And when they step up, they don't step up to 16, they step up to 16.5. Which is the only time you actually see this in Drake's Drum. So these ships are post-treaty ships, full-on 32-knot fast battleships, and these ships never serve the French Navy. Richelieu, Jean Bart, and Clemenceau are ceded to the Kriegsmarine. Richelieu and Jean Bart are basically completed as designed, except the Germans rip out their dual-purpose battery for for 2 separate secondary and AA batteries. But apart from that, they're mostly kept as they are. Clemenceau is subject to special treatment she'll be saying. But that's pretty much all that can be said.
Some would say some super special treatment.
Yeah, so we do have some of the things to cover here. So we've got one of the French conversions to AA cruisers, which of course are some of the older cruisers that are converted.
In particular, this is showing her in a 1948 scheme where she's been refit in the US.
Yeah, so again, you can see, yes, I want to be in Atlanta when I grow up. Just
Yeah, like, it's honestly impressive that I'm kind of curious if they would actually be able to fit the 6 twin 5.2 and the 6 twin 5-inch 38s on it.
Just to
How
quickly,
the internals are reworked.
yeah, just to quickly answer Chandler Lord Chandler. Sorry, not Chandler Chandler. Sorry, Blackburn Maximus. Yeah, France's colonies remain with the Vichy French government and then gradually declare for Free France as World War II progresses. Donetsk-class cruisers, again, these have to be included because, as I'm sure you're all aware, cruisers are different in... So, okay. Actually, this is interesting because Drac has already said the issues the French have with their steel. Now, they've got 2,000 more tons to play with. What do they use it for? Let's have a look. Yeah, because these are laid down at roughly the same time as the battle cruisers. So they have cramped turrets, apparently. Let me just check, actually, the historical cruisers, and I'll just poke them. So I'll just have a quick look and see what the differences are. Just want to make sure that I know what the differences are. Okay, yes. So the difference between these ships and the historical ones is that they actually have armor. That's where the extra 2,000 tons have gone. The historical Donetsk have a magazine box, a 1.2 inch on the sides and half an inch on the crown of it, and they also have a deck 1.2 inches thick, and on the turrets as well. These ships actually have what might be considered to be actual armour, with a belt 3.5 inches thick, similar 3 inch on the barbettes, a 4 inch turret face and 2 inch deck. Congratulations, you have officially entered the heavy cruiser category. You no longer are vulnerable to 6 inch shellfire. Congratulations, France, you did it again. It's amazing what you can do with 2,000 extra tons, isn't it?
It's one use of them, sir.
It's something that actually, because in general, those 2,000 extra tons do, I think, make quite a bit of difference overall for the treaty heavy cruisers.
What's the comparison sometimes given? It would be the equivalent of adding on a 30,000 ton battleship another 6,000 to 7,000 tons. It's that much available space. Again, one of the things that annoys me is the Germans take on a lot of the capital ships, but they're given perfectly working cruisers, and they turn them into flak batteries. They don't use them.
There's an issue Germany's suffering at this point. They're having to divert a lot of manpower, because... Right. Germany does the typical evil Germany thing.
Oh.
They carry out the various different plans Germany had.
Oh.
I'm trying to be a bit careful with those because it is YouTube and they would not like that at all. But if anyone knows what some of Germany's plans were for Europe...
And now they have peacetime to carry them.
This.
And now they have peacetime to carry them out. Oh god, what a horrible thought.
They have to have troops scattered everywhere to keep basically putting down wildfires. Mm-hmm. They have the whole basically hustle in the east. And the German Navy never really grows that quickly manpower-wise.
Hmm.
So I think one of the big issues they do suffer is they might want to use these ships, but they just don't have the manpower to have them at full operational status, so more use them as these floating batteries.
Makes sense. Not really much to talk about here. Basically just French cruisers, but bigger. The only real difference is Algerie. Because Algerie's
weird, and I don't like it.
What do you mean? Oh, of course, you're not fond of the twins firing over triples, whereas I quite like it.
I prefer that they're twins firing over triples instead of triples firing over twins. I do personally prefer that. This is a pure nitpick, but I enjoy a unified main battery layout of guns.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. The only issue I have with Algerie is the fact that they went with this. If you've got a triple turret, why not go with either all triples or go with 3 triples? Why go with this? It just doesn't... Given we know that French light cruisers are moving to 2 forward, 1 aft, in this timeline, if they've developed a triple 8-inch, why wouldn't you go with that? I mean, if anyone else wants to comment on Algerie, they're more than welcome to.
I was going to ask if Drak might have any ideas of why they would go with the 10 guns instead of perhaps 9 in 3 triples.
Is there any...
Compared to the historical Algerie, for 2,000 tons, they bought themselves a little bit more speed. Somewhat heavier non-primary weapons. A bit more armor and 2 guns. That's not actually a bad purchase for 2,000 tons for a heavy cruiser. I mean, it's not how I would do it. Given that the historical St. Louis class was going to be 2 triples forward, 1 triple aft for 9 guns, and then, okay, you'd lose a gun, but you would save quite significantly on weight and space from having 3 triples as opposed to 2 triples and 2 twins, which would be a more efficient way of doing it. So that would be how I would do it. But I'm just trying to quickly race through the design spec, see if there was any particular reason. No, yeah. I mean, if you were going to come up with a historical reason, it could be that perhaps the triple 8-inch turret was an experimental thing for the French at that point, and who knows, maybe they didn't want to risk everything all in one, or they could only produce a limited number of them if she was a bit of a rush job. Which, I mean, given that she's keeled to commission in basically 3 years dead on. That's towards the top end of peacetime cruiser construction. So maybe that's the reason.
Yeah.
I mean, it could. Yeah, because I was going to say maybe it would be stability, but then I thought, hang on a minute, no, because two twins super firing is actually going to give you more stability issues than 1 triple super firing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it may just be that maybe there was a. The way I could see it going is either someone was trying to build a 12 8-inch ship, and they were told they've got 12,000 tons to play with, and they couldn't quite make it work, so they deleted two guns, or possibly going the inverse. They did a 9-gun design, had maybe a couple of 100 tons spare, and went, oh, maybe I can get 10 guns.
Fair enough. That actually just makes perfect sense. So, these... so super destroyers. So these super destroyers were built, 6 strong class, 2 to survive. They were converted to destroyer escorts. I'm sorry to say this, but these are big destroyers. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can say they're converted with American armament, but just because you outfit them to deal with submarines doesn't make them destroyer escorts. That's still a French large contre-torpilliere. The fact that you've given it American guns and hedgehog mortars and depth charges doesn't turn it into a... I mean, anyone in the panels welcome...
It's slightly lighter than some Contra torpedo.
Yes, but you get what I'm saying, though, don't you?
Not the ones in the early 1920s, granted, but still.
Oh, actually, no, they've removed the torpedoes. That would do it. Yeah, that might do it. No torpedoes equals...
Okay, no, okay, so apparently they're... Okay, so yeah, it sounds like these were originally the Chakals, and then they've been rebuilt.
Yes. And apparently...
That makes a bit more sense.
Yeah. Yeah, but even so, I would still say that... Even with the removal of torpedoes, wouldn't that make them large frigates rather than destroyer escorts? Because destroyer escorts have torpedo
Well, a
tubes.
destroyer escort's more of a role designation at that point.
Yeah, you've got a point there. Okay, so 24,000-ton class destroyers. Okay, so these are the Guapard...
24,000 tons. You were 2,400.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, the 24,000-ton
I'd genuinely
destroyers.
be curious to see a 24,000-ton destroyer.
It's called the Tycon... sorry, but
I
so...
guess.
So, all of the Contra Torpilliers, it seems, prior to the Mokadors, are called 2,400-tonners. Seem to be as designed. The only thing that they've changed when they're rebuilt, they have 4 5-inch 38s, and they lose all but 3 of their torpedo tubes, but they're still the large. Honestly, at that point, I questioned why rebuild them at all. Let them keep their original guns and their torpedo tubes and have them as large anti-surface destroyers. Why are you converting them? I suppose probably because there are only 6 ships.
If France has gone under, you're not going to have access to the maintenance facilities long term. If you're thinking long term, you're probably going to go, well, why would we, if you think about how much protest there was from the Americans about building a special production run for the Richelieu's 15-inch shells, if they've suddenly been lumped with a bunch of French destroyers as well, they're not going to turn around and say, yeah, sure, we'll start new construction lines for a bunch of French guns.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Someone turning around going, no, screw it, we're taking your guns away and giving you American guns, and that's the end of it. That does make a degree of sense.
And also because I believe they use are these the ones who use the 138s, I think, or...
Yes.
Yeah, so the Americans they just don't have the ammunition lines for these guns.
No.
So the Free French want to use them.
Yeah.
So you replace it with 5-inch 38s because everyone's got 5-inch 38.
You get a 5-inch
Production lines
38.
are spooled and just ready to go. Right, whack a couple of them on.
Yeah. Wham! 5-inch 38. And that's the French Navy. And we still are missing...
panicking.
Yes, I am panicking. This is not going quite as I had expected. People have been massively delayed by unforeseen circumstances, and this is...
Well, this is... Technically speaking, this is unfortunately good for me, because I'm quickly reading through the annexes of the second book.
Yeah, that's all very well and good, but I really don't...
It gives me more context.
Yes, but
So I can try and help answer your question and other people's questions better.
We have got a lot to get through. I don't want to fall behind, but at the same time, I don't want to miss out on...
I've already been going for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, and I don't want to... Yeah, we've not even covered the major navies
Depends what time
yet.
you want to actually cover. It depends what time you want to finish fleet.
I mean, it's...
I'm sure if Drac needs to drop out, I'm sure he can do so whenever he needs to.
Yes, I
We can
was...
just keep blabbing.
I suppose we can, but it's...
Or we can sort of go back over things later with these are opinions we got from one group. What are your thoughts? And let's see how they interact.
I suppose there is that. So let's start with.
Honestly, Maximus, that is an excellent way of saying you get a 5-inch 38. You get a 5-inch 38. Everyone gets 5-inch 38s.
Yes. That makes perfect sense. I'm just waiting to see if Dr. Clark will...
Well, right. What we could indeed cover, Fleet, is the refits of ships.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Let's do that.
As I said, we can go back to them later if needed, because in particular, there is Agincourt, and explaining a bit about why Because
Yes.
if we cover the South American navies to a degree, would be probably the easiest way of doing it.
Well,
Because they're not
Ooh,
actually
this
covered
will be
in
funny.
this.
yeah. So let's
They're not
start.
really.
Hey, I get to insult various countries and get away with it because I'm part South American.
Oh no! Here we go. Okay, so
Here we
let's
go, boys.
let's get to Agincourt, and so we can get started. So, do you want to discuss the
Agincourt is
South
the very
American?
first one.
Yes, and then you can obviously discuss South American Dreadnought race and if it was any different apart from Agincourt, because I'm assuming it was, given the fact that. So, Agincourt, it's basically British Fuso. Congratulations, you are now British Fuso.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
She literally is just
I like it.
British. I don't mind. Fuso's a very attractive ship, and British Fuso is just funny.
So the main timeline difference here for Agincourt is she was meant to be built to design 690A, which was going to have 12-inch guns. That's the historical Agincourt we know.
Yes.
Drake's Drum proposes that basically Admiral Berenclar and Alencar instead basically forced through the design of Armstrong Design 653, which is a contemporary, but instead of the 12-inch guns, the Vickers salesman had their way of, hey, would you like some 14-inch guns?
Creating what is, in essence, at a pen stroke, would have been the most powerful battleship in South America, and if the Ottomans had ended up getting it, the most powerful battleship in the Eastern Mediterranean.
Now, I will be honest, I don't actually know. I've not been able to find Armstrong Design 653, so I can't tell you if it's a real one or not. But it does. It does sound like something that might have been considered, but decided against.
It definitely sounds like something Armstrong would do.
From what I understand from what reading I've done on the South American Dreadnought race, the Brazilian Navy wanted to go up in caliber to 14-inch to match the Chileans. The government said, no, we want to keep commonality of ammunition, which is why they went with the 12-inch gun.
Well, there's also additional costs associated with two separate ammunition storage lines and everything, and the shine was beginning to come off of the Brazilian economic boom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Armstrong Design 653 is actually a real design with 14-inch guns.
Oh.
So this is literally just a straight up.
Well, there you are then.
That's good to know then. Yeah, honestly, Blackburn, Vickers does just win this timeline. I think that is a very valid way of putting it. Vickers are very happy.
Final score, total victory, Vickers Armstrong.
Just check. Yeah. Agincourt in this is a little bit bigger than it is in our timeline, so probably it's based on that. And honestly, it makes sense. I think also only going 22 knots is also reasonable. Like, she's not overall a bad ship. She does take part in Jutland, as mentioned. Unfortunately, she never got the improved Green Boy shells. But then there's the whole bit we mentioned earlier about the mobile naval base clause. As you can see in the second image, it's strange. So, for some reason, Britain decided in 1923 that they needed a support vessel to basically be an anchorage in case of a war. So this would be a landing support ship, basically, where it could establish a base, and instead of having then the issue of when you finally get a naval invasion, you get on shore, you try and deal with the various situations there, and actually set up a HQ on land, you can instead do it from the nice safety of your big battleship moored off the coast. So they strip it down to only 2 guns, change all the designs around, and stick on basically a few 4.7-inch. This doesn't really last that long, and honestly, I don't even know how well it would work. She loses 9 of her 21 boilers, so she basically goes down to 12 boilers, limiting her to 18 knots. Which, unfortunately, I'm not a naval engineer, so I don't entirely know. But basically losing over a third of her boilers for only 4 knots dropping in speed seems a little bit odd, but I guess with the removal of all the other turrets and weight, might do it. But yeah, just as the ship, I don't know how she would perform, really. She lasted for 16 years, but then didn't really do anything. I think there was some mention in one of them that basically she was possibly going to be sent to Ethiopia during the conflict, but they chose not to get involved. Do you have any thoughts, Drac? 'Cause the idea of a mobile naval base just seems a bit weird.
Well, see, from a purely British perspective, it kind of makes a certain amount of sense, because the British way of war for the first half of the 20th century was predicated on the idea of heading to your trouble spot, wherever that happened to be, but if you like, on your way there, you would stop and refuel and re-ammo at whichever of the many nearby imperial depots there were. Malta, Alexandria, Singapore, Hong Kong, etc., etc. However, it was... what's the best way of putting it? There was a more multipolar world emerging in the early 20th century, because for the vast majority of the 19th century, which is when this kind of battle doctrine had been formulated, and even the early 20th century, you were mainly thinking about either fighting the French, possibly the Russians, and then later in the early part of the 1900s, the Germans. And since we'd been fighting the French forever and a day, we knew exactly where all their stuff was, so all their bases were sort of covered by nearby British bases.
We'd had a scrap with the Russians, so we know how to deal with them.
The thing is, the Russians are very limited anyway. They don't really have colonies overseas, so you don't have to build specific bases to try and deal with the Russians, because the North Sea is a good enough place to stop the Russian Baltic fleet. As long as the Mediterranean fleet exists, you can keep the Dardanelles shut, even if the Ottomans can't. So, which really only means you have to worry about the Russians in the Pacific, and, well, the Russo-Japanese War dealt with that problem. And then the Germans are basically entirely confined to home, except for the East Asia Squadron. So, that's great, except that then post-World War One, you've got to now think about maybe the Americans might get twitchy, although that's lower down the priority list. The Japanese are an emerging threat. You might still end up having to face off against the Germans. The Italians want a bit of the world pie, and so on and so on. So all of a sudden, most of your threats are in areas that you haven't historically built bases in, or if you have, you've only built small bases designed for small-scale conflict. And at that point, the idea of just rocking up with a ship that's, it can handle itself, but is essentially just a big cargo accommodation, repair stores, basing vessel, does make a certain degree of sense. Although in the historical context, that would be sort of more like the Abyssinia crisis.
Yes.
When an absurdly large British fleet shows up in Alexandria, and then, although they're very disappointed they don't get to fight the Italians, in the aftermath they kind of go, well, it's not necessarily just as well the war didn't break out because they were willing to fight the Italians. It was more a case of, if the crisis had gone on for any particularly greater length of time, they wouldn't have been able to hold Alexandria at the blockade strength they did, because Alexandria didn't have the port facilities to support it. They would have had to dispatch a portion of the fleet back to Malta to restock and resupply and then come back, which would have been a point of weakness that the Italians could have exploited. So at that point, having a base ship does make sense. I don't know enough about the Drake Drum's timeline to say whether they got that kind of wake up in the 1920s to justify the conversion.
Yeah. I mean, they literally make an allowance for it in the treaty as a one-off. Like I say, I think that's more narrative fitting, as a history being made to fit the narrative, rather than...
almost curious why they allowed it, but I guess others might have went, this might, at least let's see where this goes, and if it does work, we can get our own later, but...
Yeah.
Well,
however,
if you look at the original, Washington Treaty, there's lists mostly British, but also some French and American, of various ships that are excluded from the treaty as just being weird things that don't really fit. And I suspect that's probably where it all comes from.
However, yeah.
Because if the British are saying, "Oh, we're going to take the ship and we're going to turn it into a mobile base ship," it's like, well, okay, great, but you kind of, how does this affect me? It really doesn't.
Yeah.
Then you get Agincourt's second refit.
She's back with one turret less, and she looks like basically a Revenge with one more turret.
In particular, they base it off the Queen Elizabeth reconstructions, which again, the Queen Elizabeths are reconstructed like they do historically.
I mean, even with more shipyards, I still question why you're doing this rather than not building more new battleships.
They do point out mostly because she's actually in pretty good position to do so. So it does take 4 years to do it, but it's a very quick way, relatively speaking, to do so in some pretty random yards. They do this semi-frequently in wherever basically they can.
So basically using yards that can't build full-on 45, 50, 60,000 post-treaty battleships, in essence.
Yeah.
I'm actually interested to see what Drac has... So, just for reference, Drac, they've rebuilt a ton of these World War I era ships, like 14-inch, 15-inch armed ships, that aren't things like the QEs and other ships. And again, I just question, they do so much of it. With the British shipbuilding industry in Drakes Drum being stronger, why do this? Why not build more 16-inch armed ships?
You've got the hull. I mean, I think possibly the justification would be you have a hull that was a battleship and maybe a battleship again, and if you need ships quickly, I guess the main thing would be that you could do this refit in a dry dock.
That's a good point.
So I've actually found the dockyard it's done at. It's done at the Beardmore dockyard in Glasgow, which historically was historically closed in 1936. Basically, they managed to keep these various dockyards going a bit quick for a bit longer, so they basically send her to really what they might deem a lesser dockyard for it. I do agree that for 4 years, it's a little bit of a weird one.
I have just realised something, and I think I know why they're doing.
It's a pretty good second line ship.
I think I've realised why they do it. A lot of these rebuilds actually happen in parallel, and what it means is, by the time that they finish, you get an injection of about 5 to 6 23 knot 14, 15-inch armed ships. You get 6 additional capital units that you didn't have before, that are now capable of doing second line work against things like the Japanese Fusos and Iseis, against things like the German smaller capital ships.
Yeah, like the Hippers, for instance, wouldn't want to pick a fight necessarily with them.
Or heck, even the Scharnhorsts. This is the thing. I think I understand. It's not about cost or speed of conversion. It's about the bulking up of the fleet in one go by 6 ships.
Well, it's kind of like the modernizations of Warspite, Queen Elizabeth, Renown, and Valiant. You can do those without impinging on your ability to build new ships.
That would probably explain why then. Because we're talking about the British building 5 battleships a year. Modern units a year. And that's starting in 35. So they probably need the space to actually... Yeah, they probably have to take on the work to do this. So, for example, now we come to Canada.
I'd actually just quickly point out that some of the stuff on Agincourt just before we do move on.
Okay.
She apparently gets up to 28 knots.
Although actually...
From the hull at all?
Let me have a look.
Nope, they stick with the same 690 feet long, but they do swap over to full oil powered.
And
also drop a lot of the previous weight by completely cutting out the turret.
Oh, hang on, I've just got...
removal of a lot of armour.
Yeah, so from 4, she goes from 21 Babcock and Wilcox coal-fired boilers that give her 42,000 shaft horsepower, when she emerges from her reconstruction in 1946, she has 8 Admiralty 3-drum small tube boilers and 120 shaft horsepower going down her shafts. So that...
They also point out that part of the reason they were able to do this refit so quickly is when she was converted to a mobile base, there was stuff basically taken to, if needed, they can be reconverted later, which does make it easier to do stuff.
Yeah.
There was a plan for a catapult, but it made the bridge too cramped. But I don't know. It would have been interesting to see if they did try and fit the catapult on.
I mean, to be fair, Drax, she's fairly similar in looks and appearance to a QE. And if a QE with small tube boilers and oil firing could have done 28 knots, we think, there's no reason why Agincourt, as reconstructed, couldn't, in theory, be pushed to that speed. I think...
I was wondering, you might be stretching the hydrodynamic profile a bit, but I think it's potentially doable.
I would feel like that 28 knots is we're overdriving the boilers. The turbines are nearly at breaking point, but she can do it. A more accurate full speed when not trying to destroy her own engines is probably 26 knots.
Also, I'm pretty sure she does have more small arms, but they're not mentioned. But I will admit, I do kind of love how she has 7 octuple pom-poms.
It's just like, ah-ha-ha! Daka, daka,
many
daka,
barrels do you
daka, 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 daka. I'm sorry, I pity the poor pom-pom crew on the back here. I pity these guys because if... just out on the back end, just... the main guns go off. Good night, Vienna.
You were saying about Canada.
So, Canada. Canada as reconstructed. So Canada's a training ship. She loses 3 of her 5 turrets. Again, she looks like an Almirante Littorio with some turrets missing. So we know what that looks like. When reconstructed, I'm sure you can see she looks very much like a QE, a rebuilt QE, just with 14-inch guns. Literally a case of, like I said before, with that French cruiser that was converted into an AA cruiser that looks like an Atlanta. When she grew up, Canada wanted to be a Queen Elizabeth class battleship.
Now the interesting bit here is also because Wellesley was just was it Blackburn? Sorry, I think it was Blackburn. Yes, it was. It's just your icons look big. How many ships has Canada left to rust? Well, about that whole thing previously mentioned about the Empire basically forcing nations to expand their dockyards and capabilities. Canada's rebuilt in Canada. So it took 5 years, unfortunately, to complete because of the inexperience.
Well, at least the Canadians had a crack at it themselves, and to be fair, they started in 38.
It gave them valuable shipbuilding experience.
Yeah, and they
finished in 43.
Yeah, so she's actually completed during the peace.
And she's also saved as a museum ship in the end.
Hey!
She's the only capital ship Canada ever actually used in total.
Whoopee.
It's also the only non-American ship ever preserved in the Americas in the Drakes Drum timeline.
Ah, well, there you are then.
But you've got a refit state in the 45, which I actually think, once again, as you said, it's a kind of refit QA, and I think it looks pretty decent. And also, I like that they only managed to get... Well, I say I like. I find it interesting that they only managed to get her up to 24 knots using 80,000 shaft horsepower.
I think that's down to the inefficiencies of the hull.
Also, the fact that she's got 40,000 less shaft horsepower than Agincourt.
Yeah, and I would also point out that she was an Almirante Littorio that only did 21 knots, and it had a much less fine hull form than Agincourt. And also, she seems to be designed to work with the QEs. Again, very similar speed once rebuilt. That whole thing.
That is a nice little photoshopped image.
Yeah, so before, after. By the powers combined of shipbuilding industry, I convert thee into battleship.
This is once again a personal preference. I actually really do like the British refit design where you've got that catapult in the middle.
Now we come to the Renowns.
It just looks nice. Well, Renown and Repulse. They're a bit different than our timeline, but still pretty similar.
Not too much different, but the difference is both get their rebuilds, so they both get the reworking, which is decent because it means you've got basically 2 Renowns rather than Renown and Repulse is sat over there and we haven't worked on her really. Of note, they both survived the war.
They also have, since it's not mentioned again, they do actually have quite a lot of smaller ones. Like, each ship having up to 80 20mm on top of their other AA armaments.
Just how do you see that space in the sky? I want it to be filled with tracer fire, please.
I think the truly interesting ones are starting to come up, though.
Yeah. Ah, yes. Here we come to Hood. No, this is Hood as rebuild. And this I've actually been waiting for, because now we'll see how the Drakes Drum rebuild of Hood compares with Drax Hood rebuild.
Ooh. No, I like this one.
Oh!
I like this one because whoever did this drawing, whoever came up with this, has actually paid attention to the flipping schemes proposed for Hood's refit.
Oh, Drac is praising. Oh my goodness, I didn't see this one coming.
you know what the key giveaway to that is?
The fact that the two funnels are actually decently arranged forward.
No. Because you can do that. Like, there's loads of proposed Hood refits floating out there that are 5.25 inch or 4.5 inch guns. Most of them use the Queen Anne's Mansion. Some use Renown style superstructure. Bunch of them have the funnels correct. The clue as to whether somebody actually read the Admiralty documents, as opposed to just throwing something together themselves, look at X turret.
Okay, I'm looking at X turret.
Now, what do you notice about X turret, the super firing aft turret, and its barbette?
It's outside of the extended part of the deck. There's in the step-up deck.
But now go and look at a picture of Hood side on.
You'll get that. Go on.
I'm doing it.
Not even Drax helping Fleet learn. And hello, Dr. Clark.
The deck has been extended aft to wrap around
Yeah.
X turret.
Congratulations. That is a very small but very important note that shows up in every single Admiralty sketch or proposed refit for Hood. It's part of their attempt to cure the fact that Hood's quarterdeck is basically a swimming pool whenever she goes more than about 15 knots. Not particularly clear if it would have worked, but it is basically, of all the things that they were going to do to Hood when they refitted her, that is pretty much the only consistent thing.
And so you're very happy that this person...
So many refits missed that out. They didn't pay attention. And so as soon as I see somebody who actually has done that and gone, yeah, we're going to include this bit, I'm like, no, okay, you've actually read the documents, you get a cookie.
Wow, there we go. But yeah, so
You give a scale of they've got one cookie. How many cookies do we take away from them for the rest of the other stuff?
to be fair, we've actually found some things that are fairly interesting and not that. So they're back. So I think they're
Yes.
at.
You've so far kept to the conventional designs where they've just modified the historical ships.
We've
Have you got to the completely nutty ones yet?
So no. So Drac took a cookie away from them for the French battle cruisers. He took a cookie away
Yes.
from them for that.
Only one cookie? I'd have gone for at least 3. Drac, you're in a nice mood.
He basically said they're a good design for 30s era France. They shouldn't really work for mid-20s era France.
He is a very generous marker, I would say that. He is naturally a very generous marker.
Let me see if I can just quickly find it, because...
New Zealand! Oh, New Zealand. Which apparently has transformed from...
Almirante Cochrane to whatever this is.
into... Yeah.
So, Steve Clark said the French battle cruisers are more battle dash cruiser than battle cruiser one words on the Dr. Clark scale.
I think they're too heavily armoured and heavily built to be battle dash cruisers. I think they are battle cruisers, one word. But yeah, welcome, Dr. Clark.
Hello. Are you here as well? I'm sorry for being late. I have had 3 power outages today, 2 internets go down, and I've had 4 plumbers and 2 electricians working on here all day.
Oh, good lord.
And we've just got heating.
I see. Fantastic. I've been on the lookout for our other special guests, but I have not seen them as of yet.
Well, yeah, I've sent messages to them to basically go, hello, what's happening, how are you doing?
Yeah.
We hope they're all okay. We will hope things haven't struck again like they have in the past.
True, but
There is one particular person who I feel very brave, considering every other time they've been booked to come on something with me and Drak. Usually one other person as well there with us. Their life has gone horribly, horribly wrong in very unfortunate ways.
Still, we are hopeful.
We are hopeful. We are hopeful. We are hopeful that situation has not happened again.
But I do at least have now the pair of naval historians that I need and feel confident to actually dig properly into the major navies of the world. Because I was waiting to have both Drak and Dr. Klopp before I really went on a spree into the major navies of the world. So,
you mentioned so far we must have been covering the minor navies.
Yeah, we've covered them. So we've covered the minor Axis and minor Allied navies. We've covered Spain. We've covered the Netherlands. We've covered the Soviet Union, and we've covered France. And we're just now getting into Britain. But we're only going to cover.
Well, what we were doing was we were covering the refits of Britain first. But yeah,
yes.
So now that you're here, we can just go through the whole lot.
Yes, and we might go back over the French later. But for now, we can actually get into the. So New Zealand. Now the blurb says that they can actually fit the so apparently the diameter of the main barbettes for the 14-inch guns of the Almirante Torres can fit the 15-inch gun turrets that we see on the Revengers, Courageous class, etc. Naval historians, is that accurate? Or has he pulled that out of thin air? Because apparently it says, quote, "This was possible because the internal diameter of the main armament barbettes was large enough to accommodate the roller path required." Is that actually correct?
14 to 15.
Yes. Specifically, the 14-inch turrets that the Almirante Torres carried.
Technically, yes. The 15-inch 42 is actually a very small turret.
Yeah.
That people remark on quite a bit.
Technically, he's doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, from what I understand.
Technically, he's doing an awful lot of work in this statement.
Yeah, from what I understand, though, this change in design occurs because the Almirante Cochrane is halted, and she's not resumed until the design rework is done. So from what I understand, and obviously free to tear apart the accuracy and correctness of the statement at your leisure, but they basically don't fit the roller track for the 14-inch turret, or the hoists, or any of the internal workings.
But basically, what you would be doing is the barbette tube would be the only thing you'd be retaining, because also they're talking about using 15-inch 45, so presumably that gun's been designed in the early 30s and implemented. But essentially, unless you specifically design ahead, like say the Japanese did, you aren't going to be able to go, well, this 14-inch turret roller is exactly the same dimensions as our twin 15-inch turret roller. That's not going to happen. And with a turret roller, even if it's out by an inch, that's it. You're dead. So what I think you'd be looking at there would be more a case of, especially considering they're now talking about using, is that the 15-inch 45s as the original guns, or is that
these are the originals? Which I'm just quickly checking stuff because there's some things here which don't make sense to me.
Or me.
She is I'm just trying to check when she's actually finished initially.
November 26 is when she's finished as a training ship. So this design here, where I'm circling with my mouse, is the design as finished.
Originally, she's fitted with spare twin 15-inch turrets.
Yes.
So why do they have 15-inch 45s?
42.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
the 15-inch 42.
Yeah.
But also something else which has me confused is
where are the spare turrets coming around? Where are the spare turrets coming from? Because
Courageous and Glorious. I'm pretty sure. Sorry, I just remembered it is Courageous and Glorious because they've got their first refit at this period.
Okay. Alright. That sort of computes, but still Why would you use though? Oh,
The only thing about this design that I don't mind is the secondary and AA arrangement. That's actually fitting for a British battleship that's new build, quote unquote, in this period.
and it's a training ship.
She becomes a training ship, but also I found the thing which was got me confused, and it's not as bad as I initially thought, because she is using. Actually, no, it is as confusing as that. They say they're using the 6-inch 50 Mark 23.
What?
That's secondary turrets.
Yeah, yes, but that.
But the 6-inch 50 Mark 23 historically is a 1930 design,
I
not
feel.
a 1920. I'm assuming they've mislabeled that as they're meant to be the 6-inch 50
Yeah.
Mark 22s found on the Nelson.
I feel like when the. Because thing is, you'll notice the order this is arranged in. It's arranged with the. Oh my god! No, that's actually as designed. Then
As
she's
designed in 1918.
yeah. Then she's converted into that, and yeah, she is.
Then given the
Yeah, so she's okay. Okay, so she's lengthened, which is okay. So she's longer than Almirante Latorre was historically, so that's not too bad. She's slightly wider. She has small tube boilers, so that's not too
I take it
bad.
they also rebuilt the keel to deal the changing in hull shape.
Probably yes.
must have.
Yeah, probably.
In
Otherwise,
which case, why didn't they build a new ship? Because it would have been cheaper than doing all this to the existing ship.
Washington.
Because if you made the key, if you made the hull both longer and wider, and you have to rebuild the keel, as the engineer on this conversation track, how would you describe the build that you're going to be facing for that?
Well, it'd be cheaper to build a new one.
Yeah. Extortionate.
Including a new hull section is not a problem, but the only way you increase the beam on a ship without basically financially ruining yourself is going to be to.
Oh no, she's bulged. Oh no, sorry, she's bulged, not widened.
Bulger's not actually widened the hull.
Sorry,
Yeah,
that's my
just
fault.
Checking that.
That's my fault.
Yeah.
She was bulged, not widened. Sorry, my fault.
Actually widened. Is she also lengthened? She goes from 661 to 675. So yeah, she is 14 feet longer and is bulged.
She's bulged,
to be
but
wider.
she's bulged, but she can still achieve 28.5 knots.
Which is
I do-
interesting.
Like again, I choose to believe the same thing I choose to believe with Canada, which Dr. Clot wasn't here for, but I'll repeat myself. That speed of 28 knots for Canada and 28.5 knots for New Zealand is basically, oh my lord, the turbines are overloading and the boilers are basically about to explode. Actual.
120,000 shaft horsepower, 28.5 knots, and she's got a bulged hull.
Again,
You're having a laugh. Please tell me you're having a laugh.
this is what the gentleman. I think we're starting to take cookies away from them now.
What do you mean starting? I think when Clark turned up, he was taking the cookies away.
Yes.
He turned up with the Kirby of cookies.
Isn't that just his poodle? I
Yeah.
can't remember his name, unfortunately, but
Yeah.
Raleigh.
Raleigh.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
again, so then she's converted back into a battleship where, apart from some additional AA guns, not much really changes. Apart from she now has a Queen Anne's mansion.
Well, actually, if you look, she's got a Queen Anne's mansion this whole time.
Oh, she's got the early version
It's
of the
same-
Queen Anne's mansion.
It is the same superstructure throughout her
No,
entire lifespan.
she has a Nell Roddy.
Yeah, no, Rod, sorry.
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
Queen Anne, yeah.
Nelly Roddy, Nell Roddy mansion.
Hey. But yes, again, there's not really much. New Zealand is the most boring of the British conversions because she starts out like this, then she becomes
You're
this.
being very careful about the picture down below.
Yeah,
You're being very careful about the picture because that is
it's not the best.
some skill with Photoshop.
It's not the best with the. It's not the. It's
That is some skill.
yes. It's a very. It is some skill I will deny, but it's actually not even the best of them.
Look, the thing is, she's not a bad in her shape. If you'd had a battleship like that turn up in the Royal Navy in 1915, the Royal Navy would have been absolutely ecstatic.
Yeah.
Royal Navy in World War II would have looked at you and gone, Why do you hate me so?
Yeah, one of the things that we've discussing is, Dr. Clark. So we've been discussing a lot of the so the treaties are. So you missed the whole discussion on how the treaties are radically different, and it turns out that the treaties are radically different compared to what we were used to and the assumptions we were operating on before. So a lot of what I thought used to be outright dismissive of in terms of Drakes Drum, I now understand a lot more. But what I will say is I understand why the reconstructions also take place of a lot of the training ships and older battleships. It's to bulk up the RN, because it gives them 6 modern-ish second-line units in 1943 to 45, all in one go. While they're also building 5 battleships of new types every year as well, from 35 onwards.
Yeah, I can understand the desire, but that 6 slipways you get, that 6 slipways going to be tied up for an awful long time. Right?
Oh no, that's the thing. They're not tying up slipways. That's why they're doing it.
You want me to fleet?
Yes, go on.
Right. So, as part of the Imperial Defense Conference of, I think it's 28 and 33 are the two, and there's also an earlier one of 21. Basically, how it works is they basically command the various colonies to start working on their naval infrastructure. So Canada, Australia, and New Zealand especially have to maintain at least one capital ship slipway.
Yeah.
And dockyard. So they try and force that, and that's why these ships actually all serve their respective navies, but are counted towards Royal Navy tonnage at times.
I'm sorry, I have to comment. Drac and Dr. Clark in sync without organising it, both drank Iron Brew at the same time from basically the same mugs. That was just perfection. If it wasn't, oh god, that was brilliant. That was.
Yeah, because they do mention this explicitly. Sorry, go on. Go on.
This is why it's scary to work with us. As Jamie used to say, he used to sound like he was dealing with the same person.
Hive mind! Hive mind!
This is part of the reason of why they try and get away with this, because they do mention the British slip yards, as you say. They are basically completely full. There's only one of these rebuilds of this type which are carried out in the United Kingdom, and that was... Let me just quickly scroll back up.
Agincourt, I believe.
I want to say, yes, Agincourt is carried out in Scotland, in a yard that I found did actually exist but went bankrupt in 36 in our timeline.
Yeah, one of the key factors here is that Beard more survives and actually gets stronger as the building race kicks off in the 30s.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yeah. This is something actually because a lot of the smaller yards or
because
not quite as well-known yards managed to survive a bit more because of British assistance.
Yeah, because one thing we learned, Dr. Clark, when Dragon was telling me and Drac about the treaties, no building holiday.
Well,
happy days.
Because apparently BT BT swung it.
BT plus the Canadian Prime Minister having a
he laid down the sick burn.
Interesting worded letter to the American government. Basically of, please stop interfering with our politics and our naval procurement. We're having enough problems as it is.
See, basically...
Just FYI, guys, I need to head off soon.
Yep, don't worry.
Right, okay, moving forwards. Okay, so Endeavour. Battlecruiser Endeavour.
I guess next important one.
Yes, Battlecruiser.
And that is right. Hello! We have been joined by the most learned member of the panel. Hello, Your Highness.
Hello. Hey!
Hello.
Hey!
Princess Drakenafella has arrived.
Indeed, Princess Drakenafella. Let me just very quickly... There we go. Princess Drakenafella.
Did you see the comment I sent you, Fleet?
Did you send that to me directly, Dragon?
Yes.
Ah, good. I will just check that on my phone quickly so that I don't take the screen away from the person currently occupying it.
I just thought it might be an important thing to think about.
I have. Dr. Clark has poked them, and is continuing to poke them.
Yes.
Well, considering how earlier there was some comments about how it's hard to find your Discord link.
It's on the channel. It should be in the video description.
And to be fair, in the case of those particular people, I've sent it directly to them.
Yes, right. So they have no excuse.
But yes, so to move on to Endeavour.
Yeah, Endeavour.
This is an interesting one.
See? That's the princess. That's the lady who you want to give her back rides to, isn't it? Yes.
Oh.
HMAS Endeavour is an important one.
Yes.
Because she is ex-Rodney of the Admiral class.
As in the original Admiral class.
This is the same ship as Hood.
You'll know
the same class as Hood initially laid down.
And when designed, she actually also has the extended rear deck, which I do find a bit odd given that she's designed before Hood's wetness would have been known. Actually, no. No, actually, if she's reworked,
She's completed in 26.
yeah, but if she's reworked in 1919, actually no, if she's reworked in 1919, they'll know
They
about.
reworked an Admiral class in 1919
Yes.
in this one.
Well, it looks like, to be honest, at that point, the design that they've come up with, it looks like it's got influences from probably the L's or the M's.
Yes.
The
Probably the Ls.
very
The Ls.
early design lineage that would eventually lead to the G3s and N3s.
Yeah. It's basically down to the fact that this is a ship that Australia buys. Australia doesn't want a full-on Invincible class battlecruiser. Note, I'm referring to the Invincibles we're about to see, not the Invincibles of the Great War fame.
Why do I have a feeling the G3s are called Invincibles in this scenario?
You're not gonna like. Actually, I do think something else of quick interest to mention. Australia didn't actually want this ship to begin with.
They basically had to
Australia
be.
wouldn't want the ship.
They only got this ship basically after Jellicoe did a tour in 1919, and basically sort of said, "Hey, you should have this. You need a new capital ship." And as the treaties say, you're allowed a capital ship. That Invincible ain't cutting it anymore.
And they
And
basically.
they then. Go on.
Yeah, they basically almost get the ship.
I need to head off now.
Fair
so
enough.
I will leave
Goodbye, Drac. Pleasure to see you as always.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure having you here.
Handing over the baton to Dr. Clark.
All right, thank you.
You're on for the next 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Okay,
Bye, Drac.
alright. Here we go.
Bye.
I have a poodle. AK Drakenapella.
Okay, so it's now me, Dr. Clark, and Dragon now. Oh well,
We'll have Fox go in about an hour.
and hopefully some others if everything goes well.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit disappointed.
You mean
But
things?
I
happen.
would say, yeah, there's been a lot of things happening, but I would say the other thing is, and this is the one thing I have learned in my own experience from past, is when things happen and things go wrong, and then people feel they owe you or things let you down, you can use that for all sorts of things.
I suppose there is that. And we do have a decent... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Back we go, thank
Do
you.
you what?
I accidentally got off the live chat by there for a second.
Continuously, basically, the reason why Australia tends to get this ship in the end is basically the Royal Navy's already having issues with these hulls to a degree, so instead choose to loan the 15-inch guns to the Royal Australian Navy.
And of course, they also...
Now, in particular,
and they also
this is the
get
thing
this...
that go weird.
They also...
These are the guns. These are the guns from Courageous and Glorious.
So where'd the other guns go?
You know, that's a good question.
Yes, it is a good question that I think there isn't an answer
That's a
to.
cookie.
So what I will point
in
out...
this way, Courageous and Glorious only had 2 turrets each.
Yes.
So, and you're telling me also they provided turrets for New Zealand?
Well,
Yeah,
that's
let's-
what I
yes,
assumed,
yeah,
But
we-
by the looks of it, maybe not. Which,
Yeah, it's...
Because so far now we're talking about 8 turrets.
Yeah, like, this is-
I can only count for 4.
So, but what I will say is the Australians do also get this ship for, I think, a quarter of its actual retail price, and then the guns are loaned to them.
Oh, we all know how the Australians love a bargain. A bargain and a Barbie makes an Australian happy.
I will point
That
out...
was something I learnt in my trip around Australia.
Yeah.
If you had a sign in Australia, if you were advertising a restaurant as a bargain barbecue shack or
Oh my
bargain
goodness.
Barbie, you would be making a fortune. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Especially if you actually live up to your name.
Yeah. I will point out one thing. Endeavour to me seems very much like a repeat of the Australia situation. And by that, I mean Australia, when she's created and brought in, is not the most powerful... It doesn't remain the most powerful asset in the Pacific for very long, when the Congos come along. The same thing here. Endeavour, when she arrives, is one of the most powerful units in the Pacific, but not for long, as then some of the more modern Japanese ships come in again. It seems to be a very similar
she doesn't need to
situation. No, but again, that's fine. Again, I'm not saying that's a problem, but it's a very interesting parallel that the same situations happen
But-
again.
You're always going to have that in a navy which has a one-off.
Yeah, I get that. Like, I'm not.
They're going to invest in getting something very high quality because it's going to be one-off. Okay. They're going to punch above their weight, get something which is probably world-beating, and then very quickly, because they don't have a replacement cycle, it's not going to be joined by a sister ship in a few years' time, and another sister ship in a few years' time, another sister ship in a few years' time, beyond that, and then eventually replaced. It's going to be in service for a long time. It's going to quickly be The thing is going to be in the modernizations and the experience of the crew.
Yeah.
That's where the strength is going to lie.
Yeah. I don't know if she gets radically modernized. Let me have a look. No, I don't think she does. I think she remains, apart from some light AA fits, like this for her entire career.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Which is honestly not too surprising.
Can I just do a small apologies about my channel, because this evening there is supposed to be a video about HMAS Castleman going live. It will be going live.
Oh my god!
Instead, because it got corrupted with the uploads.
Oh.
The internet and the internet and power supplies keep being turned off, and it got completely and utterly.
Oh, I meant to remind Drak to plug his book while he was here, and I didn't.
I'm sure it's fine. Just do it next time.
Got to get him to plug his. Oh.
Now we come to these.
So,
Dragon, I think you need to actually tell Clark what the specifics are for the certain tranches of capital ships, and why the Invincibles exist.
So, by the lines of the treaty, the United Kingdom were allowed to build 2 new 45,000-ton vessels, with a potential allowance for another 3,000 tons of refit over time. And basically, Britain chooses to build these. And unfortunately, you're kind of right a bit. But these aren't the G3s of the timeline, because the G3s were going to be a thing. These are not them, though, thankfully.
No,
They didn't
these
rename
are
them.
G3s, which they have moved one of the forward turret to the aft.
They're very...
Which means they have then caused themselves issues, because the whole point about the G3 design was where you could structure the boilers and the turbines so you didn't have heat from the boilers affecting your magazines. You've now got a magazine aft, so that's going to cause real fun.
But basically, apparently this is based off the F3, the E3, and K2.
Yeah. Now, they call
G3
these...
characteristics.
The F3 already had all its guns forward.
Yeah. Now they call these battle cruisers, but let's be honest. They're not. They're fast battleships wearing the battlecruiser moniker because they're faster than 25 knots.
Are they? These go 32 knots.
No, but look at the armor belts. They're not.
Wait, how many times do I have to tell you? Armor belt doesn't mean jack when you're talking about battlecruiser or battleship. It's how much of the belt is how much of the hull is covered by that belt. Because if I have nicest way, the thing about a battle cruiser versus the whole sort of escalation between the two is that between the whole all sort of the 4 levels, from battle cruiser 2 words to battle cruiser 1 word to fast battleship and to dreadnought battleship, is the coverage. So the thing is, a battle cruiser 2 words might have lighter armor. It might only be armored against cruiser gunfire, and it probably only covers things like it's a simple chest plate. But a battle cruiser 1 word will have a proper chest plate, will have a helmet, and will probably have some pauldrons and maybe even some leg braces, some bracing legs. The fast battleship will be fully armored. You know, we'll have all that. We'll have all that coverage, and basically the dreadnought, if you put it in human form, is like the competition jousting armor which some knights had,
Yes.
where they had to be craned into the horse.
Yeah, from what I can see, the book does call them fast battleships. So I'm going to assume that the structural framing is battleship spec, even if the Royal
We're going
Navy
to
class
presume
of...
that.
Look, it doesn't.
No, because the Royal Navy is so specific over this that the reason Vanguard's called a dreadnought armored cruiser, a dreadnought and the fully armed battle cruiser,
Yeah.
is because it has the battle cruiser subdivision, but it has the full armor coverage that they'd expect from a fast battleship. So that's why it's called a fully armored battle cruiser, because its armor is skin deep.
So the problem is we don't have any indication on how.
No, you don't. So the Navy apparently is classified as a battlecruiser, so you have to presume that the subdivision is battlecruiser. So the closest they probably could be is fully armored battlecruisers.
That would probably be honestly, that would probably be what I'd go with as well. I think you're probably right. Given
in which, this is why when people go, "Oh no, I usually don't get into much of an argument with people when they sort of want to call for Vanguard a fast battleship, because I go, well, it is to the extent the Royal Navy splitting hairs. But it is also something which is worthwhile thinking about, because there's a reason the Royal Navy has the phraseology they have.
Yeah.
And yes, they are being punctilious to an extent, but they're also to an extent making sure it is absolutely painfully descripted, so that if someone goes, because they got into trouble with Hood when people kept calling her a fast battleship and things, and she wasn't. She was a battle cruiser.
Yeah.
They got into trouble when she was built up so much, and then she gets into a fight, she gets lost. They have no wiggle room.
Yeah, makes sense.
So with Vanguard, they decide to be completely accurate.
Yeah.
And she is a fully armoured battlecruiser.
And honestly, given that these ships are the counterparts and things that work with Hood, Renown, and Repulse, calling them battlecruisers in this case actually does make perfect sense. Because that's the role that... And okay, so I will just point out a few key facts before we get into the specs. They do have the Nelson-style 16-inch turrets, so they don't have full-size G3 turrets.
Okay.
So they do have the same issues with jamming and other problems. So that's something to bear.
Enough ships having those turrets now, you could work this out.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. So
you're not going to have only 2 ships. So nicest way, that's not really something worthwhile really worrying about too much.
So what do you think? So bear in mind, we
have, I think, about 6 of them.
Yeah, bear in mind the 16-inch. Bear in mind 16 inches adopted because Washington's still a thing. Even no building hole.
Yeah.
So we know the British ones are the 16.5 for the G3s, but again, we're still under Washington, even if we don't have a building holiday.
Fair, the Royal Navy had even in the last version of the G3 accepted a 16-inch gun to try and get the G3 a bit faster.
Yeah. So
there was actually still a lot of fun is that it was still being debated. There were some people in the First Sea Law office were still going 16.5 inch.
Yeah. So what do you think?
The thing was they are close enough they can muck around with it.
So I want 2 opinions from you, Dr. Clark. I want your opinion on the specs as the ship is designed and built in Drakes Drum, aka is this a valuable unit for the RN, as provided everything works as advertised, and then is it a valuable unit? Do you think these are decent ships they constructed, given they have 2 48,000 ton ships they can build? And then I want does the design actually work? So,
well, I'd say for 48,000 ton standard, it's incredibly inefficient.
So we'll start with that one first.
Think about, let's start it off with the G. Let's start off with the G3 class, right?
Yeah.
How much what's their displacement if they're fully loaded?
Let me just have a quick look. G3.
48,000.
Oh!
48,000 tons normal at deep load, 53,900.
So why have they done that? So why have they done this then? Why is the Drakes Drum also done? Oh, hang on. No, I do know why. No, actually, even then, because even then you've still got the why. I don't. Yeah.
Do you want to explain the process of thinking?
Yeah, I can't really fathom it. From what I can see, it's basically because they decided to rework the design again, seeing as Washington was paused. And
yes,
so
they have.
I mean, I suppose you have got now an.
You've also massively lengthened the armor belt. That
is true, and so
you've now got to do work on dry docks around the entirety of the Empire. That's fine. That's already been part of it. I guess that's already part of Drakes Drum, so that's fine. But the thing is, you've got to do all that, and you're 48,000 ton, and you could have actually, if you'd done it in the F3 form, what could you've got from an F3 scaled up to 48,000 tons?
That is true, but I do think.
Because the thing of the efficiency levels you could build in.
Yeah, that's very true.
The F3 is supposed to do 28 knots with 2 shafts and 96,000 shaft horsepower.
Yeah.
And it carries 9 15-inch 50s. Now, that it does on 35,000 tons standard.
Yeah.
This is 13,000 tons heavier than it.
Yes.
And you have got
4 shafts.
You've got 4 extra knots of speed.
Yeah, and 4 shafts with 108,000 shaft horsepower.
Yeah. If those are the honest stats, then there are things being.
Do we think the armor's a little too thick, or do we think that's about what you would want for a ship this size?
Again, you're supposed to be armored. Your armor is against your guns. The guns are equivalent. That's what you're supposed to be able to take. And the thing is, it's the amount of the amount of coverage of that area. It's kind of like people often get focusing on the thickness of the armor plate, and realistically, it's actually what is it covering.
I think we can actually see. I think we can actually see the length of the belt by where the portholes stop at either end.
Yeah.
So that's actually. What do you reckon? Decent coverage or too short?
Well, that's what I'd about expect from a battle cruiser.
Fair enough. And now we come to the second thing. Bear in mind, assuming...
And by the way, the portholes thing is something that works on cruise and all sorts of things to work out the armor.
Yeah.
And it's one of the reasons why when you look at the the tribal class destroyers, they're quite so interesting as destroyers, because they're the only ones in their generation where the portholes don't continue.
Yeah. So, very quickly...
And it makes them look like a cruiser at a distance.
Yeah, so very quickly, we come to the second question. Now, let us assume, because this is what happens in Drakes Drum, that the ships work as advertised, all the specs are correct. Has the Royal Navy acquired 2 incredibly potent battle cruisers, in your opinion?
Incredibly potent, I'm not so sure, but very useful. Definitely functional. The thing is about it being calling something incredibly potent is it going to be world-beating? No, it's not. It's a 16-inch gunship. There's lots of 16-inch gunships for this time, so it's not world-beating in that regard. It's going to be fast. It's going to be capable, but yeah, it's only 2 ships. So
I think it's the armor.
Are they going to have a? But yeah, it's going to be useful. Honestly, there isn't much at that time which is going to be able to keep pace with them, and also damage them.
Yeah. Fair enough. So, we come next to... And of course...
they do actually get a refit.
Yeah, so this is the refit. So, again, it's quite interesting that we get Nelsonian-style refits for these more capable British ships. So they get 4-inch dual-purpose, 4-inch AA, but retain their 6-inch secondaries.
Yeah.
I will point out...
4.5-inch amount, which is intriguing.
Yeah. I will point out that Invincible basically is the ship that goes and slaps Graf Spee in the South Atlantic.
She also basically goes, what's a kamikaze? She takes multiple kamikaze strikes that, to quote, cause little to no damage.
Yeah,
that wouldn't surprise me, but also I would... the thing I'm going to start in on both of them is the Royal Navy would not be naming a ship Invincible in this period. Not after World War One, not after what happened to the previous ship named that.
Yeah, probably.
Invincible is bad luck, I think, at this point.
I have a lot of background noise. Let me just do a quick check. While I'm just
heard anything on our end.
while I'm just checking, let me just move on to the Nelsons and let Dragon and Dr. Clark discuss that.
She's not here yet.
While I
the Nelsons are what Britain's allowed to build with their 35,000 ton / 38,000 ton ships, which is weird. I guess, to a degree.
Makes sense.
They're basically the answer to the Colorado and Nagato classes.
Yeah,
which, to quote,
why do you have 9 boilers for 2 shafts and 2 turbines?
That is an excellent question. That is a very excellent question.
Why would you have 9 boilers?
Yeah, that is really quite weird.
Because... what, do you have a spare boiler you can shift up as you need to each or whatever?
I wasn't sure you want to keep it equal.
You always keep it equal.
Yeah.
That's not... 9 boilers would make sense if they had 3 shafts. And the question I'm asking is there 38,000 tons, so they are... Let's see, 33,500 tons is the... Nerods historically. So they are 4,500 tons heavier. They've got extra boilers, but no extra shafts, and they're only doing 25 knots of speed. At top speed.
Yeah, why is there 9? Why is there 9? Like, 8 would be fine, because then you've got 4 boilers per shaft. Why 9? Like, this is one of those things where it's not bad, it's just...
Also, you've now got 75,000 shaft horsepower from 9 anti-free drum boilers, and apparently they've got Brown Curtis geared turbines. In Britain, we bought Brown turbines, not Brown Curtis. That's the American ones.
Yeah, that's weird.
Or Parsons.
Are also mentioned. Brown Curtis are mentioned on the Endeavours, the Invincibles.
Yeah, this is.
New Zealand is New Zealand is ones I have to go back to where they mention they're using Parsons.
Yeah, this is weird. Yeah, this is one of those very weird.
And Parsons are the turbine specialists who the Royal Navy has a habit of going to for their capital ships. They usually go for Brown Curtis.
Yeah, one thing I will say...
Mostly for things Brown as it was actually, rather than Brown Curtis in the UK.
Yeah.
It was Brown Curtis in America and most of the world, but in the UK it was still Browns.
There we go. That's why he'll have looked up the company, seen it was Brown Curtis, and not thought anything of it. That's probably why. Probably an easy mistake to make if he's not that deep into, industrial history.
Yeah, but if you looked up the ships, he'd have found them listed as Brown turbines.
Probably, yeah, that is a point. It's not the worst mistake you can make, but it is a little niggle that is worth pointing out. One thing I will say that I do quite like is that because these ships are laid down and finished later, they're able to take the lessons you could only really put into turrets while you're building them that they're learning from the Invincibles. So they have the Mark 1A mounting for these 16-inch guns that solve a lot of the problems because they're able to build in the solutions rather than having to add them on later. They're not entirely trouble-free, but they're better, which is a little thing that I actually do quite like.
I will let you like it.
So again, same thing as before. 4 decent ships, assuming everything works as intended, apart from the weird issue with the boilers. Any comments on usefulness to the British battle fleet? Just decent.
I think the battle fleet will enjoy them. It's a nice thing. They'll be useful, but it is also a part of me which is sitting there going,
why?
Again, it's incredibly inefficient.
There is that.
It's incredible. The British have a few issues when it comes to these things. I do agree, they do have issues, but and it's never the case the British don't have some issues sometimes. But the fact it remains that these ships have a lot of issues.
Excellent.
They really do.
Very good. So, I think I fixed the background issue problem.
The other thing you've got there is torpedo bulkheads are 2 inches. Now,
there we go.
Think about the torpedo bulkhead. If you're upping it that much weight, and considering what the Royal Navy's just been through in World War One, with torpedoes and submarines, if you've got that much extra weight, wouldn't you maybe make your torpedo bulkheads a bit thicker if you could?
Yeah, you probably would. I would suppose. I think that is the only niggle with this design that I do have. Yeah.
Apart from the turbines, the boilers.
Yeah, this is basically
the fact that you're getting 75,000 shaft horsepower from apparently 2 turbines.
Yeah, this is basically a case of what have the Romans ever done for us, but in this case, what has historical research ever done for us? So,
and please note again, the thing is, they're basically saying, "Oh yes, it's cost all this extra. It's cost 4,500 tons to shift 1 turret aft." And again, would the Royal Navy consider this okay for 1.5 ton, or would they have maybe carried on with a F3 layout for these?
Honestly,
being 28-knot ships.
Do you want to know the
because
funny?
The thing is, you could have made that a 28-knot ship if you kept with an F3 design layout and still kept all the armor and everything the same as Nelson.
Do you want to know the funny thing? There's not a single all-forward ship in this entire timeline.
And that was the thing the Royal Navy was obsessed with in this period.
No. What I'm saying is, not the French, not the Germans, not the Japanese, nobody has an all-forward ship. Which leads me to believe there is a bias here from the author, and he's making a statement.
I don't necessarily think so. I just think he hasn't necessarily considered, potentially, the various nations looking at them.
Yeah.
Also, you have to consider the early developments of British night fighting doctrine again, which Narrows do actually benefit from. That's one reason why the British like the all-forward firepower at that point.
Yeah.
Think about the Royal Navy's policy for night fighting.
I will.
You get close to you, and only fire once they see you start to move your guns. An all-forward arrangement benefits that.
Yeah. So, one of the things I do, actually, given what I've learned about how the treaties collapsed basically in 1930 and were not renewed.
34-ish.
Sorry, 34. The thing that annoys me is the KGVs. We know that the 14-inch suggestion never was adopted, ever. But, again, why do these ships have 8 guns? Why is there a twin superfiring over a triple? Why? There's no point. 3 triples.
No.
3 triples.
No.
I don't know who you're saying no to, as in the no to why is there this
No.
or no, can that work? I presume no,
Why
would
would you do that? Why?
There's no
The British
point.
did that historically because of the weight because of keeping the weight down for the treaty limitations. If they didn't have the treaty limits, they'd have had 3 quadruple turrets.
I mean, they've got
Why?
I mean, they've got 16s. So again, why have they got 8 16-inch guns? Why not 9?
Why are there still 28-knot ships when you're doing all that with them and their power supply?
Yeah.
Also, I know these go back to Parsons.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't
Finally,
know.
Parsons come back. But apparently they haven't had any battleship work in about 20 years at this point, so I'm surprised they're still in business.
Well, I would. Yeah. So yeah, I don't like the K. They're basically just the KGVs but bigger and with 8 16-inch guns. I don't understand why this is the design they went with, because it makes no sense.
9 guns?
Yeah.
Can't be, no.
Yeah, I know. And then you've got the Lions, which are basically just slightly bigger, and all that size increase gets you is thicker armor and an extra gun. No increase in speed. None.
Well, the Lions could have been built as they were actually historically planned and would still fit with that. So that's incredibly inefficient.
Yeah, it is. It really, really is.
Quick thing. Lee,
Yes.
you either need to turn Dragon and Clark up or turn your own volume down. Because they're really quiet and you're trying to blow out the speakers currently in the live stream.
He does keep deafening my ears, even on Discord for some reason. I just thought it was me.
Okay, let me.
I've been listening for the last 2 hours in the van and it was really annoying.
Okay, let me fix that then. 1 second. I'm just gonna.
Hello, everybody.
But speaking
Hello,
of lines,
Foxo.
upcoming.
Okay,
Yes.
let me just.
Welcome, Foxo.
Let me
I'm
just.
here before you talked about Baby Girl.
Which one?
You know, my favourite one.
There's a
Okay,
few
so
of
let
those,
me
but
just. So
But
bring
Let's
my.
just
bring
let's just hope
myself-
this curse doesn't apply to
Yeah.
Clark.
Uh,
'cause
bring-
I'm curious to see what your reaction to that.
Yeah,
would be.
bring myself down. And let me just.
Because has there been any word on that one, Clark, of the person who particularly wanted to be here for Foxo? Or
Yeah. So let me just alter myself.
She's doing her best.
Yeah, alter myself there.
right.
So apparently Dr.
I
Clark
hope
and
that-
Dragon are really
Let's hope the curse-
quiet,
Let's hope the
which
curse does not
is-
strike.
which is bizarre.
Because that
Why-
I think would be a very good Foxo treat.
Yeah, why?
Yes.
Why are you two so quiet when you're not normally on ramblings? That is bizarre. I don't.
Just gonna
need
mute this
new
just a
mic.
second because I've got a voice message.
Okay, he's got a voice message. That's probably a good sign. Let me just very, very quickly check something.
Yeah.
Okay, so no, my mic's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's all fine as it should be. It's a weird one, actually. This is really quite weird. Yeah, so that should be okay. Okay. So I'd obviously muted audio input because it was
Yeah. While Fleet's fixing his headset, if anyone else can still hear me, if there's any questions currently,
I need information from the chat. I need to know what the volume levels are like. And I need people on YouTube to let me know what the score
now
is.
Fu is much better apparently.
Is that on Discord or is that on YouTube? Because I need
That
to
was
know
Discord.
from YouTube. Yeah, but it's not Discord I'm concerned about. I knew it was fine on Discord. It's YouTube that I need to know about.
I'm just testing on YouTube.
Because Dragon, just say something quickly.
Yeah, camarada?
How's the volume mixing now? Or is Dragon still quiet?
Oh, yes, much better, much better.
So Dragon and me are now roughly the same?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Alright, we are back in business. Okie dokie, so. Anyway. The Lion class. Again, this is where the British
That's a
start
fair
building.
point, Chandel.
Yeah, so again, so you have the first 5 of the KGVs, which 2 of which are called Jellicoe and Beatty, which I do find quite funny. Then you've got the Lions. So Lion, Temeraire, Conqueror, Thunderer, Jutland. which again, they're just basically very big and inefficient lions. Nothing really to say about them, apart from that.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just going to quickly say a thing. Chandel? Heads down, all I'm going to say is for that one. Ready the bunkers.
What do you mean, ready the... You don't mean. You can't mean.
We'll find out when we get there, and as I said, prepare the bunkers.
Dr. Clark has a voice message, so I am just waiting on his return before we move on.
Yep, don't worry, yeah.
Well, so just
We
very...
can at least do a little bit of discussion just to mention
So
it.
very, very quickly,
Also,
Dragon, very quickly, I know you tried to condense it down as much as you could. Give me a TLDR version of the TLDR we got earlier. So, you know, Jutland, Washington.
Which bit?
Jutland, Washington.
Right. For anyone who wasn't here, basically, the Battle of the Falklands, as well as Flamborough Head and Dogger Bank, are very strange. In particular, they noticed that our shells don't seem to be working properly. BT's unable to prove this at the time because all of the experts say, yeah, no, you're just using them incorrectly. Our shells are fine, get over it. But when basically even when the German sailors are going, yeah, no, this isn't working, BT storms out of an Admiralty party and basically yells for Fisher and Churchill to get here now. When Churchill and Fisher hear this, they start screaming, right, get those armament manufacturers out here
BT
now.
wasn't the gunnery officer, Jellicoe was, and he was complaining about this for years before World War One. So what the frigate are they on?
Well, in particular, this is
Why
what the
have they
party...
given this to BT, who didn't know anything about it?
Jellicoe would have been a better one in my opinion, but it is BT and Sturdy, I believe, go off on the warpath.
Yeah, either way,
But then
look,
they
okay,
sort of
now
leave
that-
it alone, and
yeah,
then
look,
Fisher and Churchill do.
Yeah, Dr. Clark is back, so let's move on quickly, because it's... Either way, so...
This result, and just quickly catch up.
And the voice message is going backwards and forwards because, yes,
Yeah, otherwise we'll
you
be
could be getting another guest soon.
Oh, very good.
I've had to dive off Fiscal's voice message.
Very good, very
That's
good.
Anyway, Lion class.
So, okay, the Lions we've already covered, and now the Lions aren't... Honestly, given given what we're about to see, the Lions are not the most egregious thing. They're just inefficient Lions. That's all they are. They're just the Lion class, but inefficient.
They're truly inefficient lions.
Oh, no, they're not. These are.
Well,
the
I'm also just going to
Vanguards.
quickly point out, Invincible
Nothing
and Lion are actually preserved as museum ships in this
Nothing
timeline.
has changed between Vanguard and the Lions. Why are they 4,000 tons heavier?
Go up again.
Well, for one, they're like 20 feet longer.
And?
Go down.
They're also 4 foot wider and 4 foot deeper, 4.5 feet deeper.
And this gives them literally nothing. They have no thicker armor.
I suspect it probably is coverage, potentially. Like, if you look at it, this seems to be a lot longer coverage of the belt. Because it's interesting, or is that an extended belt on the front and rear? On the Lion. On the Vanguard, sorry. Because that's probably where some tonnage is going, which wasn't there on the Lions.
But even so, that can't be worth 4,000 extra tons.
I'm assuming there's lots of internal changes as well. That
And they
probably
also
increase
only do
tonnage.
28 knots again.
There's literally
They're fleet speeds,
no
basically.
point in them. There's no point in having an extra class. There's no point in... There is no... Enlarged and improved in what way?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
To me, they more feel like basically a recycling of the design, because
yeah, that's literally all
these
they
are built. These are started during the first Hitlerian War.
To be blunt,
They're basically crash built.
Do you want to know what annoys me? Thing is, they could have I'm just gonna very quickly go down and to give a bit of a speed, you know, so why weren't these the successors? And then then the Resolution class could have been the Dreadnoughts, and then we could have had more of the Dreadnoughts rather than just only one of them. Why are these here? Why are the Vanguards here when we could have, and I'm going to move on to them officially now, these, which are actually a step up in capability with an extra 3 guns?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Why are these here? Why does the Royal Navy only build 2 of them? Why weren't these built here? And again,
Give me a second, I just want to
and again, why are the vanguards not the King George V's?
Let me just quickly comment on something, Fleet, because Knight's saying, yeah, I have so many words about this, but I've been told to turn it down by Knight. Hey, feel free to express what you want, Knight. Just try and not do the attacks necessarily against the author and constantly saying how stupid the series is.
Yeah, stick to the ship designs. Bear in mind,
constructive comments about the ships is preferred, because we want people to talk about these.
The thing is, we are not dissing the author here.
No, the author's done a lot of work on this. I might think that they possibly...
They have a surface-level understanding of ship design, it's quite clear.
I would say, and this is why I'm going to try... I'm getting Glyn Richardson... Glyn Stewart to come on to Historians. I'm going to get him on there, because I think it's fun to talk... One of the things I'm going to talk about is constructing a fleet as an author. I want to get him on there to discuss that. And... because I think lots of authors spend a lot of time building the world, and then they don't actually think about the fleet they're constructing. And I know Glyn spends a lot of time putting together his fleet and making sure they fit with what he wants them to and what they need to do. And if he can't make it work,
Yeah.
I'll just keep quiet about the Ash and Hayes timeline, where it's accidentally the other way around of, well, we now need a world to justify the fleets.
Yeah, we'll just not go there. You don't need to give me that level of fun.
So the resolutions.
Although that's the other thing, Glyn has asked me when you're going to invite him on Ramblings, because he wants to meet Foxo and Dragon.
He's been on Ramblings already, hasn't he?
No, yet.
50th.
No, Glyn hasn't.
Big 50.
He's been in the chat.
I'm sure he showed up in Ramblings on the Big 50 for a little bit.
For a little bit, but he didn't. He didn't invite him. He was just there, and he pulled him up.
Oh, that's.
They haven't invited him specially.
That's true. I'll need to go away and read his books before I actually want to invite him on. Not because of it would be rude to not read his books before inviting him on.
I agree.
So, the resolutions. Now, these, I believe, are the first acceptable step up in capability. The entire order of British battleships up to this point I have disliked immensely. For example, the KGVs should have had 9 guns. The Lions should have been faster. The Vanguards should have had 12 guns. However, we've now reached the resolutions. And they have 12 guns. It's the first actual reasonable step up in capability we've had. And even then, they still only do 28 knots.
That's all they need to do.
The thing is, Dragon, for the tonnages involved, it is not enough capability.
Right. The reason why I'm going to counteract that is just skipping ahead a bit on my side. I'm looking through the other nations' ships. And on average, 28 to 28.5 knots is the norm.
Yes,
apart from the Iowas.
Yes, I'm aware of that, but the problem I've got is for the displacement you can easily get 30 knots, and they should be doing 30 knots. Historically, as we know, 28 knots is fine. But for the displacement these ships have...
Yeah, I'm sort of... I can see where you're coming from, Dragon, but I can also see where Fleet's coming from on this one. You're in a situation where, frankly, if you're putting this much weight into a ship and you're only getting this out of it, you've got issues.
Mm-hmm.
You've got issues.
Yes.
Honestly, part of my bigger problem with, in particular, these ships is that 2 of them are cancelled to fund the atomic bomb. Which is a strange area for me to think where you're cutting
shipbuilding
money
to fund the atom bomb. What?
Well, also, you wouldn't cut battleship construction for battle bomb because it's kind of you're cutting your conventional deterrence and presence and conflict management, especially with the major powers, for your strategic deterrence with them. And you need both. You're in a situation like this is depicting, where you've got all these threats and all these capabilities to deal with. You need these assets. So
Yep.
What you'd probably be cutting instead, and this is going to sound terrible, is you'd probably be cutting things like. Well, I could see you cutting things like fighter procurement, etc., and numbers. You'd still keep the development, research and development. You just wouldn't be buying as many.
Oh, and it gets worse. There are no vanguards, as in Vanguard style.
And I mean, fighter
battleships.
procurement.
Yeah, there are no Vanguard style battleships either.
The Vanguard as we know them.
Yes.
Well, that's because they have all those second line battleships being built, don't they?
Yeah, I suppose. And then we come to this. HMS Dreadnought.
Which apparently they only build one of.
The only time, basically because by the time the others are being built, the war's all, like, by the time the others are on the verge of being launched, the war's already started.
Yeah.
And you've got enough capital ships. And you need to build carriers, cruisers, destroyers. Dreadnought only survives because she's launched when Britain enters the Second World War.
No, Second Hitlerian War.
Yes, but what the rest of the world will come to know as the Second.
Why are they laid down in such a weird way?
What do you mean?
Well, one's laid down in 42, one's laid down in 44, and another's laid down in 45. Sovereign is
Why?
never laid down at all.
You don't lay that on capital ship classes like that.
Basic apparent construction time was considered rapid. Progress on other ships was slowed after it was realized long delays would experience with the main armaments. Hull of Mars. What? Okay. Hull of Mars got to 85% completion when they decided to suspend construction on all three.
Hey, okay, that's
February 46.
That's just
Mars
No.
was named,
That's just dark.
Mars was named.
They wouldn't do that.
Cancelled 4 months later.
Yeah, if Mars is
No.
85%
85.
completed,
If the hull's 85% complete.
yeah.
Yeah, they
might as well
finish
finish
that off. They finish her off. And that's why she's going to be a useful asset. And also, they are the first battleships which can do. They're still in 28.5 knots, but they're fine.
And I mean, to be fair, this is the only battleship I can see where the displacement actually matches what you get.
It's still inefficient, but just about, yeah.
They are very handsome-looking ships, I will admit.
But you see, the thing is, I'd actually say these ships should be. If you go back up, these ships should be the design of the previous generation.
Yeah.
And it'll sort of step up because there isn't enough of step up going. And the thing is, the Royal, it's when you realise stats like the Royal Navy's Department of Department of Naval Constructors, the Navy constructor team, when you look at their numbers of personnel they have versus the number of personnel in the equivalent American department at that time, due to the various limitations put on them by Congress, it's dwarfed.
Yeah.
The British DNC dwarfs. I think there was one stat put together by who is it?
Yeah. The thing
It's
that,
the Economist who did
yeah.
There's an economist who did a whole paper on preparations for war.
Yeah.
And they basically said the Royal Navy's Department of Naval Constructors at one point had more personnel than their French, American, and I think Japanese equivalents combined.
Yeah. Can I just say something, Dr. Clark, in regards to what you said about this
Yeah.
ship? This ship should have been the previous version. Yeah, there should have been so these ships should have been Vanguard, and what Dreadnought should have been is a 75,000-ton monster that can do 30 knots with this armament spec. Basically, a final slap in the face.
Oh, they should have all been 30-knot ships by this. Look at the freaking displacement and the pat of boilers. For some reason, that's got 8 boilers, and that's going slower. That's going faster, and the other things are not. That has 8 boilers to supply 4 turbines for 4 shafts, and we have a ship which has 9 boilers to supply 2.
Yes.
So, also something else here's something else that might annoy you more. Something I don't understand.
In nice way, stop. I'm trying to avoid looking at the boilers and the engines. It's just annoying me.
Well,
it's annoying all of us, to be
I'm
fair,
going to
Dr.
annoy you
Clark.
once more then. So, I don't know if you've noticed, but 8 of these 3 drum Admiralty boilers is standard throughout the entire British fleet. It's almost every single ship, apart from that Nelson, only has 8 of these boilers.
I do feel like there's a lot of copy and pasting here without much thought given that the ships are being built to fit the narrative rather than the other way around.
So just quickly going back to double check.
And yes, the Admiralty patent boilers do get more efficient, but I still do not understand why you need 9 for no.
I think
Well,
you're
yeah.
quite right there.
So, for the record, Canada, when refit in 45, 8 drums, 80,000 shaft horsepower, renowns, Also the same. Refit Hood of 45, 8 boilers for 152,000. New Zealand, 8 boilers for 120,000 and 45.
Yeah.
And that's just like this just keeps going, and it's strange.
Chandler Lord Chandler asks why is Spain a republic, given that the nationalist.
It's not.
Yeah. Well, basically,
Franco does still win.
yeah. The thing is, yeah. Bear in mind, Spain's still a republic until the monarchy returns in the 70s. It's just called It's just called Spain. It doesn't re-become the Kingdom of Spain until the restoration and fall of the fascist government.
Also, Knight, what's the point of these vanguards?
A republic in the same way that the USSR is a republic.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's one party.
Yeah. So,
Knight's saying, what's the point? The vanguards, they're meant to be used as the battleships to use to clear a bottleneck. Not in this timeline. They're basically we need to lay down another ship, the class of battleships, because things are going wrong. It's not to cover anything, it's just more.
They group Courageous, Furious, and Glorious into one class here. Which I am somewhat annoyed with. But they do get rebuilt far more aggressively as you go forwards. So Glorious still gets carried, as in she still gets
sunk.
Yes, but you will notice they are reworked aggressively in 38-39 as oh no, I thought they were just reworking the superstructure.
Oh no, the entire thing.
No, you can't convert the Furious classes into armored carriers. Stop.
These aren't armored, technically.
No, look, as reconstructed in 1938-39 as an armored carrier.
Yeah, I think they're more meaning it's basically they're converted to be like the Colossus class, because...
Well, that's fine.
Is it just me, or is that basically just a Colossus with some implacable secondaries stuck on?
Yes, that literally is. But I am just annoyed by the fact that they just say converted to look more like a conventional carrier would have been fine. Why armored carrier? Because armored carrier is a very specific thing.
Clark, you're muted.
Yeah, I think he knows. I think he's on the phone.
Good.
Okay.
Very good. It means we'll know things. We will know things soon.
Fleet, if you send me a link to my WhatsApp that I can send to someone else's WhatsApp, things could be very good once they've had their dinner, because they've just managed to get home to have their dinner.
Right, okay, let me just...
And that's why they've been late. I told you what time they were supposed to get home. They've just got home.
Is this the Foxo one or the other one? Because I'm aware of roughly
This is the Foxo one.
Ooh.
The other one is still having more fun with heating engineers than I was having today.
Oh no.
Also, Clark, did you see what I sent you?
Yes, I did, and I sent a smiley face through because it was very good. I think frankly it should have. I think frankly eventually Fleet possibly will need surgery to become more like that, because I think that will be such the image that they will be known for.
Can I send it to you on Discord for you to put into your WhatsApp? Because I don't think I have you on WhatsApp. Will that do?
Give me a second, I'll send you my WhatsApp just to make it easy.
All right.
Again, I will send you my. I will send you my mobile number again.
Whoopee.
I'm actually going to save the rest of that for later, I think.
Don't worry, my mobile phone will work in Japan as well, so a nice way it's good for you to have it.
Whoopee.
Reckon? Have the battle cruisers yet?
Because we are planning on taking. If we could, we'd be taking a Fleet, Dragon, and Foxo with us to Japan. We really would be.
If I honestly,
You're not taking me to Japan.
No, I would.
Ooh, hang on.
If they get time armed, they're dangerous. I'm not going to Japan.
That's what the muzzle's for.
That's what the axe is for.
But
just think of the fun you could have, Foxo, because one of the things I'm trying to look at is and see if we can get into the actual.
Okay, WhatsApp does not. Seem to like that.
What's the name of the people?
Honestly, Japan is a place on my to visit list, but
yeah, WhatsApp doesn't seem
so
to
expensive.
like that.
Right. So Knight's saying, Dr. Clark, there's no Eagle in this timeline. That's because Eagle's basically kept as a battleship.
Okay, let me just.
Also, you didn't answer my question, Dragon. Have you done the battle cruisers yet, or are you just on the battleship?
Yeah, I said yes. We've done the battle cruisers.
Yeah.
Are you referring to stuff like Endeavour and Hood?
Let me just.
No.
Which ones are you referring to then?
So bonk, copy that, and let me just.
Give me an actual name and I can tell you.
the reason I thought I think you would like to join us in Japan, Fox. I'm expecting this with you. Is one of the companies I'm trying to get us into to meet up with is Yostar.
Oh,
Who?
I know exactly who that is.
Did that all come through to you, Dr. Clark? Yes.
Right, Fleet. Yostar is the
Bonk.
people behind Azure Lane.
Oh.
In fact, we actually have a ship girl model for them.
Oh
I'm
no.
sure we could give.
Yeah,
Can
this is what I thought.
Can we get back to Drakes Drum, please?
The thing
we have
is,
a lot to get through.
Me and the thing is, I can say this now. He's not here because he might not hear this. But you see, me and Gareth both know what this is. The Dans know it is. We haven't told Drac exactly who these publishers are we might be meeting up with. So the idea is to completely spring it on him by walking him through the door.
I mean, if that's the case, me and Drac will go off and do
I
something
don't
else.
think that'll work. Because I think they've got an anime figure outside.
Yeah, in nicest way. We won't tell you because they're not far. They're not from museum, and they actually have an access point which goes through museum. And the thing is, the reason we might be invited is because the museum have actually looked us up, and it's a whole thing of we're going to be taken to lunch there at the studios to have a lunch and a chat with them.
Yeah.
It's the whole thing from the museum. So basically, the thing is, you won't be able to because it'd be incredibly rude to the museum to take part in it.
So. Now we
Those
come
ones
to
fucks
the Fearless class. They are converted hoods as carriers.
These are the remains of the other. These are what's happened to the other two Admiral class carriers. Which is interesting in my
About the
opinion.
Invincible.
Yes.
I am just. Why are these using
it
Yarrow
wasn't good,
boilers?
Foxo.
Why aren't these using Admiralty drums? Why are these now using Yarrows?
They're also using the Brown Curtis.
Why do Brown curtains together?
Look,
Okay, someone.
I'm gonna let Dr. Clark tear this apart for 3 minutes. I need a small sabbatical.
I think we'll give him. Right, you do that. And we'll keep things going.
Okay, so I'm having a figure of getting us trying to work this out. I'm trying to. I'm looking up what various systems call hood spoilers. Yes. Okay, on Wikipedia, it is hood spoilers are called Brown Curtis boilers on Wikipedia. I am absolutely sure. But there's actually the link takes you to John Brown and Company and tells you that in the UK it was called Brown Spoilers.
Also, very minor thing about the previous ones because Fleet hasn't been mentioning these.
Yeah.
And this just makes me happy because I like it. HMS Courageous survives all of the wars and is preserved in 1954 in Newcastle.
Cute.
She's a museum ship.
Oh,
That is
so
like-
Wolfie's not here.
Why have they what? Okay, so they've basically done an Eagle-style conversion to them. Okay.
Yes, these are basically
That
what I think
makes-
replaces the Eagles in the timeline.
Why the frigate can only carry 42 to 66 aircraft?
You know, this is a very good question because I don't think they're.
And that's like, we're talking about a ship which is 40,000 tons, and it's
Give me a
carrying
minute.
60 aircraft?
Give me a moment.
What's the point? What are
I've
these
just quickly-
aircraft? All twin
I
engine?
was about to say, just give me a moment. I've just brought up. Right.
It's the CC Mosquito Dragon.
No. I believe, first of all, they'll be using the Gloucester Gannet, which are single-seat fighters, which are not great, for one. They were used later in the timeline. I'll quickly stick this in chat, because people... I'm sorry, YouTube, that I can't quite show this to you. But... quickly speeding through, you've got the Bolt and Paul Cutlass. Yeah, because...
Oh god.
Fairly Firefly, I think you're too late, aren't you? Because the problem is the airplanes only go back to 1932. Yeah, they use Hawker Sea Furies later. Entered service 47, so no, those are far too late. Yeah. Barracudas. When were you actually entering service?
Bear in mind the fleet air arm of Drakes Drum is radically different from historical.
Yeah. So from what I can know, basically they're using full Mars Barracudas, etc. The Bolton Pole Cormorant, which is
I will point out. There's a great deal
awkward.
of information.
These
here
come into service in 1925 and 1924. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it says they have 42 aircraft in 1925. So when the aircraft are smallest, they have the smallest air group.
I really don't understand because it should, if anything, it should be the other way round.
Yes, air group reduces in time as aircraft size increases, and therefore the relative air size in your space in your hangar decreases.
Oh, I think I understand. It says they actually or is it? Why are they? Because they have two hangars.
And think about how much bigger this hangar would be compared to HMS Eagle if it's designed on the same style as HMS
Dr.
Eagle.
Clark, we actually have information here about the two hangars that are fitted in the new... Oh, they have just completely reworked the ship, apparently. They just completely rework it once they rebuild it. So she gets two new hangars.
Yeah, they give it two hangars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would...
But even the original hangar should not have been that small.
No. It could have been...
Because if HMS Eagle is able to fit 30 aircraft in her air group in the 1920s quite easily,
Clark.
often operating 36,
just a thought.
why can this one only operate 42?
Also, I just want to quickly cover another bit.
Could it be the RAF doing RAF things and not really understanding how to work carriers properly and being idiots? Because at this point they RAF.
But these aren't RAF though.
No, nicest way. A, they're not RAF, and B, in the nicest way, the Royal Navy at this point, even with closed hangars.
I was going to ask about the closed hangars.
No, as in when they're
they just
originally...
mentioned this as a problem.
As in when they're originally built, because the Royal Air
Oh,
Force
why are
is-
they obsessing over that?
They're saying that it's a problem because it's impossible to warm up the planes while they're below deck because of the fumes, and that they had to use preheating engine oil and oh no. Can you read that bit? Yes, you can. They deck park the planes, which is what part of the reason they increase capacity on British carriers for the North Sea.
Bye bye. Have a great time.
What planes? The North Sea hungers.
So what is
It
different?
hungry.
So the illustrious and implacable...
Okay, so in the nicest way, yes, you do. Warming up aircraft is something which comes in as the engines become more powerful. It's also something which is a problem later on, not earlier on. And it's not even as much a problem in the ships. The whole thing is the British tend to arm the ships up below deck and take them up armed, or sometimes they arm them on the deck. But they do things slightly different to the American counterparts. Sometimes they do all the maintenance internally, and the thing is the British have the fully enclosed hangar because of the North Sea, keep nicking things, but also because it makes it easier to protect. Now it does mean you cannot run the engines for an extended time inside unless you have the lift doors open, the lifts down, and venting up. But that doesn't usually cause a problem, and that doesn't lead to mass deck clarking.
Knight, that's not something I want to see in my chat, please.
Like
that's not a sentiment
yeah,
I want to see in my chat.
It wants to insult the author. Isn't like the books, right? I know you. Right, I do genuinely recommend Knight because I'm pretty sure they become free on if you use Kindle Unlimited. Give them a go. Even if you don't like them, they are actually quite interesting to read how things go.
Yeah.
Now, I agree. The ships are strange, but
if we
personally never insult the author unless they're those weird Russian books.
I think the trouble is this person has read certain things, I would guess, in American... how do I put this? Not even good American history. I'm guessing this is the American freedom booze scenario where they talk all these things about aircraft carriers, and they will never admit it's half a dozen one, six of the other, and that's why the Midways end up the way they do, and the British end up with Maltas. It's literally it's basically the Brits and the Americans both have to choose what they are prepared to compromise due to the Washington and London treaty limits, and they compromise slightly differently, but both actually have pretty much the same ideal and dream for what their dream aircraft carrier would be. And that's the point that's often forgotten.
So
Now-
illustrious and implacables are basically the same as historical, so there's no real point.
Oh, that's fine.
Audacious
fine.
The audacious and defense class aircraft carriers.
Defiance.
Sorry, like audacious and defiance. These are historical. I don't think there's any difference between them.
Lee
A
and
little bit
Reader.
different.
Well,
Well, I'd say there's a little bit of difference going on,
Yeah.
but I might be wrong here. Why are they going over 90 aircraft?
Yeah, 102 with deck park.
what in the
Again,
what?
Because
I don't like
because
deck
the,
park.
the Royal Navy didn't like A, to do permanent barking of aircraft deck, and B, going to 102 aircraft. No, the Royal Navy and US Navy both worked out 90 aircraft ceiling quite quickly in World War II.
I think 78 aircraft's not bad.
78 is fine,
Mep
but
saying
it's not a multiple. It's not a multiple of 18 or 12. So in this way, it wouldn't be done.
Are these maybe meant for Pacific operations?
like I
Even
mean,
for Pacific operations, the Royal Navy learned they do not like deck parking.
And
They
I
don't
will
like open hangars either because, as Clark keeps talking about, and honestly, I just love the idea of the North Sea hungers for British equipment,
Yeah.
especially planes.
I will also
At
point,
several
I will-
points in history, the North Sea accounted for more British aircraft losses than the enemy action.
Yeah, I would
This is
like
the point.
I would like to point
You know.
out. Actually, no, I can't even justify it that way. It doesn't even make any sense.
yeah.
I mean, does this aircraft amount include spares? Because can't they
I
do what they
don't-
did with the...
But no, the
Where
British
they'll
don't
have
count
to spare.
that. Where you see, the thing is, where the Americans count their spared aircraft because they store them up in their rafters. The British box them and don't count them against air group numbers.
Yeah.
So
but-
that causes all sorts of fun when we talk to air group. And the reason why the British don't count them is because they're boxed up into components. Whereas the American ones are literally stored almost in situ and they just take them down from the rafters and the hangar
Ooh.
and add on wings.
So
if
here's an interesting
so
one,
we've
actually.
established that the author's pretty American with how they hit carriers.
Despite the
work
fact they are
for the Royal
British,
Navy. So could they
just
not
gonna-
be using the American system?
I'm just
So-
going to throw this in chat.
There's-
Because this,
however-
could actually,
however,
this
there
might
is,
help explain a bit.
there is one
I
good
think if you
thing. There is one good thing about Drakes Drum, though. We actually get a proper British large carrier in the form of this timeline's and Maltas, which they call the Undaunteds. We get one of them.
For the record, I've just
carrier
thrown in
undaunted.
chat the actual planes used in the Royal Navy's air arm.
There we go.
Yeah.
Admittedly, yes, these are renamed for various things, but it just honestly, to me, it raises more questions a lot of the time.
And answers.
And they do like using Sea Hornets. They use them from 47 through 49.
Okay, that's not bad. That's not a bad choice.
It
Yeah,
would
like,
it,
it
would
sounds a
it
little
would
bit-
explain
Those
why a
are
lot
the
of
only twin-engine planes.
it would explain why a lot
Yeah.
of British.
Why does the Swordfish have a Pegasus engine in it?
I don't.
That's a
it's-
good
it's
question.
Probably not best. Anyway, so this is basically just.
Swordfish
the
historically had the Pegasus in it. That was
Yeah.
the whole thing, you know.
Yeah.
I'm actually of a different
Uh,
Pegasus engine.
This
Possibly.
is This
Yes.
is basically just the historical Maltas, but
Is
under
it?
a little bit smaller, but under a
Give me a
different name.
sec.
Basically,
Yeah.
which honestly, the British getting a single Malta is no bad thing. At least they get one.
So the
Yeah. The trouble is, a single ship is never really much use versus a. About 3 ships, and I keep having someone that has repeatedly been talking to me about this because they find navies incredibly inefficient because they need 3 to guarantee 1 forward, and because they talk about merchant shipping, and I can see where they're coming from merchant shipping experience. I can understand that, but if they look at merchant shipping in wartime, then you need that because the difference is it's offloading and loading weaponry. It's all the it's dealing with all the things you have to deal with in wartime operations and in peacetime. And also there's the fact that if a merchant ship breaks down and ends up having to go into a port because it's got problems, that doesn't make front page news
No,
around the world.
if a
It doesn't
warship
embarrass
does,
the government.
If a warship does, it does.
Yeah.
So, to make up for lack of guests, I'm going to bring up somebody who I deeply trust and who I know a lot of the panel will respect.
Well, you could be having a guest very soon.
Well,
I will say that.
yes.
I did
well,
say
then
that.
we
yeah.
can just cover. I guess we can cover that temporarily. Hello, Moe.
Moe,
Yeah,
is-
hi, Murray.
welcome to the Drakes Drum Dreadnought Dissection, delicately diving downwards,
Oh,
desperately. I can't
Well-
think of any more D words!
Well, Joe, then why don't you move to A? Such
I'd
as
say
Apple
into
Bay,
the deviants.
I believe.
There we go. So, yeah, here we go. Now we're into
This
cruisers.
is an interesting ship.
Yeah, now we're into cruisers, and
So-
I really don't want to pick up the pace. So unless the panel has detailed comments on this, please do keep it.
Well, this is the town class cruiser of World War One,
It is.
Vintage.
but that's been refit into an anti-aircraft cruiser.
I can think of worse things to do.
Seeing
with
as
it.
I've done a whole video on this, I would say that's not the worst conversion I've ever seen.
The thing that gets me about Drakes Drum most of all is that not all of the designs are terrible, and not all of the designs are good. It's not consistent. It's not all bad, and it's not all good. But there are terrible, and there are good.
That sounds like human life, my friend.
That's very true.
I'm not sure why you're complaining on that one. That's just basically being a human being.
So if you want to move on, then
Is
fleet.
this a single ship?
Yeah, that's a single. Only HMAS Adelaide was the only one refit.
So these are the reconstructions.
These are the C class conversions.
Don't think that's too much different than historical.
I'm just wondering, the amidship one's just a bit weird. I don't remember if they had one amidship historically.
I don't
but
think they did historically, but there's no reason why it couldn't have been done.
I'd have to double check.
I
You
would
could
probably
do that.
replace those with pom-poms
I mean,
instead.
honestly, if you're dealing with a world where you're expecting the Kriegsmarine to come at you with 2 to 4 full-size fleet carriers, and those are a threat you have to deal with, having more barrels is not a bad thing. And also and also the Regime Marina has carriers. Again, if you're in a world where there's a lot more carrier aviation running around, and it's something
you did actually have the amidship mount.
yeah, and it's something you
Okay.
can expect to see, having all 5 mounts as twin 4-inch is really not. It's a good idea.
It's not the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Maps just asking, when was the Fleet Air Arm made historically
It reappeared.
in our timeline?
It reappeared in the mid to late 30s. Finally clawed its way back from under RAF control.
No.
No.
It's re-awarded to the Royal Navy in 1937. It's actually transferred to the Royal Navy in 1939.
Wow, that's later than I thought.
Mhm.
Why do you
Good.
think Fleet Air never got any of the stuff they wanted?
Yeah, because the Royal Navy, and basically at one point, even once the Royal Navy got them re-awarded to them, the RAF was complaining because the Royal Navy was apparently already up to its old tricks as far as they were concerned, and was managing to get companies to agree to supply them with stuff without going through what the RAF was considered. The Air Ministry, please note, not the RAF. I have to be careful. It's the Air Ministry considered procedure. And one of the problems you have one of the interesting things you have going on is that actually the Royal Navy at many points is being aided and abetted by Fighter Command and Coastal Command, because Air Ministry has been captured by Bomber Command and aren't supporting even their own sections of their force.
Yeah.
And basically Fighter Command and Coastal Command both realise that the Admiralty has enough in common with them they will back up. And one of the interesting things in the UK is often the fighter mafia were the closest allies to the Fleet Air Arm in supporting them when they wanted to procure engines, because both groups needed single-engine aircraft.
Yes, that's very.
So whilst the Air Ministry is going, we've got 1,000 horsepower engines, we don't need to invest any more engines because we can just have multiple engines on our bomber aircraft and we're fine. The fighters and the Royal Navy are going, no, we need more powerful single engines than this.
Yeah,
and it's the Royal Navy which orders the 2,000 horsepower engines.
Can we look? I really don't like being
Yes,
pushy, but
carry on.
we do
Let's just skip through the cruisers because
so-
nothing too bad.
Not all of them.
Actually,
There are some
I
worth
think there are a
looking
couple
at.
that should be
There
covered,
are
which
some-
are the unique
So,
ones.
yeah, D-class.
Okay, unique ones.
I think the Hawkins AA cruiser is amusing.
Yeah,
personally,
the
but
Hawkins AA cruiser concept is just congratulations. You've
Good
made
luck doing that with their beam.
Yep.
Carry on.
Yep.
it.
Where is
Emerald class is
not
the convert.
Leanders, it's...
The fact that they
Why did they convert 6-inch cruisers to 4.5-inch guns?
That is a better, like,
Although
they
they only-
6-inch
only
non.
convert
They are
emeralds.
6-inch non-penetrating mounts, and they've converted them to 4.5-inch penetrating mounts.
Are they using the pancake mount as
Yes,
well?
they are.
Yeah, they're BDs.
What the flippity? Nah, I'm moving on. So the counties. So I will point out
The counter. I think that
Yeah,
I think
Dr.
the ones
Clark,
you need
one
to get
thing
to is the Lincoln class.
Yes. One thing to bear in mind, Dr. Clark, is the treaty limit for cruisers under Drakes Drum Washington is 12,000 tons, not 10.
Okay.
They basically have a little bit more tonnage.
So again, all the Londons, Leanders. Again, a lot of these are very similar to our timeline.
It's just basically refit. As I said, it's the Lincolns where you first start getting slight divergences.
Actually, no. We have to deal with things like the Black Princes, which is when the British resume 8-inch
Oh yeah, sorry,
cruiser
that one's
construction.
yeah.
The British resume 8-inch cruiser construction and start building heavy cruisers again.
They slightly disappeared on mine for a moment, but
Isn't this post-treaty?
Yes.
yes.
So why is the Royal Navy building 8-inch cruisers when they're post-treaty?
Beats me.
I wish I could give you an answer.
It gets worse. Behold, a bigger 8-inch... Oh no, this is actually taken up from the Greeks, so this isn't a Royal Navy ship. This is something the Greeks wanted and then didn't get. But because Greece ceased to be, and the Royal Navy took it up. The real thing, though...
that does track with the Royal Navy historically. They do like to nick things off.
The worst thing, though, are these. The Benbow class large cruisers. I hate these things. Why do they exist?
I actually don't mind them.
You're talking about the Benbow class while I'm still seeing non-parallel.
Sorry, I'll let it scroll down a bit.
Scroll down on mine.
Dr. Clark, I'm streaming to Discord, which is actually fully live, or it should be.
I am watching you on Discord.
For me, it says
Discord. Discord is lagging, actually.
No, for me it's the Benbow. Yeah, for me it's Benbows.
Strange.
No, I've got I'm still on the app, and the app is I've still got
Oh dear.
Strange.
Yeah. Okay, now I got the Benbows.
These are 8 9.2-inch armed ships.
No, I don't mind these as much personally.
They lay down 3, finish 2.
Okay.
They laid them down.
I do partly think if they were to build a heavy cruiser, I do. There might just be slight bias again, but also from what I do think they would build 9.2-inch perhaps instead of 8-inch.
I will point out the 8-inch cruise. If you are going to build more cruisers, you may as well stick with 8 6-inch divides, simply down to the fact that if you are
you'd stick with 12 6-inch.
Yes, you would. But if you are going to build both sets of cruisers, I don't know why this person decided. I guess a lot of things in Drakes Drum that don't really make too much sense. But the Benbows aren't the worst
then you've got the
Drakes Drum ships imaginable.
Because the Benbows are the basic one of the 9.2-inch cruisers.
Oh, would you look at that? It's 8 Admiral 3-drum boilers again, and 4 shaft Parsons turbines. Well, where we meet again, old friend.
No, because I apologise, I don't remember who your name was in chat, but someone that was earlier asking, wait, where's British cruisers, where's the 9.2-inch? The Benbows are what you got.
They built them pretty late.
In 1940, yeah. Because then you get the Tigers, which go back down to 8-inch.
Yes. The Tigers drop back down to 8.
Isn't that specifically because they've got 8-inch things the same 8-inch as the counties?
Why?
And they're just guns.
Why?
Because you get a bit of a pickle at that.
Why the 8-inch, or why the 9.2-inch, or why bother in general?
Okay, so here's the thing. Why have you gone for twin turrets in 1940? The Royal Navy isn't building a twin turret design for that kind of cruiser guns or for capital ship guns. They're all triple turrets. They're building all quadruple turrets. Or there are twin turrets for the 14 inches, but those are mostly sort of interesting ones. So why would they go for twins? Why are they stepping down from 9.2-inch to 8-inch? Because there's no point in that. Because frankly, the British prefer the 9.2-inch.
I have something to make it both make sense and also make you hate it.
Yeah.
They're using the secondary gun turrets off the Lord Nelson class battleships and the Minotaur class.
No, they wouldn't be.
Yeah,
they would not be.
I know.
They would not be. No, they really wouldn't be. Those turrets are nowhere near the specifications they'd be using for this time period. Those turrets would cease to exist a long time ago.
I know.
Wait a moment. Apparently, they're also using the 9.2-inch coastal guns. Which I raise more questions.
Again, let's move on.
I've been at one of those 9.2-inch
let's
coastal
move
guns.
on from those very silly.
They cancelled one of them.
Yes, they do.
Why?
There's a lot of this going on where ships are
they cancel it literally
no
1 month after they buy it.
Yeah, there's a lot of these that make
no sense. Or order, sorry, not buy.
So then you've got the Tigers, which are weird.
They're meant to be improved 8-inch cruisers,
and also
but
it gets worse.
New
They are
Mark 10 gun.
Yes, and then you've got the Crown Colony class cruisers, which are basically the same as historical. And then you've got the Warriors, which are the last heavy cruisers built for the Royal Navy. I would question why you're building them, but hey-ho.
Back down to 8-inch as well.
Again, yeah, these are the last heavy cruisers built for the RN. And
The ones I actually would raise as semi-decent is the Neptunes.
That's just the
Oh, sorry,
guarantee.
not the Neptunes.
No, that's just a
naval
count class.
sorry.
So the Neptunes are basically...
The Neptunes are
AA
an anti-air
cruisers.
cruiser. Not the ones I was quite thinking of, unfortunately. But they're not the worst, but
They're
by
basically...
45, why are you still using the 5.25?
Probably basically
quite
because
small.
it's in a bigger turret. That's the whole point. It's basically, I think it's from
I
what
know these
can-
are meant to be the full auto-loading ones, but...
Yes.
They're
Whoa,
actually
hold on,
very
hold on. I am going to stop the author right there. The 5.25-inch tail was too light to be effective against surface targets and too heavy for rapid fire against aircraft. Okay, cease. Moving on.
Not necessarily wrong, but
Oh,
not necessarily right.
sugar.
Now, this, you know when I said earlier about build the bunkers and duck and cover?
I'm hiding. Does Dr. Clock seen them? Yes.
I don't know if Clark's muted or... But looking at that face is concerning.
Hurt me. Oh.
That is indeed a deeply concerning.
This is
case.
a tribal class destroyer.
They only have 4 guns.
6.
No. 4. The Cossack, they were... A number of them only have 2. So,
Just go past it before I start swearing, because that
Well,
means that they completely
only,
missed.
only the Royal Canadian and Royal Australians are the 6-gun design.
Then there are these things which I'm like, what the flip am I looking at?
Which ones? Is the
So,
the
hang
the
on,
JPs
they
make
gave-
sense.
They give the JPs 4.7s, but not the
They're
tribals.
more heavily armed than the
The
bloody
tribals
tribals.
are meant to. The tribals are using the new 4.5-inch meant to be found on the battles. Is what they're refit to instead of using the still 8
No, the
4.7s.
battles get the whole point about the battles is they get the BD mount, which is why they're reduced. So you don't give the destroyers the BD mount. You give the destroyers the UD mount, or you don't give them a mount.
And these are the battle
Just
class.
I just quickly need to check to make.
Oh
Oh my god, I hate it. This is just
no!
this gets worse the more
Yep,
you look
yep,
at
I was
it.
correct. Those are indeed meant to be the guns found on the battles,
Oh, this just gets worse.
which is why they were
Oh.
changed to that.
This just gets worse and
And
worse.
Go back to the Hurricane up there. Look at the Darings. Let's see how bad they are. Because honestly, the destroyer game is absolutely atrocious. 6 4.5-inch guns. Yeah, that's fine. 10 40mm, 10 21-inch torpedoes. Yeah. It'll do. It'll do.
Okay, now
This
then.
is
You know
normal.
what? Okay, let's. So Britain was awful. Let's go and look at.
Oh.
Okay.
Germany, I
yeah.
think, is what we need to do now.
Yeah.
Don't do Germany yet.
Wait,
Don't do
don't
Germany
do
yet.
Germany yet.
Why? Why?
It would make
Because
more sense because these are the ones.
there's a chance Clark will see the abomination.
No, well, we need to
He
anyway.
will have to see
Okay,
it.
well,
We'll
I'll
cover
tell
it
you what.
one way or
Let's,
another.
let's,
I
okay, let's
must
do the
protect his
Italians.
eyes from the abomination.
If
Reggio
anything, I'm
Maria.
more worried about if anyone else turns up.
So yeah,
right.
Yes,
Yeah,
we're
Reggio
saving
Maria.
that
Yeah,
for when
yeah.
he wants to see me.
Yes, I'm leaving the Germans till last, because they are the most egregious, arguably. So, the Italians
Are they?
convert their battleships into battle cruisers, rather than. Dr. Clark remembers these. Like, it's think of it, bear in mind, this is the least egregious of them because they can do this. It's physically possible. It's just a different
31
angle.
knots is pretty quick.
It's
think
far
they do
easier
it
to
to-
downgrade a ship from down that list than it's to promote it up. To promote it up requires you do all sorts of complicated things. To
Like-
downgrade it down is quite easy. It's just remove
the thing is-
armor.
but bear in mind, Dragon, these are the same length as they are when they are the rebuilt dreadnoughts, but they're missing a turret with the extra space going to more machinery. So you've dropped the
Fleet,
turret and increased machinery, which means
Fleet,
increase.
can you please just take a look at the boilers for a second?
Oh, for fucking Jesus! On the basket with a bloody cocaine habit.
Back.
Oh.
I'm sorry, it's Yarrow, this world's version of Vickers Armstrong.
And
No,
you
'cause
get a
Vickers
Yarrow
will do
boiler,
that.
and you get a Yarrow boiler, and everybody gets it.
Now, actually, that's not 100% wrong, because the Italians do have a habit of buying British boilers. It's kind of like Germans and buying British-built turbines,
Oh.
and then in World War One finding they have no spare parts for those turbines.
Oh, Dr.
It's just
Clark! Hey, Dr. Clark, look, we've got a chart!
Oh no.
Including for the battleship rebuild and the battlecruiser rebuild. Oh, they've had to double the amount of weight going into engines.
Is that enough?
If you look at the difference in weapons and ammunition, that's not.
They've not doubled it. They've increased it by 600 tons going to engines.
Yeah, no, they haven't. They've doubled it.
Yes, they have.
No, from the original.
1,732 as complete in 1915. Original rebuild.
Oh yeah.
Moved it to 1,201, which was the lost engine power. But then the revised rebuild put them up to 2,366.
And then if you take into account the fact that. Okay, so the difference between there's only about 400.
It's cheaper to build a new ship. It's cheaper to build a new ship.
Yeah, so
It's cheaper, less stressful, and you're less likely to have a ship fall apart in the middle of the Mediterranean.
yeah, but
Well, they do it twice.
Yeah, either way. So we have like this. These are the Italian battleships now. So
Yeah.
yeah, these are the Italian battleships.
Cheaper to build a new ship.
I know.
It's cheaper
I
to
see
build a
3
new ship.
turrets.
Pardon?
Yeah, they only go with 3 instead of 5.
Yeah, again,
4.
they're being rebuilt.
They go
from
from
I'm
five
so
to
hoping.
three.
Yes, but
I'm
10
so
guns?
hoping my friend
No.
turns up. He'll help my blood pressure if I have someone else
Wait,
to
yeah, that's
commiserate this
right.
with.
Yeah, that's right. They've just cut.
They literally have just cut a gun off, basically.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Then again, that doesn't even
No,
add up.
no,
No,
two
it means
X- two
one
X
of
three.
them is a quad turret.
No,
No, it doesn't, 'cause
No,
it's telling you
Moe's
two triple.
right. Moe's right.
No.
It should be 8 guns.
No.
It should be
Yeah,
8
it
guns.
should be, but they're not a quad because it's 2x3, 1x2, so that number's just wrong. So
Yeah,
it's
I
only
know.
8
That's
guns.
the funny thing.
So it's just 8 guns, not 10 guns.
Yes.
Yes, it's because they've not
Okay.
changed it from the historical rebuild.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so
Confusion.
We're currently on the Italians.
So,
was it?
Francesco
Francesco
Caracolio.
Caracolio.
She's basically as the historical plans for her were laid out. She's not radically reworked until her rebuild. But it's the rebuild that really matters here. As reconstructed, she's slightly faster. Only gains a knot and a half in speed.
What's her speed?
She's built as a 28 knot ship, which is actually historical. The Caracollos were built as 28 knot ships.
And she gains a knot and a half from her rebuild.
Yeah. She's only rebuilt fairly late though.
Which is interesting because she goes from 20 arrow boilers to 8. So I can only assume these are much more efficient boilers.
Yeah, probably best not to
Okay.
touch.
We're cur-
Probably best not to touch.
James Stewart has just sent through a question which I think you'd all enjoy. Imagine the conversation between Nimitz, Yamato, and Cunningham if they were planning the destruction of the Italian fleet between the 3 of them.
Oh god, that is not nice things.
Fun times to be had.
That is basically the nightmare scenario, and them going, so who's your deputy commander you're sending forward? Oh, I'm
Oh.
sending forward Lee, says
Wait.
Nimitz.
Oh,
Wait,
that's
Rudolph,
Cunningham
you
goes,
listened to this
well, I've
two
got this
times
guy
speed?
called Vian,
Oh.
and Yamato going, mm-hmm.
that's funny. Okay, so
Who tries to rebuild a battleship into a battle cruiser? Well, first the Russians did it, then the French and the
No,
then
the
the,
Fren- no,
Italians,
the-
the
the
French
French-
just sort of went. The French just went. We'll build a new ship. It's cheaper.
yeah. Although ironically, the French battle cruisers are, yeah, it's yeah. So yeah, honestly, out of all the capital ships in Drakes Drum, the Caracollos are one of the ones I have the least problems with. Since they're the ones that
The
are
Lepantos,
least,
I actually think are okay as well.
are least changed. The thing is, the Italians are the ones, apart from the battlecruiser reworks, are the ones that I have the least problems with, because they're the ones he touches the least.
We're on the Italians, Wellesley.
And I will admit, I do like that image of her as rebuild. That's very nice. That's some good work with Photoshop. That's a very nice image of what a rebuilt Francesco Carachuelo would look like. So
I
the
can't wait till we get to the Leonardo da Vinci.
the reason that the reason that the Littorios aren't here is because they're unchanged from actual history.
Yes.
This is the battleship Lepanto, the most powerful battleship Italy ever built.
Which is sunk in harbour.
Although not before she gets a few good blows in. Tangles with the Americans, I believe. Battle of the Tyrrhenian Sea, or is it the British? Can't remember.
No, I think the British just beat her up in the Med.
Well, she gives them a good go of it. So these are...
I've just read over the Battle of Malta. No, they don't.
not Malta, Tyrrhenian Sea.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, the Battle of Malta basically shut down the Italian Navy.
Well, yes, it does, but what were they expecting? Trying to have a
And
crack
I think
at
they
Malta?
also were damaged there, but...
Either way,
Yeah, like, honestly,
either way,
they're
this
meant to be UP-41, basically.
yeah. Either way, this ship is basically just what if, basically,
It's the 16-inch proposed upgrade to a
Yes.
Vittorio Veneto that's
Yes.
slightly enlarged,
Yeah,
slightly bigger
there's,
guns.
There's nothing really to say about it. It's a lot of the specs are as the Littorio, but slightly bigger, and with 16-inch guns. There's nothing. Ironically enough, out of a lot of the ships that are under discussion, this is one of the least egregious. And
What
one
is
of
that
the
secondary layout?
that's actually historical.
Yeah,
That's
That's
how
the same
Italians,
thing the Italians liked using,
Yeah, it's not the worst.
as I recall.
Yeah, it's because they lack.
Clark, what are you looking at there?
I assume that's
Fleet keeps going least egregious.
Yes, he does.
I didn't
I
say
wouldn't call it
good.
the least egregious personally, but
I said
It's just
some of them.
it's a turn of phrase as if there is a graduation of egregiousness going on here, or just
Yes.
whereas
Yes, there is.
yeah.
There is.
well, Leonardo da Vinci would like a word.
Yes.
Oh, good lord.
Oh, no.
The Italians somehow salvage the ship and convert her into this.
She can carry 34 planes.
So, everyone, I would like to ask some questions. Currently, I am short 1901 Iron Brew and can't find it in Cornwall. I think I'm going to need it if I'm going to get through the rest of the stream. So if anyone can tell me where I can pick it up rapidly within about next 15 minutes within directions of Red Roof in Cornwall, I'd be very pleased to know, and I will literally drop in my car and go get it.
Oh my goodness.
We haven't even got
Do
to
you
the
have a
Germans or the...
speedboat?
We haven't even got to the Germans or the Japanese yet, Clark.
Yep.
But
Well, let's look at this carrier design. Okay, let's talk about this carrier design.
she
It's
has-
got 8 oil and 12 mixed boilers. Why the frigate in 1920s are you building something with 8 oil and 12 mixed boilers?
Shades of Ban.
Ben doesn't
Well,
even
right.
have mixed boilers.
Right, I'd like to point out, she is laying underwater.
Ben
to
has
shoot-
mixed engines, not mixed boilers.
Right, Clark, here's the thing. She is sunk in 1916. She lies underwater for 3 years. Even
Yeah.
Then after that, she sits without having any work done on her for another 2 years before they finally
Yes.
start going to convert her. I
It is
think there's the
impressive
problem.
how it still exists.
But that's the way, then you rip the boilers out.
But then I think you've ripped most of the ship out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'm looking at this line here that I've just highlighted. This whole line makes no sense. You've gone to the trouble of raising her. You don't get to say budgetary constraints
Budgetary
meant the
constraint.
existing machinery is refurbished. No. If they've gone to the trouble of raising her to rebuild her into a battleship and then decided to convert her into a carrier, there is not a way in living heck that someone's going to say, but we can't have the budget for like so you're telling me you
No.
already spent this money and now you want to get a subpar
The amount
ship?
of money you've just spent on this ship, there is no phrase at all. There is no time at all at which the phrase budget is going to come up.
Another
Budget just
episode.
doesn't occur.
Yeah.
Version was straightforward.
Well, to be fair, look at the state at which Leonardo da Vinci comes out of the water. There's not much to tear down, to be blunt, and you've got access to the internals fairly easily. That's probably why you're looking at a somewhat straightforward conversion.
Well, you've got 2 more carriers to go, fleet.
Yes. Aquila.
Oh yes, and indeed, no, I forgot about that. Yeah, Aquila.
I'm now worried for Fleet.
These have Thornycroft boilers.
Why? They're a destroyer.
And none of the British ships have bloody Thornycroft boilers.
You put them in destroyers. You don't put them in bigger ships.
You know, I'm really sad that none o'clock's
They're destroyer builds.
here because this would just be amusing to hear their responses.
Oh god, I wish Drac was here to
He's
see this.
36 destroyers in a trench coat, man.
151,000 shaft horsepower from 8 Thornycroft boilers. Are we sure they're referring to 8 sets of boilers?
Oh god, this is funny. Oh.
Then you've got the next class.
So
Because they actually build 2 Aquilas
So assuming,
somehow.
Well, because there were going to be 2 Aquilas, because there were 2 liners of the same class.
It's more the fact they finish both of them is impressive enough.
Well, no, not
I
really.
think
Given
that
that Italy's not at war, and that even at war they nearly finished Aquila with her being 85 to 90% completed.
Hang on. These 2 ships were built as passenger liners.
yes.
Thornycroft boilers for a passenger liner?
Rebuilt.
That's what they
Yes,
meant.
I know. In nicest way, Mo already got there. Already currently needing to find
No, they-
vast supplies of water, of iron brew, and all sorts of other things.
Yeah.
If I drank alcohol, but now I'd be reaching for the very, very
That's an
strong
idea.
Scotch.
Oh, it
Maybe I
gets
should get some
better.
Tia Maria.
It gets better. This is the carrier Falco. Ex-Soviet...
Sevastopol.
Yes, ex-Project 69 battlecruiser Sevastopol. Which
They
is
converted a Soviet
hull
aircraft,
ship.
a battleship, into an aircraft carrier.
Battlecruiser, one of the incomplete Project 69s. Which was gifted to them after their
So-
participation
Now,
in Operation
I'm glad to say
Barbarossa.
they don't mention what boilers are used here.
I'm so glad, because if they put in went with the Soviet boilers, they're never getting any options.
From what I understand,
Um,
from what I understand, from what I've read,
Yeah, so this is a converted Kronstadt.
yeah, from what I understand, from what I've read, the Kronstadt's hull with no prop shafts, is towed to Italy, and then with an empty hull they start work, and go from there.
I'm happy for them, I truly am, but why?
Because there was a
What
hull,
would possess you to think that was a good idea?
there was a hull lying around, and the Italians wanted it. I guess I don't know.
So the Italians never thought to actually build and design their own from the ground up?
Apparently not. Also, hang on. I'm sorry. This line. This sentence.
Yeah, how about she had technology far in advance, which were used by later supercarrier designs?
No. This
A fast,
line.
well protected. Yeah, most effective carrier in the Italian fleet. I agree. Actually, no, to be perfectly, it is correct. It does make an interesting comparison to the audacious Tenryu and Essex designs. It is interesting.
Oh.
How did they mess up so badly?
Oh god, yeah, don't even. Yeah.
Trentos are mostly normal, as I
Yeah.
recall.
Yeah, the Trent. There's not much. The only real difference between historical cruisers and these are basically bigger. Where things get interesting, though.
Napolis?
Well, yeah, no, not really, because the Napoli is basically taking into Russian Chapayev cruisers that were under construction, and then nothing happened to them. They weren't even finished.
Well, they tried.
And then you get to this thing, which is basically, Dr. Clark, I want you to put yourself in the mind's eye of this. The Italians build this ship as the presence unit for the Indian Ocean, to be based out of Italian East Africa. Just bear that in mind. That's what she's built for. Now, as that design, I
This
don't
is
think-
currently causing levels of stress beyond which I thought it would.
You've seen all these before.
Can I ask the question before? I know I've managed to black it from my memory. There's something which is wondering me, because I'm looking at the Italian warship guns, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm on NavWeps, which is a fairly reliable one to go for, and I'm looking at their cruiser guns, and I'm looking for 8-inch, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at the year these guns are these ships are built.
Yep.
What are they apparently carrying?
8-inch 50s.
Okay, when are they built?
These ships so there's the Lombardis, which is laid down 43.
So, in the nicest way, why are they carrying 8-inch 50s, not 8-inch 53s, which was the Model 9024 gun?
Well, because the Trentos
Of
laid down
the-
in the Trentos laid down in 1925, and the Zaras of 1929 through 31 also
yeah.
use 8-inch 50s.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. In this, they do.
No, there's...
In Drakes Drum.
Wait, whoa, hold on, hold it, hold it, hold
the
it.
Zaras,
No, hold
they
it.
use 8-inch
No.
50.
No, hold it. Read that.
Let me scroll back up a bit. The 8-inch 53 caliber was of the M1927 pattern, was considered an improvement on the M1924 of the preceding class, but worked at higher pressure, low muzzle velocity. The dispersion was a problem as the mount used to come from.
The
Yeah, but it's not
document
using
isn't. The document isn't even correct. He's listed the wrong guns. They're supposed to be 8-inch 53s.
Right.
So
Okay, so then at least they're using 8-inch 50. So can we
So that-
presume then that these
yeah,
8-inch
we can't
50s
pre-
on the Lombardis
we
are meant
can't
to be
pres-
the 8-inch 53?
we can't presume because it's a fictional ship.
If they've got it wrong twice, I am going to assume I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that since these are the exact same gun, they are probably, more than likely, but not confirmably, 8-inch 53s.
To be fair, these are 8-inch 53s from 1927.
Yes.
There's technically nothing stopping the Italians in Drakes Drum from developing a new 8-inch gun.
Oh,
Possibly,
you can't
yeah.
be serious.
Caliber.
Of course you can.
Well, that's
Flea.
what they would be. If they keep building 8-inch gun cruisers, the Italians are going to develop a new gun. 'Cause
No,
that's
what
how
I
they
mean-
keep their industry
Yeah,
going.
well, let me
No,
finish,
that's
please.
not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're looking at the
This.
Leon class that
I-
they rebuild.
No,
no, these aren't even the rebuild ones. These are the
just,
Russian ones.
They just nicked. These are Russian destroyers. Oh god, why are the Yarrow boilers back?
Right. Honestly, this I can vaguely believe because these are almost Italian ships, kind of in general, because they were using Italian
Right, that's
knowledge,
it.
so I can at least kind of understand it.
Right, that's it. I'm breaking out the alcohol. I am not sober. I am far
Please,
too.
no, Fleet, no.
I am
You're
far too
you're in
sober.
charge of this,
I am in charge, and I am far. And I
so
decree.
you
I
are not
am-
allowed to drink.
Bullshit. It's my show.
Hey, and if you drink, I hijack the entire show.
No, you don't.
This can be arranged.
No, you can't. This is. We're not.
I send you to Brazil.
We're
No,
not
it
in-
doesn't need to be arranged. Let him drink, and once he's too drunk to maintain control, then go ahead and take control.
So what are you looking at, Clark? Because you're looking at something intently.
Honestly, these.
Well, I'm doing my usual here. I went to go and check because Italian boiler standard how they use free drum boilers. Perhaps using Yarrow for his free drum boilers, but here's the
and
thing:
also,
the Italian destroyers have Parsons steam turbines as a rule,
Mm.
and they have free drum boilers.
Right.
Now, which are otherwise known as the Yarrow style, which originally were known as the Yarrow style. So that I wonder if that's where they've taken this from. But the Italian free drum boilers are Italian made. They have their own. They have their own production of them.
So
Italian Naval Archives is a
Running out of
great
book
thing
here,
about
please.
destroyers.
the problem.
So-
So the problem I have with this is why these ships exist.
That as bad as they are, they still look prettier than Hoche.
No, as in these are ships built during the peace prior to the Second Hitlerian War. Why?
Yeah,
Why are the Italians building this?
they're replacing the Spickers.
Yeah.
Even so, this just it's
I personally
pathetic.
would try and stick another gun on it, but
It's
Like-
all you need for the Mediterranean. It's all
Yeah.
you need for the Mediterranean because
They-
they're basically torpedo. Think of them not as destroyers, but think of them as a torpedo button.
2,000-ton torpedo boats.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, look at
Believe
the
it.
speakers.
they go 34 knots, 6 torpedo tubes. Not the worst.
And to
Fine.
be fair, it's just
And also, we
It's
have our
more
first
good to use.
submarines, which are these. It's just
They
is
exist.
is it just me, or does that look like a Italian Type 7?
Pluto
Let's
Type
put it straight. It
2.
doesn't seem to have an Italian what I would call Italian style
Conning tower.
conning tower. Yeah.
Some were used for the transport of cargo to and from Japan.
These are
How?
Yeah, these are not the boats you use for that sort of thing. These are not the big. These are not the big boats you use for that sort of thing.
I'm going to ask that question again. How?
Yeah. These
Where
are,
were they going through?
Yeah, these are not the.
Suez, I think.
Yeah, these
but...
are. Yeah, also these are not the boats
Was-
you use for that sort of thing.
Well, they're not going to because it's got 8 knots. I'm presuming that's their underwater speed.
Yeah.
8 knots underwater, yeah.
They never get through Gibraltar.
There's a reason why the Italian large cruiser submarines that had decent underwater performance were deliberately chosen for those jobs, because they could reliably go in and out through Gibraltar submerged, and they could carry more cargo.
That's the whole thing. The German ones who could do 7 knots would be going backwards because sometimes we're talking about a 10-knot speed going through that strait underwater currents.
Well,
From Atlantic into Mediterranean.
I'm pleased to report when
So basically, the German ones would started when they first did it. When they tried them doing it, they'd be doing 7 knots, and they'd be going 3 knots backward.
So
which book do you want to look at
Japan,
now?
Okay, I will actually let people in the audience. Is that the guy that everyone likes? No, he's not. He sent me a thing. What does he want?
But yeah, so your options, we've done the Soviet map.
So
they've literally got like one ship,
yeah,
basically.
We could do the quick one.
No,
Which quick one?
Spanish.
We've already done that.
Well, we've done the Spanish.
Favorites.
We've basically done all the miners.
My next choice
So
is
the options are Japan,
okay.
America, or Germany.
Japan or America? Which do people want to do next? I'm
leaving Germany for last,
actually
dear.
going to do democracy, which means I'm going to let
Plausible.
the people in the I'm gonna let the audience put some words in the channels on both YouTube and Discord, and we're gonna see what the people say. So Akizu says Japan, Mep says Japan. Anyone in the YouTube comments, please, I wish to know your thoughts. Tell me all the secrets.
Well, Runon's still an hour behind, so
Yeah. Tell me the mysteries of the
yeah,
world.
I think it's decisive of Japan. There's like.
Tell me the
Yeah, who
mysteries
cares
of
about
the
the
world.
Americans?
Oh, we'll get to
Japan.
them.
Okay, everyone.
It's a democracy.
Yeah, everyone says Japan.
And it is decided unanimously.
Okay, so Shikishima
Well,
in the background.
that's what we're wondering, Gunnery Officer. I know at least
Nawari.
one of them, but
Yeah, we're just waiting on Dr. Clark's special guest whenever they turn up. One of them, because we are at least definitely going to get
there
one
was potential
of them.
for more, but
There's still potential for even more because another one has just a message me going.
Yeah, also,
Are you guys still going to be live?
Also, I'm welcoming,
When- yeah.
I'm welcoming
Hello,
back. I'm welcoming back Chair from the early part of the panel, and
Oh,
also,
and
and also, I'd like to welcome the Dutchman, the guy that everyone likes.
we'll hope the others arrive.
Actually, you know what? Since we are going to talk about Japan, I'm going to re-go over the Dutch Navy while we're here, just because
Of course you are.
Just because Guy is here, and we have the Dutchman. Partially because it'll make him
So
very.
much for democracy.
No, it's just very quickly.
and here will
take 5 seconds. We won't be here long.
There's like 3 ships.
And this is how democracy dies.
So the Java class are as historic. The Java class cruisers are as
I thought
historical.
that democracy dies when you have Emperor Palpatine, but okay.
The attempt
This
on
can
my
be
life
Yeah,
arranged.
he's
has
like an
left me
incompetent
scarred
version of
and
Palpatine.
Oh, come on, that's not fair.
Oh, good lord, no, you can't say that, because even incompetent has the word competent in it, which could lead to all sorts of misunderstandings. You
Anyway.
can't use that with Fleet.
No.
Whoa,
I'm not talking
okay,
about
that's
that.
just
I'm
too
not
cruel.
talking equals Palpatine.
So
Somehow he
yeah.
returned.
Yeah.
We don't know.
So behold the De Reuters.
Yeah?
They
They
are.
are shit.
Yes.
Apparently they also have 9 Yarrow boilers to supply 4 turbines this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also.
Huh?
Yeah, and also they
This
are.
has been a recurring
Yes,
thing.
and also-
random.
But also they're 8-inch.
I mean,
They're 8-inch treaty
okay.
cruisers.
wait, quick thing.
Yes.
So you know how while I was driving, you weren't about this is the universe in which we Vickers win.
Yes.
Are we sure Vickers won this time, Ryan?
Or Yarrow.
Yeah.
I think the Yarrow and Vickers executives are in a boxing ring with gloves going, no, I won, no, I won.
And honestly, no, I more imagine them sort of shaking their
But yeah,
hands. You sell
but
them
yeah.
the guns, I sell them the,
yeah.
the boilers.
So, Guy, in a heightened... Guy, the
Yeah.
Dutchman. In a heightened threat environment where the treaty cruiser is 12,000 tons and Japan has a much larger navy than historical, can you see the Dutch government actually releasing the funding for these two ships? Two 12,000-ton 8-inch cruisers?
Based off the counties. Well, it's the county
They
design.
look more based off the Deutschland class.
Mm. Well, 'cause
They're
the counties apparently
basically...
come after.
Yeah, they're basically the... They're basically based off the counties, but the Dutch have added their own superstructure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. So this is how it goes. They're going to say no,
Yeah.
and then they're going to say yes. But when they are going to say yes, it's going to be far too late to actually get them into service on time.
The problem is they're laid down in 33 and 36. So I assume, given what you know of the Dutch government, Guy, that's unhistorical because they would just say no.
No, they would say they've got to have a committee discussion about it. They wouldn't give you such
They
a
are going to
answer so
do. They're
quickly.
going indeed to exactly that.
I mean, the thing that
That's
happens...
what, the Dutch government are wonderful. The only government which does anything worse than them is the Norwegian government, who also like to have committee after committee.
I mean,
after
that's
committee.
not the most egregious thing.
I'm sorry, the French?
Guy,
The
look...
French?
Yeah, Guy.
Oh, the French just have a new government.
Yeah, Guy, look at these. Large, decent-like cruisers that the Dutch would never actually build. They build one of them. The
They
other
try and build two.
Yeah, the other one...
Try.
No, they don't even try. The other one wasn't even started.
Well, I think that's more the Navy trying to get it through, you know. I think
Cost overruns.
It's there to be ready. Yeah.
That's just a bigger DeRuyter, isn't it?
No, this has
No, because it's only got... this is the 5.9-inch guns,
Yeah,
whereas
this
the
is a
right
light cruiser.
have 8-inch.
DeRuyter.
Yes.
That's just the historic light cruiser that we were building when Germany invaded.
Oh, well, nice. You get one then. Hey. Okay, so now Japan. That's literally
Finite.
that's literally the only difference with the Dutch Navy. So
The
Japan.
Danish government
There you
aren't
go.
really mentioned much.
So. Oh, we have some appendixes here.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of information.
Yeah, the appendixes here are actually the biggest of any of the. And I think these need to be kind of read because they do explain some things. Although whether the explanations actually make sense, they don't really. Yes, Dr. Clark.
Only toast
You were putting your
Well,
hand up
poodle
to get
treats.
something.
Yeah, I was getting these for the poodle.
Ah, very good.
Because as important as you are, Fleet, and you are important,
Am I?
this one is in closer range to thump me.
Yeah. So, Dr. Clark.
Dragon Weckery.
Well,
And
actually,
unlike
They're
with
meant to be coming.
with him, I won't thump him back. With you,
Last I heard-
I would. So
Last
that's
I heard,
concern.
Foxo, your treat
Yes.
was they're having food. They'll be along when they can.
yes. Dr. Clark, would you like...
Yeah.
I'm going to do something different for this. This appendix lays down a lot of things that are the case on what the author thinks is right. If you would, I would like you to read through it and point out any inaccuracies or anything you think he's gotten wrong as you go.
A speed read, probably.
I'm reading this right now. I'm sorry, 6 turrets were transferred to the army? The Navy will give stuff to the army?
Yeah, there's some weird stuff. Yeah, like apparently, basically, they get the army to help. Well, they say transfer. They more mean they get the army to buy them off the Navy, I think. Because
Why?
the Navy basically says, we'll give you half a flotilla of destroyers, some coastal submarines, and some guns, so we can complete Tosa. Which feels very strange to me.
Complete and utter Tosa.
No.
Yeah, a lot of these.
Honestly, there's
A
no
lot.
scenario where the Navy has to do that because they're not negotiating the army for their budget. It's
No.
not how the Japanese system works.
Yeah.
They're blackmailing the government, not the army. Basically, the Navy minister will threaten to resign until there's a politician who'll fund them.
I just holds more than. Yeah, Amagi's wrecked cargo, which would be earmarked for completion of a Targo and Taka in their place, earmarked conversion of carriers. Either holds more like out for more than 10% complete, as though establish 9 of 10 turrets required for battlecruisers were already complete. Most obvious ship. China's
Mitsubishi Yonai has to be dead because there's no way this plan for capital ship construction would ever get past him. He's like, you mad.
Mitsubishi Yonai, Yamato, and half the Imperial Japanese Navy's senior command structure.
Yeah, because they want 4 battleships, 5 aircraft carriers, 6 heavy cruisers, 8 light cruisers, 62 destroyers, and 58 submarines to be completed by 1944. To have 12 battleships no more than 26 years old, 10 aircraft carriers no more than 20 years old,
Right.
20 heavy cruisers no more than 20 years old, 8 light cruisers no more than 20 years old,
So
96 destroyers no more than 16 years old, and 70 submarines no more than 13 years old. Which I just think
I
is
will
a bit
say this is
silly.
not as mad as it sounds. 'Cause
No.
basically, scroll back.
It's not
go back a
mad,
bit.
but it's not Japanese either.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they want to try and get. They basically want to get in 9 years 4 battleships and 5 aircraft carriers, plus the 6 heavy cruisers and 8 light cruisers. It's potentially doable, at least in that regard. But I agree, it's not really how they would want to do so.
No.
But it's at least potentially plausible.
Okay, I'm gonna stop this man right here. This. Cease. Cease your reliance on myth and what's the word? What's the word? What's the word? Come on, think. It's a word for a certain thing that people do. Stereotypes.
Dan Friedman now joining at ×2 speed. Why is both Dan Friedman and Runon at ×2 speeding this?
Man is absolutely going huge speed.
It wouldn't happen.
They are.
Right, I
superstars,
tend to
both.
agree, Leslie, but I can at least see them trying that plan. It's not as insane as it could have
Yeah,
been.
I'm sorry, but that thing I've highlighted is just ridiculously silly. It's all based on
Where's
stereotypes.
ping coming from?
It's just
There.
aggressively. It misses the entire. It just.
I think there are times where they've possibly. You see, it's like the Hood stuff. I'm almost able to say that he's watched Drakenfell. He's watched Drak's channel to understand, I know the Hood correctly. But there are times when it almost seems like, and I don't want to disparage the author. This is not meant in a disparaging way at all. But it sometimes comes across that what they've done is watch, I don't know, watch a particular program or do a quick Google search, and they've gone with the first result they get and presumed it's right.
Seems like it, yeah.
This does
Right,
indeed
I don't
look
think
like
it's going.
something that
I
could
don't
be,
think it's going off Drax video because
But I was saying that for Hood.
yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm just checking. So the piece on or however that's pronounced, was published in 2019. So pretty much a year before Drax started
Drak started doing this video. Yeah.
So
I feel like this person has probably watched too much History Channel.
Yeah, possible. The thing that annoys me is it's such a widespread. Some things he gets so close to being right and is actually fairly on the money. Some things
right,
is
but-
just
also,
so
Leslie,
off.
you're missing something here. You're saying about mid-war Japan. This isn't mid-war Japan. Japan's not at war until 1946, basically.
And even then,
Yeah, in Japan not being a war until 1946, this is no.
there's also
No.
there's also no occupation of Indochina, and apparently lots more synthetic oil, and also the invasion of
So
Russia.
that's where some of the bigger issues I think
Yeah,
are. Not-
and also, an invasion of Russia at the same time they're fighting in China, which leads to them gaining Eastern Russia and the Northern Resource Area, because
Yeah, which apparently goes very quickly and easily.
How do they suddenly have they got tanks in this scenario?
I mean, the Japanese army's
Pretty
always
sure most of the Red
Uh,
Army's
they
dead
did
at
have
this
tanks.
point.
and
Most
also
of the Red Army is indeed very dead.
and of course the Germans are coming
Because
the other
the
way.
Soviets have already taken the Siberian armies to try and stop the Germans. The Japanese just
Oh.
walk in.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, the Germans invade, and it doesn't go well for them.
Yeah, Russia.
Well,
like-
it wouldn't go
like-
well for the Germans, but
No, the thing is, the
Well, no,
war.
it doesn't go well for the Soviets. The Germans kind of roll over them because there's various problems.
This is a Soviet Union without Lend-Lease,
And also,
so their logistics
Oh!
just collapse.
and a Germany without
Oh.
any, and a Germany
Yeah.
without any other commitments, and the entire Axis powers
Like
going
the
in from
Western
the
Front
west.
is gone. That's already over with. So they are full focused on invade the Soviet Union. All resources.
and
on
also,
that.
and also, there's no loss in air power and trained air crews from the Battle of Britain. As
Yeah,
well.
and it's also one of the biggest killers of the Red Army in this timeline isn't the Germans. It's disease.
Disease, and
'Cause
also
they don't
just,
get the millions of
internal
tons of
infighting.
antibiotics.
from what I can find, the Japanese do actually have a decent number of tanks in service by 1941. So about the point in time, but these would be Type 89s. So
Well, no, they'd probably
no, these are Type 89s. Like, according to the document, they have Type 89 Yigo tanks with the Type 90 57mm gun, the Chihas, and the Shinmoto Chiha with a 47 and AT gun. Those actually into 42. So
the
yeah, it's just the Yigos and Chihas.
The Type 89 was,
A medium tank.
and I would also point out that comparatively not that many were built.
When was that one? Sorry, when did that one enter?
1928. By
Yeah,
this,
no, wrong tank.
Yeah, by this point.
No.
Yeah, by
No,
this
fleet, different tank.
The Type 89 we're talking about.
The fleet,
yeah.
there's one issue here.
Yeah.
You're using Wikipedia, so it's not a credible source.
Oh, don't even.
Well, not just that, but
it is a credible source for this particular discussion.
And I will
it seems
point
to be
out,
what the author's source was for many other things.
I will point out that the Type 89 is produced about 400, and there is that.
Right.
But for the invasion,
the gun is the same.
But for the invasion of Russia, no, Dragon, there is only one Type 89.
I agree, but right,
I don't know what
remember,
Type
he's used the same names for different things.
Yeah, but there isn't a.
I know, but I'm just going off what I can. So yeah, I'm assuming it probably is that, but
Yeah, so I firmly believe that most of the
they're
tanks
in service a
the
lot longer.
Most of the
Yeah,
oh no,
to be
the
fair.
Type 89s are still in service by this point. I'm not saying they're not, but what I'm saying is most of the tanks for an invasion of Russia in the Far East would be the much more capable and much better to use in the terrain Hargos. They're much more suitable for
Well, they're using
operations.
cheap
But Lee, you're
Why would
missing
they
the
not-
point.
Why
You're
would they
missing
use
the point.
cargoes?
Type 89 tank or type tanks. What's it called? Gunnery officer. Not
Yes,
IFVs, not rifles.
The
Tank.
Japanese meet the
What's it
bare minimum of opposition. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter what they go in with.
I
They're
was more
strolling
just-
up to such a couple of border guards.
Yeah, I was more just chewing the fat. But anyway, so Japanese battleships, including their reconstructions as well. So we have the Tosa class. That's them as reconstructed. The image. So they get they get one of them, and then Karga's completed as an aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
So that means you have 3 fast Japanese battleships in the form of Tosa, Nagato, Mutsu. The problem I have though is that
Well, they're not Yarrow
Uh,
boilers.
well,
At
yeah,
least.
yeah, but this is my big problem.
What?
There is
50,000
no
nautical mile
way you're
range?
getting 15,000
With
nautical
6,000
miles
tons.
on 6,000 tons of fuel oil. Even if you shut down 2 shafts to cruise on 2, you're just not. It's not even. Don't.
I need to remember, when did Japan go full oil?
I would like to know when. I'm trying to think. When did Japan develop quantum drive?
That too.
Are you talking about the shaft horsepower to the speed?
I'm talking about the fuel, the shaft horsepower, everything.
Yeah,
I know the issue with it.
I do.
There's no Yarrow boilers, because Yarrow could have done it in this timeline.
I will at least say one thing. She actually looks quite nice.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
as
she
a-
doesn't.
I actually do. Like, I like these style of ship. I do actually think she looks pretty decent because
Oh, there goes the stack.
it's quite similar to how things would go. And honestly, I quite like the ships we get historically.
So we
I
actually.
know you hate the.
It's
I hate you
fight
hate
in
the
the
three.
wrong play.
Yeah.
Annoys me.
Yeah.
The
So.
Targo's a bit weird, I have to
Yeah.
admit.
So we get Amagi is completed as a carrier, but Atargo and Takao are completed as battle cruisers.
Yep.
But they're functionally a Magi class.
Basically, yeah.
The only reason they're not called the Amagi class is because Amagi was destroyed in an earthquake. Akagi became an aircraft carrier. So the first ship that was actually commissioned, and therefore bears the class name, is Atargo. But again, same thing. Oh, hang on, would you look at that? These ships need 7,200 tons of oil to do 15,000 nautical miles at 12 knots. So, I just...
They're still getting 2 nautical miles to the ton.
Yeah, I know.
2 nautical miles to the ton. That's
Aggressively silly.
So I think just for the benefit, what is the normal fuel ton, basically nautical mile to fuel ton ratio of ships?
I mean, it depends entirely on your burn rate.
Well, we'll say the average, or some sort of average of this period.
That's the problem. There isn't one.
Look at the nearest comparison, I guess.
yeah. That's what I'm quickly going through my
What's Hood's range, I guess?
Okay, so. So I've gone to West Nautical,
Yes.
who have a nice fuel calculator.
Hey, fuel
And
calculator.
so if you give me the distance, you want to go?
15,000 nautical miles. That's the
15,000. Yeah, nautical miles. And you want to go at what speed?
12 knots.
12 knots.
Okay. And
I can't wait to do this for the German ships. That's going to be fun. I am actually really looking forward to that. That's going to be insane fun.
ooh. Well, apparently the most. If I was sending a diesel merchant ship of about the same tonnage today on the same route,
Yeah.
I'd be using about 1.5 tons of fuel an hour.
Yes, we'll get to the America bomber eventually, mate.
Oh.
So, just a small amount of difference.
Small.
Yeah, but that's
Just a small.
yeah, but that's diesel. That's not an oil.
And that's diesel.
Yeah.
No, Knight, don't even
That's
try
diesel.
and compare these to ALPR EVIDs. This has nothing even close.
So again, Pagoda Mast, all the thing. Now, this is where things get interesting. In the terms of for the first time, gentlemen, we have camp-on boilers and camp-on turbines. Not to be confused, because they are not the same. One is KM, one is KAM, one is KAN. Yes, confusing. Good.
So you're telling me Yarrow's World Conquest isn't over yet?
Nope, because Yarrow has failed.
Nope.
The Japanese have got their own boilers. My goodness, what a shock. So, these are the...
Actually, that's where you've got a small problem here.
Yeah.
Please tell me they're license built.
No! No!
Yeah,
I'm...
Campon would want license their designs off Yarrow for their deciding point. So, whilst they do become their own boilers, longer term, and they are their own domestic design, their first generations, which they got licenses off Yarrow.
I'm gonna have to subtitle this video the Yarrow World Conquest. Well, so
are you saying that this online-
At least it's not
Oh
the Vickers
my God.
14-inch salesman's world common quest.
Yeah,
Oh,
oh my
but
god.
they do that, though, to a
also,
degree.
gentlemen, behold, this ship is a miracle. It can do 15,000 nautical miles at 15 knots on 4,900 tons of oil. Yep, chair, that's my reaction as well. So,
I think they went to the Airships Conquer the Sky universe to decrease their weight
yeah,
using
so,
fragments of the moon.
yeah, so, these ships are what we would come to know as the Key class. 15% of the lead ship was done when the treaty was signed.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. Please look at those guns for me.
Dragon,
Please look at the guns.
Dragon, they are the Key class.
They're not.
They are.
Fleet, look at the guns. What does it
Yes.
say?
12 16.1 inch guns. Now they are the Key class.
Yes.
They are the Key class.
But they're not, because the keys are 5x2, not 4x3.
No, sorry, these are the number 13s. Sorry, these are the
No,
number...
they're not. Number 13s are 18-inch.
Yes, they are the number 13s, but they're 4x2. And because of how long there is between when they're laid down, Dragon,
I don't even think that.
no, Dragon, you do realise they're only 50% complete when the work is stopped, and then they are completely redesigned when work is resumed after the treaties collapse.
The fact that they kept 15% of the hull sitting around for 20 years.
So, first of all, they're 30 feet shorter.
Again, that can be reworked in the design. That's not really that
No.
big a deal.
No.
No.
And that's quite a big change to make to a hull.
Well, how else do you explain? Because the thing is, the ships that were to follow the Amargis and the
They're
Tosas
slightly
were
shorter.
to be the
They're
number
5
30
feet wider on the design and about 1 foot deeper in the draft.
So basically, he's created an entirely
Like-
original ship rather than following on with historical designs. Great, fantastic,
Yes.
fantastic.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
When commissioned in 1939, Ori was the most powerful battleship in the world.
honestly, given her specs, I can believe it. Like, obviously, taking aside the nonsense that is Drakes Drum's inability to actually understand how ship calculations work, and just taking the effects as gospel, without taking into account all the horrible nonsense that, Drakes Drum is known for, that is the most powerful battleship in the world.
Has the most firepower.
Although the belt's
most powerful.
the belts, the belts are actually, hang on, the belts that has a thinner belt and thinner turret faces than the Invincible class battle cruisers that Dr. Clark has already seen.
Yeah, that is not what the Japanese would have built at this point. And considering how the Japanese are prepared to lie, that is definitely not enough lying.
Considering these also laid down in 1921.
And I will also point out that this ship is apparently built after the treaties have collapsed, and they decide to, instead of doing a new ship, modify the hull.
They
And the
kept
design.
15% of a hull sitting
For
around for
16
15 years.
16 years. Well, yeah, I guess 15 and a half, yeah.
Around.
Why did they do this? I don't understand this. This person seems to have...
I'm presuming someone was deeply, deeply attracted to this hull for some reason.
Maybe
I'm saying that it must have been they were married to it, and by person, I mean the only way it would be kept around is if the Emperor had decided to marry all the hulls and make them all his wives.
Yeah, like if
This is the only scenario. And even that, I don't think would work because I think probably the Japanese would go. The Emperor's obviously insane. We must replace him.
This man is insane. Anyway,
The Emperor would have an accident.
yeah, just
at
for
that point.
Yeah, just
Imagine the amount of money to keep that hull around for 15 years.
Yeah,
Just think about the yard space it takes up, and there are other projects you can't build because that's sitting there.
yes.
Honestly, what they did with Key, I think, makes the most sense. Laid down in 21, scrapped on the slip.
The only
Use
reason
that slip for something else.
No, Dragon. The only reason she's scrapped on the slip is during the second phase of construction to save money for the war in China. She has the same work done to her as Awari does.
I mean, you could always just say that they got trapped in
Oh, yeah, I just read the
the
paragraph.
docks when the earthquake hit.
Yeah, it's just.
Oh, wait a moment. Scroll back. Right, actually, never mind.
Again, I let's put it this way. I have so far today had a day where I have literally only had like 12 chicken nuggets to keep me going. Not even McDonald's chicken nuggets, 12. I'm not sure what they were. They're out of the freezer chicken nuggets. And I have not got enough iron brew.
So,
So, can,
Right.
for the love of all things holy in my blood pressure, and my desire to commit bloody vengeance on certain people for this ending up being part of my life,
Hey, now just
can
a
we
minute.
skip to the next things?
I
And
just want to
yes,
quickly cover
I
one
am
thing.
holding you responsible.
The reason why Ori was the only one that was continued, they built a covering over it. Key was so rusted and corroded, there was no hope.
See this next thing makes Fleet very happy. This is just the historical Yamato class of which they managed to build 5. Fleet is very, very happy.
They built 5 over 10 years.
Yes.
So, and no, I'm not saying, but, like, for 10 years to build 5, I can vaguely understand that, perhaps.
That's not surprising given the build-out
Yeah,
times.
I think that's workable. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I would also point out that Yamato survives to be scrapped.
Why are they not? Did they not lay down any in 1938?
That's a good point, actually.
It is indeed an interesting point.
I
think that might be.
There might have been something
let me
else
see
on
what
the
I
slip,
tried.
perhaps. There might have been something else on the slip.
Probably a carrier.
Well, no. Look at the slips. Go down the slips.
Yeah. Okay.
Look at the yards. They're builder.
Mitsubishi,
Right.
Yokosuka, Mitsubishi.
Yeah,
So
so got a problem here, Fleet.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Clark.
Fleet.
Yes, yes, Dragon.
I see no carriers they've added in, which are laid down in 38. Not a single one of their carriers is laid down in 38.
Why is there a gap then? There should be 6 ships here, not 5.
Didn't feel like.
Because
I'm wondering if they
Maybe.
slightly redid the design.
And why? Actually, no.
But even then.
Well,
Even that doesn't take that long. You're laying down one in March 1937, and you don't lay down the next one till May 1939.
yeah. And why is Kai?
That's over 2 years.
Yeah. Why is
Kai's
Kai?
in 41.
Yeah.
two,
Why, yeah. Yeah.
a year
Why
and a
is?
bit later.
Yeah. Why is Kai delayed? Yeah. This makes no sense.
Because also, wouldn't Kai, in that way, go look at the Kai results at the time again. If you're building it, what arrives November 1940 on the slipway at Mitsubishi? Because the only thing you'd put straight there would be the next battleship.
Yeah. Why is there a gap?
Wait.
And it's like, again, the Cure one makes that's apparently they've got 2 slips that can take Yamatos.
It's possible that they've.
Well, actually, I think I know what happened to one of them. Ori's built in Kerr. Okay.
Well, no.
She's eating up. She's right. She is eating up that slip
Oh yeah, until
for most of the time.
No, that makes sense. I get that. Yeah, she's clogging that slip for a while.
Well, even if she is, that doesn't matter. You've got Mitsubishi and Nagasaki, Yokosuka, and they're still also. They're still, the Mitsubishi they launched the ship in November 1940. They don't get another one to lay down till February 1941.
Mm-hmm.
You've got
That's 3 months.
Knight. I'm just going to stop right there. Knight. Japan absolutely can build 5 Yamatos, especially if you consider that one of the ironic consequences of spreading them out like this is spreading out the cost of the budget.
Yeah.
10 years to build 5 ships is feasible.
Even if they are Yamatos. Japan could absolutely have done this if war didn't start. However... Yeah, so the B-65s, they are true battle cruisers, 2 words. In fact, they're one of the only examples that we actually see in this timeline. And I think Dr. Clark and me could thoroughly agree on that with no argument. They're not heavily armoured. They're quick. They are battle cruisers, 2 words.
Yeah.
But apart from that, I don't really have...
They're on with capital ship grade guns, i.e. something of 12 inches and above.
This is the only thing where I'm actually going to say, you know what? Oh no, 8,000 nautical miles at 18 knots. No. That's... No way.
Well, right. Ignore the Rangers.
Yeah, I think that's just where... ignore them.
The Rangers are completely bonkers. It's quite clear.
Yeah. That's not the worst, although only 2 of them are completed as battle cruisers, one's converted to a carrier.
And then you get their final battleship class.
Shikishima. The largest battleship in the world.
No, she isn't.
Yes, she is.
Don't think she is, actually,
No,
Fleet.
she is. Largest and most powerful
I-
battleship ever constructed.
Are you sure, my friend?
The Germans.
The Wyoming class are the same as on par of the American battleships.
I thought they were smaller.
They're basically the same tonnage range.
Yes, but it's more about
Like-
do they physically mass more than?
There's about 100 tons between them.
Well, it's
You're gonna go off that. So I guess
In other
technically,
words, if the Admiral has a decent-sized lunch, it ain't gonna matter.
true. But even so, that one of the things is, of course, of course, he's taken the Super Yamato proposal that would not actually have been built. He's taken
actually,
the one.
you say that. But
He's
find
taken
it
the
odd.
one with the one with 6 guns, when the one they would have gone with is the one with
No.
8 guns.
well, that's not what I find odd.
No, the Super Yamato was supposed to have 8 guns. The whole concept of the 6-gun ship was basically that they thought they might be able to backdate the Yamatos with the same guns.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but the Japanese were looking at 510mm guns for them.
Yes,
20.1 inch.
yes, and these are 19.7.
These are 19.7, which is 500mm.
Yes, I don't understand why.
That just seems a little bit odd to me. If you're going to basically try and do an A150, do an A150? Question mark?
Yeah, I know. This ship makes no sense. Like
Even say it's
like
no,
she's
it's
not even
listed A150.
like, and also the thing that annoys me is that, like he says, the prospect of constructing a 90,000-ton ship armed with 850-centimeter guns was invested by the Japanese, but considered too ambitious and too expensive. This saying this to the nation that has just built 5 Yamato class battleships and handled that fairly well, and this ship isn't even that much of a step up in size compared to the ships that came before.
It's basically just a
It's 4,000. Right, going off just the unload standard displacement, they're 4,000 tons heavier.
Again, like, this is the thing.
Deep load displacement, they're
Like,
about
you
6,000 tons
you
heavier.
you wouldn't need 90,000 tons to carry 4 twin turrets. You'd need 80,000, and that they could probably just about do. Especially if you're willing to accept a drop in speed by a knot and a half and make them work with the Nagatos. Again, it's a very silly thing where
1938 map is when the 20.1 was designed.
yeah, again,
So,
that should be ready
these
by
ships-
Yeah, isn't the
1942.
21 point? Isn't the 20.1 gun much heavier than the?
Well, from what I can see,
18.1.
they actually weigh about the same amount going off this.
Yeah, this is the thing. It annoys me. The more I look at Shikishima, the more I look at Shikishima, the less sense she makes. Especially,
Well, then wait till you get to
especially-
Ashi.
No,
Or
especially if you're talking about a world where the other powers are stepping up the size of their capital ships anyway. So the Yamatos are only going to be peer or near peer at certain points, and at that point you have to step up in a major way. And Shikishima just isn't a massive step up.
Interesting.
No.
Unless
That
she
step
keeps
up is
the
a
limit of what they
redundant
can
model.
build.
She's nowhere near the limit of what they can build.
Yeah.
On a single ship, maybe.
For a pair of ships,
It is
maybe.
very possible that when they meant too expensive, they meant as in it's too expensive to build a yard big enough to build a 90,000-ton monster.
If they've been churning out a
They
Yamato
had
if they've been churning out a Yamato every year for the last
They've got
10
3
years.
yards apparently which can build this level.
And I'm sorry, but if at that point, go for broke. Build an 80,000-ton ship with 8 of those guns.
Yeah, but don't weird things start happening to ships above 80,000 tons?
No, US super
There's
carriers
more-
exist.
Weirdly.
The engineers have to start doing more calcalications and do more work.
But
But
that's-
beyond that, it's doable.
Not that matters.
It's
this
not
is fiction.
really a
So remember,
problem.
it's not like the early super tankers sort of got to a displacement where
Yes, but that's early super
They weren't
tankers.
acting like normal ships.
Yes, but that's
So what's the point of that for battleships?
Yes, but that's early super tankers, which are entirely different in hull form to battleships.
Yeah, but my point is, at some point, wouldn't a battleship have to run into the same issue?
No, because warships don't run
You're
into...
too long, you're too heavy.
No, warships don't run into the same issue that
Well, they
large...
tend to be more solidly built than merchant ships are.
And also the hull form that gives you the problems that
Also-
merchant ships have doesn't apply to warships, because warships don't ever come anywhere near to that horrific box of a hull form.
Have you seen the Canberras and Canberra class?
We don't talk about them.
Yeah.
And their siblings?
So, I'm actually going to point out these are not much bigger than the Yamatos is historically. They're like 30 feet longer. In
Yeah.
terms of actual sheer size, they're not that much bigger.
Yeah, this is
That's
the
why I
thing.
said
No.
they're just re-gunned Yamatos.
Yeah, this is just...
Regunned and slightly rearranged internals.
Yeah, it's just... Why? This feels like a massive
And
waste.
technically speaking, yes, MEP is correct that these ships weigh 3,000 tons less at standard displacement than Yamatos of IRL.
Yeah.
Yeah, this whole ship is just...
Well, now you get to the carriers fleet.
Okay.
That is silly.
Yes.
Yes, yes,
So,
it is.
so the Tenryus are the follow-ons to the Taihos,
Yeah, G15
which is
is what it's
basically...
meant
I
to be.
don't know why they'll be got Tenryus, but alright.
Because isn't Tenryu a cruiser?
Yeah,
basically?
this is just not working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we got
This
the
is just, this
Shirane.
is just a
So,
good example of
so
stress.
Yeah, so Shirane is one
Mhm.
of the
Azuma
conversion-
conversions.
Yeah.
This is Azuma converted into a carrier.
Asashi is a Shikishima convert. She's basically taking the place of Shinano.
In fact, that image for her looks awfully similar to Shinano's
That's
actual
because
picture
it
taken.
is. It literally just is. Because there's no difference between her and Shinano, because there doesn't need to be, because the hull she's based on is just a bloody Yamato hull. Asashi was perhaps the... Fuck off. Sorry. Politely. But this sentence can get fucked. Bollocks to that.
Which one was that? Which sentence in
The
particular?
one I've
sorry?
highlighted.
Super
Give me a
carrier.
sec, I'm tabbing over into it. Was perhaps the world's first super carrier.
No. Sorry, but
With carrying
no.
47 planes?
I don't know. I just...
I know technically speaking super carriers aren't based off their plane count, but
She's not even big enough.
Well, no, that's not the issue. In real life, Shinano was an auxiliary carrier.
So is...
I suspect
so
that she's an auxiliary
She
carrier.
is as well. She's just Shinano
Yeah,
under
she is
a
a
different
support
name.
and she is a support and maintenance
She is-
carrier,
She is just Shinano under
She's
a
just
different name.
oversized unicorn.
which I'm at least glad to say Unicorn was built as historical in this timeline.
Yeah. So again,
Yeah.
conversion to seaplane carrier. Nothing really to talk about here. It's just the same as
Actually, honestly,
the
I think she's
seaplane
kind of
carriers.
cute.
Kuma class light cruiser AA rebuilds, because for some reason he decides that the Japanese will do AA rebuilds the same way the British will. Because yeah, sure, that's a thing.
If they had... Yeah, the why's never answered in this. Not really.
I actually
Jack
think
can
I
go
actually think the Nagaras are better conversions, but I still think they're really iffy. Because why?
No, they
We're
wouldn't.
gonna have fun
They
trying to fit those turrets. on,
yeah, they would.
actually.
They
Yeah.
wouldn't. They wouldn't even use 3.9s. They'd have used 5-inch twin pedestal mounts.
I could see them trying the 100s.
No, it's too much. It's too costly. Takes far too much time.
Honestly, I see them trying to put single 4-inch
And it gets better.
pedals or pedestal mounts.
I'm back in a second.
Yeah, I think Dr. Clark needs a moment.
Honestly, that's the way I see it. Japan would not even try this.
This is
Yeah,
the
we'll
more
probably-
amusing one.
I hate this. Why would you build this?
Now, I don't hate this because there was a
Get in
design that's
line.
not dissimilar to this in real life.
Get in line, we're on the hate train.
No, I will gladly say that this is silly, but there was a design somewhat similar to this.
This is just
I call
this is just Japlanta. That's what this is.
I call bullshit. I call bullshit. They could fit down 12,000 tons.
Yeah, it was meant to be on a heavy cruiser chassis, so
This
is
is
the one I'm
just-
thinking of.
Yeah, this is just like the YouTube chat's
What
going.
is-
The YouTube chat's going absolutely mad.
What? what is top weight?
Yeah, basically.
What is top weight?
Yeah, what is top weight?
You don't understand. These are Japanese cruisers. They're operating in the Pacific. It's not like there's big storm in the Pacific or anything.
Oh,
is there?
wait! Honestly,
Well,
this...
Why is it
That's
Southern
fine
Ocean?
as long as you
The
don't
net-
sail
right.
directly
Oh,
into
I'm
one,
just,
right?
I
At least the
I
next
just hear
ship-
Dr. Clark shouting. It's just like, why?
The next ship class, I will actually defend to a degree.
We will get to that later.
To a degree,
I
huh?
want Dr. Clark to see this.
You should be able to see why I defend it to a degree, Moe.
Y'all better clarify. So while we're
Well,
just
it's a
waiting,
design that to me makes sense.
so while we're
to at
just
least a reasonable level.
waiting for Dr. Clark, we will poke some key things while we're waiting for Dr. Clark to come back. For example, we will.
There for
In
some
this
aircraft.
timeline with Tosa,
Oh no.
is there any chance that Tosa came back as a ship girl and married the Emperor? That's
Stop.
why
No.
her hull was.
Oh, come on! Let's not
No.
do Azure Lane
No.
questions, please.
There's no Azure Lane here, Fleet. They
There's
just said
no
ship
Azure
girl.
question. Yeah.
She's making. Are we going to see
Alright.
Craig Burke's
What-
So
security?
while
I-
we're doing this, we're just going to very quickly.
Afraid
Look
I
at,
don't know
we're
what that
just- We're
is,
just going to very
Mark.
quickly look at Kriegsmarine aircraft. Very quickly.
Why are we doing? Okay, I hope we're doing
Just-
Kriegsmarine next. Then the
uh,
Americas are the last.
Just while Dr. Clark isn't here. So the Heinkel 100 is adopted as the Kriegsmarine's first carrier-based fighter.
That
Makes
happening.
sense.
No, sorry. They had the BF-190 during the War of 1940.
Yes, they
and-
have. In
and-
1940, they use a couple of 109Ts, which operate off Graf Zeppelin before she's sunk, and they deem it. Oh God, these are awful.
Yes.
Thank goodness for that.
And then you get the Heinkel
Yes,
100D.
and the-
E, sorry, which is...
The Heinkel 100D is going to be even worse.
no, the Heinkel 100E.
It should be even worse.
It is.
It has an even worse wing loading than the 109. It shouldn't. It's not even going
They
to.
basically they try.
yeah, they
the
increase
aircraft
the
was a
wingspan.
disappointment.
Yes.
Disappointment is an understatement.
Understatement.
Those things probably don't work on a carrier.
And then you
because
have
it can't
this
take
thing.
off.
Oh,
You have this
don't worry,
thing,
Moe.
which is
Look,
basically...
look, I'm
you know,
sorry. Remember,
no, no.
Heinkel was on a lot of meth.
No, don't
Meh.
worry, Fleet. No, don't worry.
So
They will remember after Graf Zeppelin was sunk. They got a new aircraft carrier training ship.
And
The
then-
Oh yes,
Bear.
they did.
Yeah, and then you have this, which is the Focke-Wulf 218, which is the fighter that the Kriegsmarine sees out the war with.
It's a big plane.
It is basically...
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is basically a... Well, I don't know what it is, but it's... Apparently it's superior to a Grumman F6F.
That's
Apparently.
not
That's
too hard to do.
Not hard though.
That is really not hard to do. Considering a standard Focke-Wulf 190 will outperform a Hellcat.
Yeah, it also has... It's just... Yeah, it's this. It's basically Germ Zero, but with weird long rear fuselage.
So-
There's the Focke-Wulf 300.
disappointing
303
like
was-
the Dornier
The
17.
303 was meant to be an improvement, as I recall.
Yeah, I
though.
don't know if any entered service, though. Oh, no,
They're
they
also
did they
they're
did.
also contra-rotating.
They did, so contra-rotating propellers on, and then they had 1,000 built, so these aircraft were the main...
about 1,500-ish total.
Yeah.
283 was already contra-rotating.
Yeah.
So then you have the Arado 340, which replaced the Fiesler...
Which is a twin-engine torpedo bomber.
Yeah, it replaced the Fiesler...
The biplane.
I'm more
Yeah.
laughing at the amount of horsepower
the
this thing
problem...
has.
Yeah, the problem is that...
Look, I left you in charge, Raleigh. I expect you to hold them to standards. Why the friggin' is that on my screen?
Yeah, the weird thing is, if this aircraft loses one of its engines...
You are the adult in this circumstance.
It can't fly on one engine. So
You
if
are
your
the
engine
senior
fails, you're
fluffy
dead.
research assistant. At least keep them on task. Have you seen what's on my screen?
Oh, the JU the
Unfortunately,
JU
Mr.
187 is the
You
dive
can't
bomber.
keep a fox on target.
And also it was
can't
I'm
keep
sorry.
a
No, no, no,
police
no,
on
no,
target.
no, no.
Float plane.
Please, scroll up. That Arado, that's not an Arado. That's a 210.
No,
That's not an Arado.
It's a
That's a
JU
junk.
187.
That's Junkers.
It's a JU 187.
No, above that. No, above
That.
that. Go scroll up.
Yeah, that's the Arado. That one.
You alright, Foxo? Are you seeing things? Anyway, I just wanted to quickly show the...
Yes, that's a 210. What
That
the
is
hell's a
indeed an enemy
210 doing near a carrier?
Yeah,
That could land on a normal airstrip.
Anyway, so, the IJN. Hey, Dr. Clark. This is awful. We all hate it, except for Dragon, who for some reason doesn't.
What? Well, right. No. I said the next one,
Yeah, but this one we all hate.
which should be the. Actually, no. Sorry, question. There's the Ibukis, which I actually
No,
do like.
can
The
I ask
Yakumo's I'm
something?
referring to.
Why do they have 24 3.9-inch guns
Anti-aircraft cruisers.
when they're a cruiser?
Anti-aircraft
Because
cruisers.
they're
Yeah.
right. This is an actual design I have seen, which was an idea for converting either the Ibuki or one of the other heavy cruisers to come with it, which was basically meant to have 3 guns fore, 3 guns aft, and 2 guns on either 2 wing turrets of the 3.9-inch, and they were meant to be heavy-duty anti-air ships.
This is just someone who saw Atlanta and be like, "What?" If
Yeah,
Japan had-"
Yeah.
Like that's
So,
why
The
I
Ibuki
have a
class.
lovely. Ibukis actually, I don't think are problematic. They are just Ibuki class, basically.
Honestly, yeah, I can't even find, apart from they're literally just what the Ibuki class would have been if they'd have been finished. Which is, that's all they are.
But it's the next one that
Fine.
the next one I'm actually pretty reasonably happy with. The Yakumos.
Again,
They're a Nango Kai.
yeah, honestly, you know what? Again, I'm actually going to agree with you on that. It's not terrible. Like, there are some things that are slightly wrong, like why they're 8 boilers for 3 shafts, but apart from that, it's not so bad. They're just follow-ons to the Aganos. Build times are about right. Yeah, there's not really much to say on that.
You know, I'm almost wondering
Oh
for
my
the
god,
acceptance
they've
point.
mass-produced
How many Shimakazes do you want?
Oh my god. How many? Yeah, it's basically just... Oh my
Yes, they have 15 torpedo tubes
Oh
still.
my goodness, this is just... Hey, Dr. Clark, do you want... Hey, Dr. Clark, do you believe in the Long Lance Swarm? I believe in the Long Lance Swarm.
We're talking about a long-line swarm. They would have converted all cruisers into anti-aircraft cruisers.
Why do they have again 2 turbines and 3 boilers?
I don't... Let's just ignore machinery. It makes no sense anymore.
Do they just feel like adding in boilers? It's just...
I don't know. Also, what the
Which one? Several were built in Manchukuo from captured Soviet naval yards. Wait a second.
Formerly
Wait a
the
second.
city of Vladivostok.
It doesn't mention
It doesn't mention what.
which yards they're built in, because then we can actually check if the ones that were incomplete were those ones. Because I want to bet a number. I'm wanting to bet a good number of the ones that weren't finished were those ones built in Vladivostok.
Oh my god, that's great! And it's a double whammy! And it's a double whammy! Because not only are you building them in ex-Russian yards, you're building them in ex-Russian yards governed by Manchukuo. Just... you...
Okay,
Well, that get broken.
What?
why?
I don't...
I'm getting a brain aneurysm from this.
So, at the risk of being shot,
No, that's
Clark,
it,
maybe
we're
you
done.
should do
Moving
this.
on.
No. This is slightly different. At the risk of being shot, Clark, perhaps you should, in the next ship shape thing, bring this up to the ship shape crew.
They were all supposed to be here, but Drac was
I know,
supposed
but
to
just
be
in
here.
general, I'm meaning.
The fact that Drac missed this is, Drac got
Yeah,
the
but
nice
he
bit.
got the
Yeah.
early stuff.
Yeah, Drac got the nice bit, and Dr. Clark got the horrific bit, which I don't think is quite fair. I think Dr. Clark will be extracting concessions from Drac at some point in the future.
I suspect wars over Iron Brew might be started.
Yeah, probably.
Look, I would never change his iron brew for orange-coloured tea.
Oh my
Wind him up and make him
god.
order.
Right.
Oh
Honestly,
my
I
god.
would never have plans for watering down his iron brew, so he thinks I'll have 1 glass. This will keep me going for a day, and then going. Hang on, I'm really running short of energy right now. I would
again,
never do
as a
anything like that.
As a
Dr.
design
Clark.
fleet, I don't think these are necessarily the worst. Again, apart from once again,
Building
3
it
boilers, 2
yeah.
turbines.
Building at the naval yards in the Soviet on the
And by the
Amur
way-
River. Just I hate it.
It's the fact they actually have.
And I would
what's called
certainly never do the
torpedo
worst
tubes.
thing, which is to stir ketchup into Iron Brew because the color stays just about the same, but when you taste it, oh god, it's terrible.
Why
Anyway,
do you know what that's
before
like?
before we move on to the United States, which is the last
Because
nation.
people have tried to do pranks to me,
Yeah. Before we move on,
and I've done far worse to them in return.
before we move on to the US, do we have
Recommend
any,
duty-free Heathrow hot sauce to make some Iron Brew.
Do we have any information on potential arrivals to the panel, or are we likely to be soldiering on with what we've got till the end? Either way, it's fine. We need to know what's going on because we're actually running out of stuff to talk about.
Carry on. Because they're just eating. And there's 2 currently eating who might join us.
Okay, that's good.
But they are listening in as well on YouTube.
Okay, that's good. Well, that's probably going to lead to some insanity. So, the United States...
Wait, before you continue. Knight is saying that, but no, the Shimikazes did have 3 boilers and 2 turbines. From what I can find, and he's not wrong. Shimikaze have 3 water tube boilers for 2 turbines.
Okay, never mind. So
They do.
So for once, the author got it right.
So,
no, well, yes, but also they were also the ones which had the most trouble balancing between their turbines. So, and also that was on their existing weight, whereas he's increased their weight, hasn't he, compared to historical?
Yes, they did. I think it's an extra.
So why has he not? Why has he not made their lives easier by adding in a 4th boiler?
So yeah, so Pennsylvania, Oregon, North Carolina, South Dakota,
So-
Alaska's, Montana's.
Knight, you're right, but also in this case, the author has
made his life
by sticking with the history, they've made their life more difficult.
Yes.
Of
So
all the changes they could have made.
yeah,
Here we go.
the United States.
Shimakaze should have had 6 Yarrow boilers.
So,
Yeah.
so
You're trying to
Tennessee.
get to the moon?
So Tennessee and California. This is the reworked because apparently this is the design when they are going to. No.
They already have their 5
No. No.
Okay.
What are you saying no to?
Well, look-
We need words.
They.
He just realised they've got the range of 4,700 tons of
No.
fuel,
That's not it.
oil, to get them
That's
15,000 nautical miles at 15 knots.
But-
No, that's not
Well,
the
first
worst
of all, they
of
go
it.
25 knots.
No, that's not the worst of it.
As well as
worst of
interesting.
it. Worst of it.
Which is.
They paid off for work in 1942, and their machinery and second generation were replaced. The machinery used was essentially a half set of that used on the Alaska-class battle cruisers, and saved 800 tons in weight compared to the original machinery. No, you do not just chop and change machinery like that. And,
Why not?
At least they've got 4 boilers for 4 shafts.
and you especially don't do that in 2 years. You also can't squeeze 25 knots out of a standard class hull, especially if you bulge it.
I don't know, Fleet. Maybe they've got like a burger on a stick and a dangling in front of the ship.
And this is rare, that's the only way you're getting up that speed. And they do,
Well-
and they do the same thing to the Colorados, which I hate.
Yep.
Because again, same thing. Fundamental misunderstanding of how ship rebuilds work.
So then we get to the actual first set of new builds they make in the timeline.
The Oregon class
Yeah.
battleship.
Which these are their 45,000 ton allowed battleships.
And Dr. Clark, I'm going to let you free to tear these things to shreds
That's
because these do not deserve to be called battleships. Do you want to know why? These
Pray
were
tell.
these were originally the Lexington class battle cruisers.
So, what? They just slap on more side armor and called it a battleship?
Apparently, these were very extensive modifications.
Sorry, for some reason I was very much expecting him to grab like a torpedo plush or a hammer or something, and
Oh no.
The next thing is, do I decide to try and blow my monthly budget by ordering Domino's for the evening
I
because
actually-
there's no way. And this evening, don't take this wrong way. In the part of the country I am in, to get Domino's to deliver, you're probably ordering about 40 quid's worth of Domino's.
Sheesh.
Yes, Knight. But
And I don't. I, honestly, this is reaching that level. So let's begin.
you can't.
Wait.
Well, first of all,
Hang on a minute.
These hit 31.25 knots as well, apparently.
The Lexington. Let's put it this way: the Lexington start off as battle cruisers. 2 words. They are very much scout economic warfare ships. All right, designed to deal with enemy cruisers. You're apparently turning them into battleships, still a speed of 31.25 knots. If they're still able to do that speed, even if you've kept them to that weight, the only way I can see you could do that is if you haven't touched their actual armor coverage. Because, and the thing is, if you're going to touch the armor coverage to actually support the armor and sustain the armor and hull, you need to change the framing to battleship level framing. So these are battle cruisers.
yeah, yeah. Also, Dr. Clark, I'm looking at the ammo look how shallow the belt is. Look how shallow the belt is. The barbette's going to have to carry most of the protective weight for the turrets, because there is no belt armor covering most of the barbette.
And here you said I was the one going to get torn apart, Fleet.
Oh no, none of us are. It's the ships.
Oh
that
no,
are
you've
getting
explicitly
torn
been
apart.
saying for a while that I will be torn apart for
Oh no!
introducing
Yeah,
you to this.
did you miss the whole part of Dr. Clark is plotting his revenge against you two for introducing him to this?
Bring it.
No, I'm blaming you. You have to get revenge on them. I'm getting revenge on you. You're the one who brought me into this.
Now listen here, this wasn't my fault. I blame
Oh,
Dragon for
then
this.
right. Then in that case, I no longer have any concerns.
Yeah.
Clark, I would at least have to set up some defenses. Fleet, no. I could invite him in and it would be fine.
Besides, Foxo's lovely. I never get revenge on her.
Because
Yeah,
then you also
you
get a refit.
Would have been able to succeed.
Mm-hmm. If I needed to, if I was really having trouble, I'd just give my mom a challenge and say she couldn't.
Now that is a concern.
Like, you do that, I send you
Oh,
sugar-free
God.
iron ball, sugar-free iron.
I'm broke.
Well,
Fox is
oh.
going, that's not fair. That one is not playing cricket.
Oh, that's nice. The North
Yeah.
Carolinas are just normal. Thank God for that. Oh, bloody
Yeah,
hell.
North Cals are
Wait until they
relatively
see the
similar.
torpedo
Oh,
tubes.
thank God.
Oh, good Lord, help us all.
Oh, thank God. The North Carolinas.
Yeah,
are-
they're normal.
Again, ignoring their whole range thing.
South Dakotas are basically what if the South Dakotas were actually, you know, not treaty battleships and also had.
Yeah, they're built to 42,000
and
tons.
16-inch 50
Standard.
caliber guns. Honestly, this is basically just what if South Dakota wasn't squashed in on itself. Basically.
Also, that's superstructure I have.
Well,
That's
they have a
superstructure
range.
fine.
They basically said they have a range of 15,000 nautical miles at 15 knots. And the difference between standard displacement and full load, it goes from 35. The standard displacement is 35,980 tons.
Yep.
So once you add in fuel and water,
No.
once you add in fuel,
No, the South Dakota.
it goes up to 45,233 tons historically, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
There's a reason I'm giving this. Right. So basically, most of that is fuel, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So even the American ultra-efficient high-pressure water tube boilers for their steam, which is very efficient, and their hull design, which is far more efficient than modern merchant ships, etc. So far more all those things.
Yep.
They're adding in, well, you'd say 750 tons shy of 10,000 tons of fuel and water to get their 15,000 nautical miles at 15 knots.
Yes, we don't.
And actually, no, that's not actually that does include some water, but it's mostly fuel.
Yeah.
So they've said fire. So yeah, they're basically maybe getting. They're probably adding in roughly the best part of 8,000 tons of fuel. historic actually, and this
Yeah.
one's they've put it down at a little over 5,000 tons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the South Dakotas. Well, the thing that gets me though is the adoption of the 16-inch 50 this early.
I could believe it.
Mm.
Is it a Mark 2? Is it a Mark 7?
I mean,
If
I mean,
available.
I think it's the earlier
Hang on.
one.
I mean,
No, can you go down again?
Yeah.
Can you go down to them again? The South Dakotas.
Yep. Okay. I'm down. I mean, if
No, they've got 8,350 tons, so actually that's probably about right in terms of fuel. But again, how come they've got 8,350 tons to do it? The others have had 5,000 and sort of things to do it. And they've got 28 knots speed, but they didn't. Historically, they had 27.5 knots. I suppose that's okay.
although, hang on, let me just check. I want to check something.
Yeah,
real quick.
they have changed around the design. They have played around the South Dakota design.
Okay, so if the Oregons are in service carrying 16-inch 50s, then there will have been spare barrels being built, which means it would have been fairly easy to warm up a new 60. Hang on, in that case, then, if the last gun the US built was a 16-inch 50, why do the North Carolinas have a 16-inch 45?
Because that's the Mark 6 guns.
No, Moe, think about it. If the last gun, the most modern gun the US built, was a 16-inch 50, why would you downgrade? Especially if the 50's been in regular use with spare barrels being built over the course.
And
of the
also,
year.
when does the treaty limits end?
Which treaty?
The treaty limits expire in 34. And the North Carolinas are laid down after that, and apparently they can't be changed. But again, even so, there was no limit on caliber of 16-inch gun in the treaties. It was only the caliber barrel length. There was only
if the weight, so could it be a weight saving thing? But you're not going to save much by making it taking that much off a barrel.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, are the Colorados using the 45s or the 50s?
No, they're using 45s as historical. But again, like I said,
Because you're taking off 7.5 feet of barrel length.
Yeah, but again, the Oregons the Oregon class have 16-inch 50s, and there are 4 of them. That's more than enough 16-inch 50s being built and enough design knowledge retained that you wouldn't go back again.
Unless the 16-inch 50 mount was unexpectedly really heavy, in reality.
Also, these are going from twins to triples, so maybe that... Because I do believe the South Dakotas do mention that the turrets are a little bit are cramped.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But even...
So it could be that they went this 1645 to work within the treaty, and because basically they realized, well, if we're trying to make a better turret, it's going to be a problem with the size we've got. But
although
yeah, it's a bit
I will say one thing: all 6 Iowas, all 6
also 16
Iowas,
with the 16-inch 50s as well, which is going to be
all
potent.
6 Iowas, boys. Oh yes, we're eating good tonight.
One more surprising me, just how long they stay in service.
I really need to order a Domino's.
Would it be bad to say that my parents did the same thing earlier, so I managed to get some pizza then?
Oh god!
Don't be cruel to me, my friend. Don't be cruel to me. All I've had literally is
chicken nuggets.
12, and I checked it. They weren't even branded. They were Tesco's own brand small chicken nuggets. Apparently, that was what was left.
Yeah. Also,
they were.
Yeah.
Into it eating.
Yeah. Also, yeah.
Foxo, if you've not been eating, I'll need to scold you again.
Yeah. Also, woo, Montana's.
Food is for the weak. You only need Red Bull for sustenance.
Runon, I love how I get back to Dr. Clark threatening an induced attack on Foxo by Miss Clark.
I don't. I just say if I needed to launch revenge in a nice way, if it was particularly trouble for me to work it out, I'd just challenge my mom to do it. You know, and I think there'll be fair levels of cunning to match in. I think it'll be an interesting battle to see.
RG says,
I have a feeling my mum would win because of experience, but she'd probably feel she was teaching Foxo things that Foxo would then pass on with fear to the next generation.
Yeah. RG says, but for scrap, why not 6 museum Iowas? Because other US ships are also being made museums. So you've got a couple of, you've got one North Carolina as museum ship, 2 of the South Dakotas are, 2 of the Iowas, 1 of the Montanas.
Benno's gonna like this, that New Hampshire is preserved.
Yes. But yeah, it's, again, like I said, with the Iowas and the Montanas, they're pretty close to. Oh well, apart from the Again,
Don't worry, Fluff. I'm sending in your
the
dinner
specs.
order. I've sent you a dinner order.
The specs.
I've sent it in.
The specs are correct for armor and armament, but again, they're just bloated displacement-wise for no reason. Same thing with the Iowas.
It's much displacement.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same problem. Oh no, sorry, never mind. The Montanas have 5-inch 54s as their main armament.
Yeah, well, that's the secondary, you mean?
Yes, but still.
Well, historically, they were thinking
That's
about
historical.
it too.
But that's again not going to change the required weight to go up massively.
No, I know.
compared to
It was more just something I was
historical one.
saying rather than.
5-inch 54s are not going to go. Oh, we now need several thousand more tons. Why?
Honestly, for this displacement, I'd
Okay,
expect,
you got a slightly heavier turret, but you're not
Actually-
changing the ammunition weight that much.
Yeah.
Fleet, these Montanas are actually lighter than historical. By 3,000 tons, almost.
What?
Montana's historically, at standard
Are
displacement,
you sure you're not talking about?
63,000 long tons.
Are you sure you're not talking about Long Tanner?
No.
That's 28
No.
not Montana, BB 67-4.
Okay,
Like, so
fair enough.
those are actually lighter than historical.
Well, that's something.
And then you get to the ultimate.
We have no reason for what's going on. Then we have no idea.
And
Then
then
you
we
get
come
to
to
the final
Wyomings.
class of American battleships.
The Wyomings.
Which is, honestly, it feels a little odd they're called the Wyomings, honestly.
They should have been the New York.
Why,
you-
Wyoming?
Wyoming.
Oh,
Ba-da-da-da-da.
Hang on a minute.
Why, Wyoming?
Honestly, this.
So-
honestly, the more I look at this, the more I go, this was not proofread.
Did you not?
Wyoming, New York, Pennsylvania, New
Because-
Mexico, Delaware, Mississippi, Montana, Nebraska.
Because
No, it could be
because the
worse.
because
The aircraft section was,
because the secondary battery talks about 2 twin 5-inch 38s. The ship carries 5-inch 54s.
Have you only just realised this now that a good number of these weren't properly proofread?
No, I'm aware of that, but I like to.
Properly suggests you believe they were proofread in the first place.
Yeah.
This is true.
Well, at least
These are basically
more
meant to
of an
be
issue with-
18-inch armed Montanas, but the thing I find a bit odd about this is, if they were to do an 18-inch Montana, would they do a 3x3 design, or
No,
would they basically be able to
no.
just take
honestly, given the
the,
complexity,
the Montana we've got and then stick the twin 18s
yeah,
in?
given the complexity of mounting 18-inch guns of that step up, no. If you have a ship with 4 turrets, drop down to 4 twins. It reduces the
I'm
complexity
interested.
massively.
I do find it
Let's
amusing.
maybe just not do the 18-inch gun tests in this timeline.
I do find it amusing also that the gun crews on board the Wyoming apparently took off the gun shields from all their anti-aircraft guns.
What?
To increase their visibility.
That's not what.
Uh,
The
take
gun
a look there,
shields-
That's not the worst. That's not the worst idea I've ever heard.
No,
but
sorry,
it's
it's
up
New
there.
York. Sorry, not. It's the New York, not the. But
Mm.
when you're being strafed by machine guns and cannon rounds, though, it's something I wouldn't
Oh
want
no,
to do.
no, sorry. It's because the guns are entirely enclosed rather than shielded, and they've taken off some of the shielding to increase their visibility. But again, even so, these Wyoming-class battleships are just not the way the US would choose to build an 18-inch armed battleship. It would be 4 twins.
If they would
not
be-
to build it.
yeah.
Yeah, they would choose not to build an 18-inch battleship.
Because these are 18-inch 48s.
I know why he's done it. He wanted everyone to have a super battleship, because he doesn't really see modern
United
things.
States. Okay, yeah, 18-inch 48 does at least add up. But that only adds up for the Mark 1 mounting, which...
It's the one they tested and said,
Yeah.
why would we even use 18-inch guns?
Well,
Is it? I thought the Mark 1 was even the even earlier one.
also, I do have
Or is that the
something. I do
Mark
have
A I'm
something.
thinking of?
I do have one good thing here for the timeline, which will make a lot of the US watchers very happy, and is one cookie the guy's allowed to have. Not only was WASP reordered because of the early collapse of London as a full Yorktown, but Enterprise is preserved as a museum ship.
Ew.
In 1958.
Yes, which is what would have happened
Which
historically.
makes you question, what has she been doing?
Certainly in
There's
mothball.
the same thing as historical, sat waiting for the US to decide what to do with her. Bear in mind, Dragon, Enterprise historically doesn't go for scrap until 1959.
Historically, the last photo of her we have, which is a decent photo of her, is her sitting next to a Forrestal class.
It's great, isn't it? But so
That's an
there are
amazing picture
so
to
you'll
show how
you-
carries
also yeah
changed.
also I'm just going to bring your attention to something. You'll notice how in the Oregons, they're Oregon, Vermont, Nebraska, Delaware. You might be wondering where Lexington and Saratoga are. They're still carriers. It's why they're not included in the carrier section. They're just
yeah,
the
they were
historical
originally planning
Lexingtons.
to-
I'm also understanding why they renamed those ships and call them battleships when they're battle cruisers still.
I don't know, because in the British section you have the Invincibles, which have more right to be called battleships as battle cruisers.
Because the Americans didn't use the battlecruiser designation. Like, in
Also-
service.
Yes, they did. The Lexingtons were called it.
Yeah, but then, well,
Yeah,
yeah, they never entered service, but they probably would have had it if they did enter service.
So
Didn't they have the whole
Yeah.
capital cruiser thing?
so this is
This
just
is something which will annoy Americans.
this is just your bog standard Essex, because again this is the
Yeah, but they only get 9 of them.
yeah. I mean it's
This is admittedly because they built a second class, but
yeah,
still.
and I will also point out the fact that again there's no need
Also,
for
Newport News builds a lot of these.
there's no point having an Essex swarm.
Yeah,
if you're
when
not at war.
historically they really...
Yeah, there's no point having an Essex. There's one thing I will say that is right. There's no point having an Essex swarm if you're not at war. And they're not. It's only 1946 that they get into war.
Well, no, historically, they only were planning to build 6 new Essex, weren't they?
Think so. No, I think it was more than that. Actually, I'm not sure.
I'm fairly sure it was 6.
Yeah. So there are some. Oh, yeah. So there are some more. So yeah, from 45
no
onwards, when
plans to build more, but
yeah, from 45 onwards, when Germany decides to declare war on the US independent of everyone else and tries to solo the US Navy and gets politely punished for the privilege. You can see they lay down some.
What kind of drugs were the Germans on to do that? Had they already been the Royal Navy in that scenario?
No. This
No,
is the thing.
but but Britain was having its own problems because the government was still in slight shambles after the white peace of the First Hitlerian War.
Yeah, and as far as Hitler was concerned,
Britain was basically
By
Britain was rebuilding.
shambles, what do you mean by shambles?
as in the government had been kicked out at least once. The next government didn't get a chance to do much because they were still trying to fix all the problems. The third government in finally started actually getting stuff running again.
Mm-hmm.
So typical British politics. But
Did the British lose the first war or win the first war?
White peace.
They had to white peace it.
Why?
The problem was, so due to the economic policies of the interwar period, Britain's economy was not as strong as it was historically. It was going to be stronger, but because the war kicked off when it did, the problem was by 1940 they don't get any.
Why
going
is
off
it
what
not
they
as
say.
strong as
They
why
stick
is it
to
not
the sterling
strong, though?
standard and they focus on they go to imperial preference. So a number of various different areas start having trouble. So I believe they mentioned stuff like Argentina and a couple of others, but the Scandinavians start having trouble trying to get into the sterling trade bloc. And various other economic policies at the time, led by Oswald Mosley, does not go down too well.
I mean, of course, there's no.
How did Oswald Mosley get to power?
Labour?
He's the leader of the Labour
He
government.
did it when he was part of the Labour Party. Before he turned fascist.
So
So he
basically,
doesn't
what
turn
ends up
fascist.
happening is Mosley.
But he was
loses the
never that
first election.
capable of
They lose the first one, but then they go back over the various policies, and basically his party tell him to cool down, be a bit more normal, which he does start doing because the party force it. But basically,
Be more normal.
the Conservatives start breaking down, and unfortunately, Churchill also is dead, and the other members sort of don't do very well either
Churchill died
because Churchill is hit by a car.
the car crash that didn't kill him in his history kills him.
Well, no, he got out the car. I don't know if it was a car crash historically, but he got out the car and hit was on the wrong side of the road.
Yeah, because he was in America, so he got hit by a car.
Yeah.
Which historically put him in hospital.
And he was
gave him
proclaimed dead at the scene.
Yeah. So there is that. But what I will say is, all of this is kind of a moot point anyway, because the real problem
is that
So when is Mosley supposed to become leader of the Labour Party?
Leader. Oh, give me a sec.
I mean, it doesn't
'Cause I
matter.
know-
It doesn't matter
Well,
anyway.
it does.
Because
It does.
regardless,
Oh no!
Does.
regardless,
This is what I'm
does.
saying. The
Like-
interwar period is incredibly important.
yes, but there's no support.
I know we had to skip over it, but there's a lot of changes.
Yeah,
there's too much.
This has already
cover.
broken my brain.
Okay,
Give me a sec.
I just need to try and work out what has to change for Mosley to become leader of the Labour Party,
Where
because
is it? There's literally. A
I'm
chapter called
wondering
the Rise
which of the
Mosley.
big beasts. Yeah, which of the big beasts does he have to
Yeah.
replace?
They suffered a defeat in the 31 election, re-entry into those columns of the Labour Whip, 1926. Very much energy to build radical New Deal style. Divisions grew in Labour Party. Mosley revealed his manifesto, rejected. 1331 attacks the direction of anti-party policies, becoming vociferous. Mounting discontent, later Labour Ramsell MacDonald. At this time was a sick man. Mosley seemed everything that he was not: charismatic, eloquent, and in Mosley he left Labour to start a new party, but that completely collapses.
So Mosley goes off, starts a new party, fails, comes back to Labour.
Yes.
And he leaves it in 1931.
Yes, from what I'm seeing.
So when's he coming back?
Also in 31, from what I can find. Well, that's 32.
No,
Yeah,
in
no,
the nicest
32
way.
appears to be it.
The person who's basically organising the Labour Party at this point is a guy called Clement Attlee. Now, whilst he's not leader under Henderson or Lansbury, who are the leaders between 31 and 35, they are both political titans compared to Oswald Mosley, and frankly, Attlee could whip his behind many ways to sundown. There is sometimes a reason why certain leaders become leaders through establishing one-party states and dictatorships. They're not actually going to be successful in their own political parties because they're not that good.
But yeah, this is again one of the problems with.
No, that's
this is
the.
one
So,
of
the question is asked is, okay, yes, you've got rid of Churchill, but in that
First
respect,
general
the
election
next way, the
Who-
sharpest political brain of his generation at that point is a guy called Attlee,
Evidently,
who frankly would eat Oswald Mosley for breakfast without even burping.
yes, the
Beaverbrook
problem.
met Mosley in May so yeah, by the looks, Mosley is in charge of the Labour Party in 32. In 32. Evening Standard called off.
So
towards him,
what's
listening about the
happened to
left Labour.
Attlee? How has Oswald Mosley managed to achieve it when Attlee's his biggest threat and has managed to keep him out of these positions?
Because
I'll put it this
because
way:
the book
I've
says
not
so.
seen Attlee mentioned.
evidently, whoever
Attlee
wrote
just-
this
There we
needs
go.
to
So,
agree.
in the end, I know this is slightly. The majority, Mosley's cries of patriotism, economic insulation, and social reform paid off, with Labour at 317 seats and the Conservatives at 245.
and then,
So Labour went to the right of the Conservatives to get elected?
By the sounds of it.
Huh?
I'm not great. I'll be honest. I'm not great with politics, but
Yeah, from what
Yes,
I've read,
whoever
they
wrote
went
this has even
they
listened
went
to Canadian
socially-
politics.
Here's
they went
the problem.
economically left.
I don't, Doctor
Socially
Clark.
right.
the plan
Dr.
was
Clark, can
for
we-
1941 through 45 to be a far stronger sterling bloc, provided the economy kept going the way it was, which was recovering from the Great Depression by this point. But
And then-
overall, areas with non-sterling areas such as Argentina, Estonia, and Denmark were slowly being pushed out of the sterling bloc.
Yeah, but what I would
Which
like
I don't
to say-
entirely understand why they would be pushed out.
Yeah, I don't
I
understand.
feel
it
like
either.
yes, they've got the higher tariffs and such, but those seem like pretty good places to still do trade with the Empire.
Yeah, I'd also like to point
Yeah,
out.
the British, and that's why you don't make an empire economically successful by
Uh,
pushing out trade partners.
Yeah, I would also
Exports
like to
from
point
Britain
out
to the
that
Dominion
again,
rose by about 10%, whereas concessions she made may have added 7% to her imports. So basically, they're trying to focus more on Britain trades to the colonies trade to Britain.
Look, can we? Look. The point is.
I know, but it
doesn't-
is something. This is something important, I'm
yes,
afraid,
it
Fleet, because
doesn't-
it explains a
doesn't-
bit.
Yes, but
No, you see, I don't mind you doing alternate history. I actually support them, but when you're trying to do a massive alternate history like this, and you're trying to change things quite so much, you need to provide reasoning for why all the things change. And Clement Attlee is a member of Parliament from 1922. He's basically in the whips and all sorts of things in Labour Party from almost as soon as he becomes an MP, because he's very, very good and very capable. He's deputy leader of the Labour Party from 1932 onwards, and he's in charge from 1935 onwards. The man is an absolute political titan compared to Oswald Mosley, and would wipe him out in 5 minutes.
Nobody's arguing.
And this is coming from someone who is definitely not in favour of who is not really the biggest, not really usually what you would call an Attlerite. This doesn't make sense to me.
Mosley places a basically full ban on communism, which causes some consternation, and gets a lot of people put in prison, which I'm surprised that didn't erupt a bit.
Yeah, this is
that's going to cause that. This is is he trying to establish a one-party state? Because that won't go through with the UK in the system. The UK hasn't got a system where just because you've got that many seats in Parliament. Have you met the Labour Party? Have you met the Conservative Party? You could have, in a nice way, you could have 600 seats in Parliament. You'd still be facing opposition because of your own MPs.
Well, this Mosley's crusade is deemed a persecution, anti-free speech, and anti-free thought. Who would have guessed? Then the Austrian crisis takes away a lot from him. By the time of this, Mosley did end up losing out not long later. Though admittedly, it is proven that a good number of the people he put in prison did turn out to be Russian agents.
That wouldn't be difficult.
True, but
what I would just like to say very quickly is the whole long and short of it is that despite whatever happens, we haven't got to the whole part where Huey Long almost becomes president. Yeah, that doesn't really matter. The point.
Well, that's important.
It does matter.
The point that matters is the fact that all that this is leading up to is the fact that Britain is economically in a very shaky position. It's strong while it's at peace, but the moment war starts, it's economically fragile. And when the US refuses to give it any form of financial or military assistance during the War of 1940, Britain cannot adopt the same strategy it did historically of outlasting the German Reich.
I mean, to be fair,
it didn't adopt that in 1940.
In 1940, what ends up happening is Britain starts noticing they're having problems and basically realize if this keeps up, Britain will likely go bankrupt within the next year or two. And they are hard bankrupt. So basically, they are forced.
Good lord!
They believe they can keep fighting and not let them get to England or the Empire, but the war would strain economic resources. So in the end, Hitler offers peace, and Labour accepts it.
So they essentially adopt the stance that the UK had during the Napoleonic Wars.
Yes, basically, right. There's a European hegemon. We need time to build up. And this is basically the only way we can get it. For the record, the Labour Party basically doesn't, from what I can tell, doesn't get in office again for at least another 20 years.
Yeah,
they're basically deemed a laughingstock and traitors to the country.
Yeah, shock horror.
Britain then Britain gets involved in the Second Hitlerian War in 1946. Because this is where Japan is threatening their Far East possessions. They also engage the Italians in the Mediterranean and have a go at the Germans elsewhere in that war.
Yep. Yeah, they also screw about with the Italians in Africa.
Mm-hmm. Though honestly, the Italians really don't do too well in the Med again.
Wow, what a shock horror.
The Italians actually launch an invasion of Malta. They land on Malta. They don't get off Malta.
Expected.
Anyway, there was meant to be 12 divisions, only roughly 4 divisions worth out of those 11, not necessarily 4 full divisions, managed to land, and they're basically slaughtered to the man or surrendered.
You don't have that much space on the beaches to have 4 divisions.
A lot of them are
Look, you're standing
para-dropped.
there going.
A good number are para-dropped.
Yeah, look, it's quite
Well,
obvious. It's-
as I've said before, the British estimate of anyone para-dropping on Malta was quite simple. We'll set up the first aid stations over there. Anyone who wants to be treated who actually survives landing on this rocky ground can come there and hand over their guns to get treatment.
Give me a sec. I'll just quickly bring back up the thing while we're talking about other bits, just so I can find
Also,
just what they have
how
to do
many
to do
blooming
this.
to land 4 divisions of aircraft, 4 divisions
They were
of
meant to
troops
drop
by
11.
parachute, and they would need so many aircraft.
That's what I'm going to quickly
mean,
try and find, because they
How
make a
many
comment about
participated in
this.
D-Day?
D-day
D-Day was about... D-Day was 3 division, wasn't it?
in 1942.
3 parachute divisions across the entirety of Normandy.
In 1942, they estimate there's 15,000 men on Malta. So significant German support was promised, including 10 ZSO 523 landing craft, which could carry light tanks from Sicily to Malta. They wanted it to be primarily an Italian, because Mussolini had lost faith in him. So instead, they start getting help from the Balkans and get planes from them.
What Balkans? What Balkans? There are no Balkans.
Bulgaria and Hungary primarily.
Oh, I thought you said Baltics then for a second. I was like, what?
Yeah, no, not Balkan. Where they end up getting 6 parachute battalions worth of planes.
You've basically stripped
But
the...
a battalion and division are very, very different things.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
This is just...
How would
can we-
Bulgaria
The only
even
way I
have
could
that many
see this
airplanes in the
happening
first
is
place?
if they...
Can we
The only
get...
way I could see this happening is if they just...
There's around they plan to drop.
paratroopers.
There's 500 planes prepared for this operation, give or take,
Look. This isn't even
But-
the worst of it. Let's
with
not,
less than 1,000 tons of supplies for all this army.
let's not
Like
mention
over
the
150,000. What?
Let's not mention the successful German invasion of England
By any
in
chance, is one of their
1946.
troops involves his lordship Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
who's
let's-
going to be multiplying the loaves and the fishes
No,
Yeah.
to
the
feed
Regiment,
them and the
the
ammunition?
Regiment Aeronautica stated they could deliver 2,000 tons per
Dragon,
day
this is
of
banal.
supplies.
Can we move on? And also,
Okay, I'm taking
No,
a break
no,
from
no, no,
Garmin
no, no, no,
screaming
please,
into the
please.
wind.
This is brilliant.
no, it
Yes.
really
'Cause this isn't even getting into the, this
we're
isn't getting
getting
into
off
the
top-
naval battle
we're
of
also
Malta.
we're also getting off topic, and we have stuff
This
to
is
get
why I was
through.
going back to that bit.
And of course, if you want to talk about idiocy in this bloody book series, the German invasion of England, where they actually get troops ashore, is idiocy.
But
No, right.
don't.
What
No, no.
the frigate? He managed to make sea lion work?
No,
No.
not sea lion.
No,
didn't.
it fails spectacularly. It's brilliant.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Right. Right. No. The Germans land in England.
Yeah, that's believable.
It goes real badly wrong.
This is in the
for
second.
them.
This is in the second war.
This is
by
in the
way.
second Hitlerian war. Hitler basically gathers almost the majority of the navy, sends good 70% of the navy to decoy the British fleet, which does work. But then, what ends up happening in Operation Sea Lion is
It's
the
not
British
sea-
go, "Fine then,
it's not-
you've managed to land.
It's not sea lion.
To
It's
hell
called
with
some-
you."
It's called something else.
Yes,
isn't
it is. But it is. But I'm just saying Sea Lion because it's the simplest thing. Because I don't remember it exactly. But so Britain decides to pull a bit of a trick on them. Fine then. You want to play it this way. You've got torpedo
Then
boats.
go
in the
HMS
area.
Revenge.
HMS Revenge sails down the coast, bombarding the German positions in England, and then beaches herself so she cannot be sunk off the coast, and continues to bombard them. And throughout the entire time, the German commanders keep saying, whenever we weren't hearing the roar of guns or the sailors singing, we could swear we could hear a drum playing. But we searched that ship completely. There was no drums.
Hence the name of the
And he
timeline.
explicitly brings up the legend of the Drakes Drum, which is a historic thing. It's a historical phenomenon where occasionally people when British sailors, when British navies are doing crazy things, sailors can apparently hear drums.
I thought it was specifically that you could hear Drake's drum.
I think. Oh,
rattle.
I
Like,
think.
that actually, it wasn't necessarily
I
that
think
the sailors,
you've
but it
actually
was that the
broke-
drum itself would.
Yeah,
Mm.
I think
play.
you've actually broken Dr. Clark. Congratulations. That's actually.
At which
that's
point, for the
very good.
record, the commander of Sea Lion does bring up the point that, yeah, I was promised thousands of tons of supplies. I was promised the Royal Navy would be sunk.
And you believe
And
it?
what have I got? A battalion that's mostly dead and dying. No supplies. The enemy have air superiority. They literally rammed one of their ships and shot at us until we had to reduce it to a burning hulk, basically. And it's still.
How did they
fighting.
reduce it to a burning hulk?
They
Because
bought
what did the Germans
they-
have that would actually take out HMS Revenge?
1,500 and 2,000 kilogram bombs.
But don't they have the British have air superior?
I didn't say how many of those planes got home, did I?
Yeah, and hostile strike craft can
Plus,
operate in.
And they were also using their own artillery to try and counter battery, which they lost most of their artillery to Revenge going, oh,
Yes, but most
you're
of the artillery
trying
they can
this.
actually land. Most of the artillery they can actually
Is
land.
not
It's not
very
going to
heavy.
even scratch her.
Basically, the only thing they do is take out the upper
He said,
works.
Oh, this is a question. What's Boschbuster doing during the whole of this?
Well,
Firing.
what ends up happening is basically
The
he
British,
he
the
mentions
British
that
just contain the
he
landing.
gets promoted. The general gets promoted to basically like third in command of the army, basically a ludicrously high rank of yes, you've done your job. Now win this for us. And as soon as he gets this, he says, "If you came with this to me when I was about to land, I might have accepted it." But so he picks it up and he goes, "I have lost too many men. I refuse to lose any more. I will become the first German field marshal in history to surrender to the enemy." And basically walks up to the British and surrenders. Because Sea Lion goes that abysmally wrong. He even points out that in the period of 24 hours, the entirety of the German fleet is basically sunk to the bottom.
And that's during the decoy operation.
The
Yeah.
decoy
That
and
makes
the various
sense.
battles.
Because this
You
reminds
said
me of
the Germans landed a battalion?
I can't remember. I'll see if I can find exactly how many, but it's
No,
not much.
They tried to land several divisions. By the end, they've got a battalion left.
Okay.
Because it's at the
That
very
makes
everyone
beginning of
else
the
is
first
Because I'm
war.
dead.
like, you sacrifice an entire battleship to destroy a battalion?
Uh,
No,
Yeah,
in
the
this
only
way,
add up.
if the Germans had just landed a battalion, it wouldn't. The army and the British and the Royal Navy would never have got there. The Home Guard would have dealt with a battalion.
Yeah, here's
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
Before-
just-
before-
well,
just remember, for people who are not quite sure about the Home Guard, I notice a lot of jokes about them, a lot of TV stories are fun. But just think of this: World War One survivors, they'd fought in World War One. They are absolutely fearful of what the Germans would do to their families. They are mostly, quite a lot of them are grandparents, and they are fighting in their homes where they know their territory like the back of their hands.
Yes,
Yeah.
and-
These are not
and one
people
thing-
you want to. And plus, they're also so inventive that on many occasions, the regular British Army and the Royal Navy play pass the parcel of trying to get rid of this nutter who has this absolute insane idea
Yes.
of how to burn lots of Germans alive should they try and get on their beaches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah,
now
he becomes the field
this is
marshal,
actually convenient because this is actually my dissertation's on the Home Guard in Kent
Yeah.
as well, specifically.
Yeah.
Um,
so
and
the-
these like
sorry, go on.
are
Keep going.
nuts. Some of the things they come up with, like well, I've got all the maps of the old anti-tank stop lines, and sort of
Yeah.
good luck getting through Kent. There are gun positions everywhere. Even sort of from as soon as the Home Guard's formed, 3,000 rifles immediately come out of Chatham's armory. The Navy are like, we have no use for these, have them.
Yeah.
So there's crap tons of rifles. I know also that there's a bunch of stay behind troops as well. Like there's this. It was only like in the 80s they found basically a chap's garage packed full of TNT and grenades, rifles, and ammunition and stuff. Because his
Yeah.
job would have been if they'd have come over, he would have just gone, fine, go and blow everything you think is important
Right.
up.
So I can't find the
Yeah.
exact thing it gives me, but basically he is a general in charge of the army group, and he's getting promoted to field marshal.
Yes,
There's no
they've
connection, so
basically done.
I can't tell
They've done
exactly
the
how
same
many men
scenario
he's
as
got.
Stalingrad. They've done the same scenario as
Yes,
Stalingrad.
because
We
this
promote
is
to
the
Grand Reserve.
substitute of Stalingrad. Basically, it's,
The invasion of the British Isles fails miserably.
except
Also,
it's
how
worse.
they primarily take out revenge?
Yeah.
Torpedoes.
Yeah, it's also
They suicide run torpedo craft as well as bombers and whatever else they can.
yeah, it's also worse.
And that's the only thing which stops her firing,
Yeah, it's
apart from when she runs out of ammo.
Yeah, it's also worse because not only has all this failed, but the surface fleet you've spent the better part of a decade building up is gone. The US and the British
There's
have
no fleet left.
annihilated it.
You've got the Japanese, sure, but... And also, keep in mind, the Germans have the Germans have nuked the US at this point.
No, that's not till later.
This is the end of the Second Hitlerian War.
I thought that the invasion of Britain was at the beginning.
A bit later than that. I want to say it's near the mid to the end. So basically, yeah. Yes, Reaper. Basically, the whole thing is that a number of the troops keep saying they were hearing the sound of a drum. Basically,
You
repeatedly.
were
throughout
hearing the titular Drakes Drum.
Anyway, can we get back onto the ships, please, and specifically the Independence
Yes,
class carriers?
we'll finish the US, and then we've got the joy of the Germans.
Yes, we do.
And then I can try and answer any questions people have.
And then, of course, we're still
And I say
waiting
joy
on,
because they are a joy.
we're still waiting on the
there's the possibility.
Yeah, the consumers
Yeah.
of food who may or may not be joining us, and I still cannot name.
The consumers of food.
Go ahead, continue.
So, Independence class carriers, basically, yes, this is it's basically the Midways but earlier. A little bit smaller, mind you, but still, basically the same thing. And they build a lot of them.
I see Yorktown, Wasp, and Hornet. What happened to the Yorktown?
Basically, all of the Yorktowns except for Enterprise die. I think the Germans get one.
6?
So Yorktown is sunk in 1945 on the 13th of November.
Moet, the war
Wasp
with...
is sunk in the 26th of the 8th of 45, and Hornet is sunk in 1946.
Yeah, Moet, the war with Japan and Germany for the US doesn't start until 1945, and there's peace generally between 40 and 45.
Also, quick thing, I know it was asked earlier, but just going through the cliff notes. Part of the reason Japan can delay the war so long is that the British grant oil concessions in Malaya
They what?
after the US refuses to give aid. The British are like, oh, blugger, we need money. Japan, do you want oil?
It also manages to get Japan.
Well,
to
that's the
ease
thing.
off
That's
of
the
it.
whole reason the Americans give the British aid, because the British otherwise might not have well said anything to do that, and would have been happily selling oil to Japan.
As a result of the Americans not giving them oil, the British go, well, this could possibly improve diplomatic relations. I believe it does buy the British time in that area, but doesn't stop the problem.
Yeah. So,
Well, to be fair, the nicest way, the money coming in could be used to pay for things locally to improve the defences,
yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
and probably
Yeah.
would do.
So, Pensacola's, pretty much again, like I said, the only real difference is they're bigger and actually have armor because they're bigger. They're not just made out of paper and shoe polish.
That's always a good thing.
It's amazing what you can get.
Polish is surprisingly strong, Fleet. Don't
it's-
underestimate it.
It's amazing what you can get, Dr. Clark, with 2,000 extra tons.
Yeah, but the thing is, if the Americans are building them still as scout cruisers, what they probably would actually historically have used, what they would have historically used those extra 2,000 tons for, would be either higher speed or more guns.
Yeah, you're probably right, but this person does. I mean, the author probably doesn't know that that's what they were doing with them.
Didn't the original Pensacola actually came out under?
So the Northampton and Chester, but for some reason the other ones were not built. But then the Portland class were, which is weird, but okay. And there's New Orleans.
Life happens.
Yeah. So,
Northampton's reduced from 6 units down to 2. 11 heavy cruisers are laid down between 23 and 33. Because there's actually a section about US scouting.
yeah, so New Orleans class, nothing very wrong with that. Of course, Wichita exists as well. Bada bing, bada boom.
I actually quite like Wichita as a ship, honestly.
There's nothing wrong with Wichita, especially not with more Wichita, because we now have more Wichita because she's bigger.
Oh, it's nice to have more Wichita.
Yeah, more Wichita is always good. Rochester class heavy cruisers.
We're not going to be annoyed with more Wichita.
Yeah,
No.
the Rochesters follow the Baltimores.
My problem with the Rochester is she has 2 quad torpedo tubes.
No, they were designed to be. They were designed, but they were never fitted.
it's still strange that even, but yeah, I guess.
It is still indeed strange that
It is-
even US
the
Considering
most-
this is
the
in
most-
1944,
The
they're
most
still
annoying
thinking of hitting
thing is
torpedoes.
that the most annoying thing, and the thing that really annoys me, is that because these ships exist, we are denied the gloriousness that is the Des Moines.
Well, we don't know. That might have came later. That could actually be
The
in the
problem-
book.
You
of
should see the facial expression I just got from my poodle. He thinks that that's the thing that most annoys you.
Wait, so the US went to war with even less cruiser than it did?
So for the record,
No.
this,
Anything.
this
anything
appendix
that's-
does not.
Yeah, anything.
This appendix does not cover 1949 onward.
And I will also point
So
out.
I do think we might get Des Moines in that period.
Yeah, and I would also point out that any ships.
Yeah,
that,
no, the
any,
Baltimores continued,
yeah,
but then
any
they
ships-
didn't build.
any ships that are historical aren't there.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
but they don't have 6 Northamptons.
No,
They have 4 less cruisers.
no, they have the two.
So
Baldwin-class
Baltimore.
instead.
Oh, yeah. Wait, never mind. Fleet is wrong. Des Moines class. Des Moines, Salem, Toldo, Tulsa, and Macon laid down 47 through 48, of which 4 Des Moines are finished.
Fair enough. Okay.
They are finished in 50, 51, and 52.
Okay. So destroyer escorts, nothing wrong with that. Porter and Sumner class radar pickets. After the first German air raids on the cities of the United States eastern seaboard.
Yeah, this is a weird thing that occurs.
Yeah.
Basically, they deem them unsuitable for surface combatants or torpedo combatants, so they turn them into picket ships, which
Yeah.
And
It's,
Picket and ASW.
Okay.
and then this is
Well, if you
weird.
remember, the Somers does have 12
Yeah.
torpedo tubes.
Edith Wilkie class large fast transports, 100,000-ton liners converted to.
Well, if
fast
you notice,
transport.
these are literally converted liners.
Yeah, and they just do line things, and that's the United States of America. Right. I am going to take 5 minutes. So if Dr. Clark has, okay, he's gone. Wow, he's gone.
I'm feeding a poodle.
He's back.
Okay,
He's
fair
back.
enough.
Remember that-
Right,
I'm
so,
feeding a poodle.
if you want
before
to
the
field,
poodle
if
eats
you
him.
want to field general questions, please, Dragon, from the chat about Drake's Drum, I would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, if anyone
I'll
wants,
be back
yeah,
in a
I can try and answer any questions.
I'll
people
happily
do
back
have.
up, do you reckon, while he was doing that, because I had to dive off to get... Because basically it was becoming a close run thing where I was going to get eaten
Well,
or
to be fair-
I was going to survive.
To be fair, even if it comes down to if you have any questions, Clark, I can try and answer for you.
I have many questions, most all involving how big is the drug consumption in this particular period.
Well, yeah, now that you
It is all
mention
done
that, Hitler is massively dosed on drugs. It's actually pointed out that at a good point in time, he basically has a secretary who is giving him these drugs to keep him in this semi-comatose state so that he's technically the one running it. And he then keeps going. Then later he proves that, well, because of my help, look how a glorious leader has recovered. Yeah, he also
Hitler's
manages
just a
to.
vegetable.
He also manages to get the SS destroyed and Himmler assassinated, and various other members killed.
Seriously,
actually
do you
sounds
underestimate
very
just how paranoid Hitler was? No one would have had that much power. He never allowed anyone to have that much power.
I think the secretary's based off his actual historical doctor.
I'm seeing.
Did
I think I
have
can
that
actually
much power.
find what I can do.
No, he didn't. So you see, the thing is, he had the power for the medicine, but if the moment that doctor himself suffered a couple of times whenever he tried to overstep the boundaries.
Apparently, it's the Argentine-Chilean War that starts in 1943, which America had to get involved with, because then Germany started directly supplying arms to Argentina, which got the American
As you
government going. Held up a moment. We still have
Yeah.
Monroe. What are you doing here, Germany?
Yeah, that's a good way to cause yourself trouble. Why would you do that?
Because basically Germany thinks they're invincible by this point. Even though, right, because Knight does keep saying this is wearaboo. No, like, basically, Germany keeps going under conquest occupation and ignoring the ever-mounting cracks and fractures throughout their territory. Honestly, even if the Second Hitlerian War doesn't happen, Germany as an entity isn't going to survive very long.
Doesn't it literally happen because they need to conquer essentially the British Empire to not
Yeah,
die?
They just the problem is they are the type of empire that has to keep conquering to loot resources. As soon as they don't, well, they've not really thought inward much.
I think there's a lot of people in this scenario who are not thinking.
Yes. Including the person writing it. Unfortunately.
I think he was thinking. He just took a strange approach.
Like it's
Because
it's certainly
You
creative.
have to be thinking to create
Yes.
something like this.
It's certainly creative. That I will give them. Okay, so now.
It's also much more of a political history than it is a naval history, to be honest.
True, but if that in that case, then why
Like-
make the appendices?
Because probably for him to keep track of the fuck that's happening.
Probably partly because of fun, and because also he probably got bugged to do so. Honestly, from what I found, Timu, which you might have not read all of it, but really Scandinavia is barely mentioned apart from the invasion of Norway.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's probably
Finland
because-
It's great to
Finland
Finland. It's
especially.
great to Finland.
Yes, I guess Finland does take chunks of Soviet Union, including stuff like Murmansk and such.
They also own
Yeah.
St.
See
Petersburg.
see every nation up to this, there has been the reasonable expectation that the nation will be able to physically build the ships involved and cast the guns for them. That stops now.
Yes.
And we run into the real problems of Germany in this period. As myself and Dr. Clark discussed during
Many times.
and the original ramblings Dr. Clark came on.
Yes. Well, I think you
with me.
introduced me to this, and I
Yeah.
sort of went, "Why?
No.
Why would you do this
No,
to me?
this was the one where the
Why?
This is the one where the German high seas fleet came back to Wilhelmshaven, January 1st, and we
Oh, yeah.
we had a whole discussion on the
that question.
Oh, I don't honestly if that's better or worse at times.
yeah. But so
Okay.
first thing I need to say
Let's get-
is
I'm getting more food for the poodle."
okay. 1 second. 1 second. Let me just
What are Shelley's? Okay.
Second, sorry.
Just reading word price for Shelley's.
Yeah, because France builds them. France actually invests more in the navy in this. That's
It's also-
a big bag
especially for
of
the
poodle
post-
food.
Especially the post-Hitlerian War stuff. You have to
He
take
gets
into
through
account
one of
the
these
German-
about every 2 to 3 weeks.
That's not much, Clark.
This only ascribes for one of his meals a day. He has
Yeah, that's
chicken
not
for
that
one
much.
meal. He has tuna for another meal, and he gets through one of these every 2 to 3 weeks.
I mean, try owning a Greyhound and a Husky Greyhound hybrid. A Husky Greyhound eats a lot. They're adorable. They eat. And they eat. And they eat. And they eat.
Good boy.
so I suppose we start
So
with
message in
Germany.
chat.
I know.
Where is everyone? What do you mean, where is everyone?
Oh yeah, we'll fill up the water as well.
Oh, thank you.
You have to remember that a lot of this stuff for Germany now is post-Hitlerian War. So it's not Germany, it's essentially Europe. That's building them.
Yeah, Greater
Yeah.
Germany is awful a title.
Yeah, Foxo, that doesn't really make sense. Because of there's no net gain in German productive capability.
The team was asking Foxo, Greyhound and Husky hybrid, did you say?
Yeah.
Yes.
Foxo, there's no net gain in German capabilities to build things, but just because they own Europe.
There is.
If you remember, they start using a lot of French yards.
Yes, but that doesn't work, and it's not really
And
possible.
a few others, and it doesn't go very well.
It doesn't.
but-
No, I remember, this isn't the Nazi Germany of our time like that I decided to loot France to the ground.
But they do, apart from certain bits. But,
But even
they loot,
Yeah.
they loot basically whatever they
no,
can,
but
but leave
Foxo,
certain bits
Foxo,
intact.
you're not going to be able to make those French yards work What are the French gonna build ships for the Germans?
Some of
Yeah.
them, yes.
Some of them.
I'm sorry, but for most people, if it's a case of starve or build ship for German, even a Frenchman will choose to build ship for German.
No, that's
To
no.
be fair, nobody said the Frenchman has to build it to a. good
Also,
quality.
remember, a good number of Germans were also sent to these French yards.
Even so, there's only a very small pool of them.
More of them go to France than go to the general plan Ost, which is the western stuff. Or the eastern stuff. So, like, they prefer
Ost
going
is
west.
east.
Yeah, they prefer
Austria.
going to the west than the east. So I can't say I blame them, especially considering what the
I would
Germans
say
did.
your big trouble with this whole scenario, and you do have a big trouble with the whole scenario, is I could see the French workers working on the ships. I could see them even delivering them. I wouldn't trust to use them, though.
Agreed.
Indeed.
They'd be the sort of
That-
ships
that's
which
the-
would work
I'm pretty sure
perfectly fine until they got into, I don't know, actually out the estuary
I do
into
seem
the
to remember
sea,
this does occur.
and then they would
like-
collapse.
That's
lot.
literally a plot point.
Where
That's
there is a good number of
literally a
German saboteurs that, yeah, cause problems.
Yeah, it's not surprising.
It's like the Luftwaffe in the Second World War was crippled by the fact most of the factories for it are in East Germany and Poland and done by Polish slave labor. The Poles do not like that.
So none of their planes work as advertised.
I think I can't say if it's a recount in the third book. Rocket, German rocket planes, putting the cables in wrong, so throttling it up.
Oh, good lord, that's hilarious.
That just doesn't surprise me.
Like, there are a lot of resistance groups around Europe.
Wow, what a shock! Who
Yes,
cares?
Yeah.
Well, considering what they were doing with
this German
Poland-
stuff,
Yes, I.
this is essentially what the propaganda ministry claims. It's not their realistic ability.
They get
Yeah.
they get a lot of stuff out, but that is, yes, it is here more than this works.
Yeah.
Freya is a perfect example of that when we get to her.
Prayer is a perfect example of many things. Most of them being, this is what happens when you use drugs, kids. Don't use them.
Yep. Right. So, let's get into it.
Yep.
Okay, let's go.
And I will point out, look at the chronically small number of U-boats. Doesn't even come close to wartime build numbers.
Well, I will point out. Well, actually, there's another. Yeah, Type 2's.
That's accurate. That's accurate for peacetime construction, though.
Yeah.
Yep.
And keep in mind, they are at peace for most of this. The only years they're really at war is 39 and 40, and then 45, 46.
Yeah.
There is a big pile of Type 9s, I guess.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
so this is
manning shortages.
okay. We get to the Hipper class and we immediately run headfirst into a brick wall. This ship is impossible for the Imperial jet for the Kriegsmarine to build. Impossible. You can't build this.
You know
on
what we meant?
1932.
You know what we mentioned earlier about the enlarged Deutschlands that are kind of semi-fused with Scharnhorsts?
Yeah, as I mean,
This is what they're meant to be.
I mean, Dr. Clark will agree with me. Just in terms of sheer dimensions and size, this ship is impossible. You cannot build this in 1932 Germany. To even contemplate it is madness.
What that is, Runon, is the Soviet battlecruiser Franz gave a lot of people shocks, and this was the German response. Because Deutschland finished as we know her.
This is what I'm doing to my dog.
Yeah. So everyone, yeah.
Look at him.
Yeah, I know.
This is you.
I know.
Talking about these ships.
I know.
Look at the poor thing. Look at how distressed he is.
You've known this has been coming for a while. Thing is, if only look, look, honestly, I really wish these guests get here soon, so we have someone else to share the burden of suffering with all of us. We need support. We need backup. We need backup.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I'm having fun.
You're having fun, Frank. Yeah.
We are having fun. We're all having fun, but dear God, we need backup.
Is that even enough diesel engines to get that.
Well, you- like you say that,
Moe,
Lee,
this is
but-
Moe, this is a very common thing. That there is a lack of ship design knowledge here.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, not really.
No, Foxo, there is a serious misunderstanding of how ships are designed and built. As in,
Yeah,
It's a
remember,
serious
this is-
misunderstanding of capabilities, logistics, infrastructure, construction, everything.
and I mean just generally, but in these ships in particular, Germany does not have the capability to construct a ship of this size.
They could dream of it.
Not in 1932. They can dream of it, but they can't build it.
Yeah, basically, that's the trouble. They can
Um,
dream, they can't do.
Mm-hmm.
What's that whole saying? Those who can't teach? Well, in the case of the Germans, those who can't, don't build.
Yep.
Also, I'd like to point out, even though Graf Spee now has 9 11-inch guns,
Yeah, what she
she
ends-
still gets river plated.
Well, yeah, because what meets her is invincible. You know, Dr. Clark, that invincible, the one we spoke about earlier, that thing.
Yes.
Graf Spee runs into that. And even though Graf Spee is this, as I'm sure you're aware, Invincible still has till 2 knots on her and laughs hysterically when trying to be hit by 11-inch shellfire.
What? I mean, Invincible's the best ship in this entire book series.
She says that because she likes Rook from Warships.
Hawk,
is-
no.
Oh, Hawk, sorry, which is
Fun fact,
which is
Hawk
similar.
is directly cited from this book as a modernized version of the battle cruiser designs.
Yeah.
Which is J3, I want to say.
K3.
Look,
K3, right.
look.
Battlecruisers.
But it's a case of this book is cited by Wargaming.
Oh my god.
Oh,
So,
no, I thought it was the other way, but yeah.
so funnily
Yeah,
enough,
come on, Space,
Hipper,
just say
funnily
that.
enough, Hipper actually survives to be sunk as a block ship in 1938. But again, that's okay. So
By who?
The Germans,
themselves.
I believe.
And
that's
also,
the-
I'm still wondering where this whole thing of this Britain going, the war going so economically badly for the British that they actually end up calling it. Because what you do is you create a sterling area in Malaysia, which allows you to keep your money coming. And if the Japanese don't join it, then you're fine economically. That's what historically it was.
So,
If you look at World War II, the British economically are doing fine until
honestly, I would need you to
the
read.
Japanese invade Malaysia.
I would honestly need you to read through it to figure it out because
yeah. So,
it was
Yeah,
too much
oh,
for me to try and quickly
oh,
cover here. And,
and
yeah.
But Clark, you just
now
got to
things-
imagine it this way: it's the British government adopts a similar stance that it did in the Napoleonic Wars, so it don't want to burn it, don't want to bankrupt itself during the First War when they know it's going to be.
There's
a long...
potentially going to be more coming.
Yeah.
But even then,
It still doesn't make any sense. There's no reason for Britain
No.
to sell that easily. But again, now we come to another problem. That is these ships. And the reason we have a problem is not so much their size, it's their guns.
I am curious where they're getting the 13.8s from.
Yes, specifically these 13.8s. Now, a 13.8-inch gun is not outside the realms of possibility, assuming the Nazis had paid Krupp to develop one. The problem
Don't
is
they already
in
have one?
no, not one they can work up for production.
No, they don't.
Not for 34, they don't.
Yeah, like if the Weimar Republic has paid for its development ahead of time in secret, in theory, or the Nazis have paid for it the moment they get into power to go on the ships after they're launched, then in theory it's possible. The problem I have is the barrel length. 54 calibers. Do you know what barrel droop is, Krupp? Have you any concept of barrel life or long-term performance for the guns?
Evidently, it's not designed to have long-term performance.
This thing will have a barrel life and barrel droop problems so chronic that it'll be laughable if it survives 80 rounds per gun.
Fleet, you're forgetting one thing. Dickhead
And
Nazi
Wavium?
syndrome. No, dickhead Nazi syndrome. Do you really think Mr. Smittler himself is going to care about the barrel life when he goes very long gun, very good?
considering that Hitler usually left naval procurement to the Navy and didn't have any input in it, and only observed the ships when they were really finished.
Yeah, but it's still dickhead dictator syndrome.
Not in this
He's not-
case.
Building something that the dictator doesn't find impressive is a good way to get shot.
Yes, but he would find 13.8-inch guns of any caliber impressive. That's not the... There's no reason for these guns to be 54 caliber. None.
It would stop you getting shot by the SA.
No, Foxo, there's no reason for the guns to be... You can't come up with a reason for why they are 54 caliber. Now, the thing is,
I'd say, I have to say, this is
original...
going on a part of my love of people who, with WhatsApp, try and say, "Well, I never got this message." Then you go, "We've got delivery reports and read reports." So, nicest way. I know exactly when you got the message. You know, there is. It's a fact of life you have to deal with, and barrel droop and metallurgy are a fact of life you have to deal with. And the Germans hadn't been building guns for even in this period for long enough that it's going to be a massive effort for them to do more.
Yeah,
you're so disturbed over this.
Thing is, making a 54 caliber 11-inch gun makes sense. It's a great way to get more performance out of an 11-inch gun, and you can make an 11-inch gun sturdy enough that you can get decent, long-lasting performance out of a 54 caliber 11-inch gun. You are not getting that same performance out of a 54 caliber 13.8-inch gun. That is an entirely different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
You're seriously worked up over something.
So, Knight is saying that, well, the Germans had, the Bismarck had 15-inch 52s.
Yes, but again...
Then again, actually, wait a moment. Don't Germans measure their caliber weirdly, as I recall? They include... I swear they include something that most other nations don't include caliber-wise.
They include the breach occasionally.
So I'm wondering if these 54s are including the breach.
And if Scharnhorst 52s are also including the breach. Because if they are, then that would make more sense. Okay, if that is the case, then these guns are just about acceptable.
Off to navals again.
Oh, may I present the X?
Oh, those aren't. They're neither. Runon, those were 350mm guns on the Scharnhorsts.
13.8-inch.
The Bismarcks were 15-inch. Bismarcks in real life were the 15-inch 52. So.
And now we come to the first battleships we're talking about, because the Bismarcks are historical, I believe.
Scroll up
yes.
if you want historical. If you want historical, scroll up.
Yeah, the Bismarcks are historical.
I'll find them for you.
No, they're historical because they're not here.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Give me a moment.
Apparently.
Really?
Apparently.
Yes, they are. I found Bismarcks are indeed apparently historical.
Okay.
What isn't is these. These are the X Richelieu class, which are completed as Moltke and Blucher. The only thing the Germans don't change are their engines and their main guns.
I think Cyclic's trying to avoid this as much as he can.
Yes, and I don't want to put it on him. I'm not that insane.
He doesn't wish to be here, then,
You can't force him to be here.
No, I can't.
He did.
You can just encourage.
I can't do that either.
But yes, so...
Ironically enough...
looting stuff.
Yeah, ironically enough, these ships are actually the most reliable German capital ships because their engines aren't German. Which, honestly, you know what?
Yeah.
I can believe that.
It is explicit, if you notice, in fact, since they were designed by the French, they were superior to the German contemporaries.
Yeah,
which the German ones are the Friedrich der Grosse.
I know, it's great. It's utterly hilarious. And it's the one thing he gets right.
Also, barrel wear is a lot less of a problem for the Moltkes than they are for the Friedrich der Grosse.
I know, it's hilarious.
But those turrets will be breaking down every 5 minutes because of what the French workers would have put in them.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is the they get the ships when when the turrets are in place and complete. So there's not much opportunity to stuff up the gubbins.
can
Yeah,
try.
yeah, but I could still them trying to break stuff because
The problem is-
we're not wanting you to have these.
The problem is they're dragged to Germany to be completed. So
Oh yes, based off. So you've got basically what you've got here is one nation trying to complete another nation's battleships based on that nation's designs without involving their engineers. And
Oh, no,
actually,
they-
that's
modify
why,
them.
if you consider the troubles you had between the British and the Americans trying to work together in World War II, when they actually were on each other's side as allies and theoretically used the same measuring system and found out it was different.
yeah.
Imagine the difference between finishing up. Yeah.
Yeah, also-
so Mark,
Yeah, also
That's
it gets
please,
worse.
please note the spelling of Gascon as Gascoigne. I've only seen that spelling mistake in one place. I'm
Yeah.
not actually sure what we're referring to there. But,
Yeah, also, there's then T, which is the ex-Clemenceau. She becomes the flight deck cruiser Freya. We'll get to her.
we'll get.
Dude.
Yeah, flying circus noises.
So then we have
intensified.
the Frederick de Gross, which are the H39s.
In 1938, huh?
using basically using French guns.
No, they're using German guns.
But they're yes, but they're also learning from the French 16.5s
True. But yeah,
Okay.
to bore
so
them out.
yeah, first of all, these laydown dates are just wrong. What slips are they using? What slipways? I don't think the slips exist for these ships at these places.
It's outside my area of knowledge.
I'm waiting for Dr. Clock to get back so we can see this.
When did they lay down Bismarck in this timeline?
35.
Oh.
Wait, Philippe, what are you confused about?
Bismarck and Tirpitz are both laid down in 35.
Which,
And
Bismarck
I've
finishing
received-
fourth.
Oh,
How?
yeah,
Bismarck finished right?
How?
Bismarck finishes in 39. Tirpitz finishes in 40.
That makes absolutely
And
no
what was the
sense.
British
Okay.
response? Massive and overwhelming? What about the French response? And if you're moving in a nice way, Germany
We've
is in a
already seen
a
this.
less good state to do this.
yeah, we've already seen the responses, Dr. Clark. They just haven't been considered by the author. I mean, the British and French already have more ships to begin with, so there is that. But again, the worst thing for me, Dr. Clark, isn't the Bismarcks, it's this. This is silly. The slips do not exist for these ships. Not in 38, 39.
Bye for now, Timu.
We are just in Fantasyland now. Reality has left the building.
By the way, this entire thing's being powered by diesel.
Oh yeah, again, that's Fantasyland as well.
That's not impossible.
Well, it's an
It's
incredibly
using less than 4,000 tons of diesel to go 20,000 nautical mile in 19 knots.
yeah. We've just learned to ignore that Moe because it is just silly.
The figures which are sort of like are some of the U.S. Navy figures.
Again, nice. You keep calling this a Wereaboo fanfic, but
This
don't
has underwater
really
torpedo
agree.
tubes.
Yes, it gives the Germans a lot of sufficient,
No.
but I wouldn't call it a Wereaboo fanfic. Because if it was a Wereaboo
No.
fanfic, they would be doing far better.
Yeah,
Honestly,
the ships would be perfect, and they would have, and it'd be a real
they
struggle.
would apparently be perfect.
and
Britain would have
and-
been beaten in 1940
Uh,
instead of just
or
piecing out.
or it would be a real struggle to fight back Sea Lion. The Germans would get all the way to London, and it's only with U.S. help that Britain would help push them back. And the Russian conflict wouldn't just be frozen; the Russians would have just capitulated completely.
In comparison, Germany is collapsing socially, politically, economically.
Financially.
They then get completely crushed after when the wars finally get there. Like the battle for
In
Berlin,
the case of
is
Hitler, probably in
bloodbath.
every other way as well, probably.
Also, yeah, these are the Germans' largest battleships, and they lay these down in 39. No.
To be fair, it took them 4 years to build.
5. 6 in some cases. 7 in the case of Frunsburg.
Also, just reading through
There's
a
so
number of
much, there's so much I want to say, but also so much I just feel I can't say because it just feels a bit cruel.
Uh-oh.
There's no such thing as cruel.
There is in this case, because it does feel like I'm punching down quite hard.
You mean not hard enough?
But these battleships, okay. So Germany's managed to develop an 18-inch gun.
70.7, but yeah.
Fine.
Also, it's a 60 caliber
yeah.
weapon, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and it's a 60 cal 17. Well, 18. That's at this point. It doesn't really matter. It's 18-inch guns. 17.7, 18-inch. Frankly, the difference is 0.3 of an inch over 60 cals. That's going to make so much of a difference in the length.
So then that would be a barrel length.
And it's got 3 shafts with 12 9-cylinder diesels, giving them 165,000 shaft horsepower. So it's got 4 diesels per shaft, and it's able to do 20,000 nautical miles at 19 knots on 4,300 tons of fuel.
Yep, the Rangers strike back.
Why did they decide to name one of those battleships after Carl Sagan?
Who knows?
I'm presuming it's not the Sagan we know and love.
No.
Well,
von Sagan.
it is at least good that Hutton just gets crushed because
Tall
Boy
boy.
Bomb while she's being built do not react well.
Ah. Hello.
So yes, Graf Zeppelin, completed in 1939 and given an air wing.
Hang on. 200,000 shaft horsepower?
Yeah, apparently.
For 35 knots.
So
Is-
her aircraft are primarily Ju-87s and Bf-109Ts.
Are those French boilers?
I'm gonna guess that the answer is yes, they are. And if you're surprised, don't worry, you're not the only one.
Yeah, she contributed to the sinking of the Martel, which was one of the ships, and the Algerie, which... Keep in mind, she's only in service for 7 months?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Of which period this is completed, so what? Give her maybe a 3-month shakedown period, maybe, to get the crew used to it and start doing aircraft handling. So realistically, she's only actually combat capable for maybe 3 to 4 months.
42 aircrafts for a ship that is nearly 30,000 tons is
That I can
quite
actually
impressive.
believe.
Yeah, given her inefficiencies, that's not surprising.
Like, for the record, Graf Zeppelin does go down. In fact, she goes down so quickly that the British don't realise they sunk her until the planes get back there and will go, why is there a floating oil patch on fire?
Yeah.
What do you mean we actually sunk her already?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of cruel and disappointing for the air crews. That's cruel and unusual punishment on them.
Well, to be fair, they do sink HMS Icarus in an attack on Courageous.
HMS Icarus?
The I-class destroyer, yes. Split her clean in 2, unfortunately. One of her Ju-87s gets a torpedo hit off because and there's a whole instant where on the deck there's actually a couple of British officers who go, Helder, that's a German plane. No, it's not. It's not.
Well,
that's one of ours. Like, no, that's German.
The Ju-87s aren't carrying the torpedoes. It's the Fiesler 187s.
They are.
No, they're not. The Fiesler 187s.
They are.
No, the Fiesler 187s are carrying the torpedoes, Dragon.
No, and I'm fairly sure this is one of when Dragon goes, well, in this thing,
I'm
they
pretty sure
are.
it does mention that
I'm
it's an
sorry.
87.
I'm sorry. Look at this. See this?
If I
I'm
say,
highlighting it.
10 of them. Okay, so And the Ju-87C dive. Yeah, so they're still dive bombers, so they are still using them.
Yes.
And I do.
Yeah,
So
but the torpedo
yeah.
bombers are there. Just saying. Just
yeah,
saying.
either way, Graf Zeppelin.
Actually,
doesn't
I
do
find
well.
it interesting, Fleet, that you noticed this so well, Fleet. I think secretly you might be the author.
No,
No.
no.
And this
Thank
is
you.
rather than being a Werebu fanfic, this is actually secretly a Hosh fanfic, which goes back in, but justifies Hosh by changing the timeline.
Well, you can tell this isn't written by Fleet because none of the ships so far have been tumble home.
I would also point out that only Lorgar could write a fictive suicide of this.
I will be honest. I do think Fleet could actually write better than this.
Much better.
In certain regards. I at least would like to think he would be beaten over the head by enough people we know because he would surely give it to other people to read, going, "Hey, what do people think of this?"
Yes. Yes.
And then they would read it and go, "What the hell have you been thinking?" and hit him over the head with a shoe.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yes, Strausser, also known as Joffrey.
Yes, the ex-French carrier Strausser. Now known as Joffrey.
Not surprising.
As I recall, she doesn't actually do the worst.
She still dies fairly
Yeah,
quick.
because it's
Like,
not designed by
Well, of
German.
course, she still dies, but she actually.
They all still die.
Yeah. Overall,
That's a prerequisite.
overall, she does serve reasonably for what they need. And it's also the best German carrier they basically have.
Yep, and then we get the Falks, which are the Dutch battle cruisers converted.
Yep. So those 1047s.
Yep.
Sag.
Yeah.
Those turrets are underneath the flight deck.
Parallel
That's
to
not
it.
actually that strange. I've seen a good number of designs like that.
That's not the worst thing I've seen today.
Nope.
We're about to get to that probably.
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen.
No,
Nobody
no. Oh, no,
knows
we
my
get the Elb- we
sorrow.
get the
Oh, no,
Elba
we've got
first.
the Elves.
Honestly, the Elba, I don't mind this as much.
Yeah.
But they've converted two what could have been pretty decent heavy cruisers
Large heavy cruisers, I will point out as well.
into light carriers.
Honestly, given the fact that Germany
Again,
carry
if
it,
France has been spending enough money on the Navy to have these ships, how much were they spending on the Army and why did the Army fall?
Give me a sec. I know it's
and
not
then of course
quite a
there's,
perfect thing, but
there's this,
where is
the
it?
conversion of a Sovietsky
Oh,
Soyuz
I've
into
not
a
even done,
carrier.
actually. I'm sure there was a French army thing, but yes, they do indeed try and convert Sovietsky Soyuz into a carrier.
They
and
succeed.
Do it. Yeah, this doesn't go well. So, if you note, once again, originally named Odin, sponsored by Himmler, but then the SS explodes, so...
Wow, the only
No.
good thing that happens, the SS explodes. Marvelous, brilliant, fantastic. Can we have more SS explosions, please?
Germany do
Also, I'm trying to work out how
Yeah, I do-
Nazi Germany managed to make the SS
Yeah.
explode.
Yep, you are indeed right, Mark. Germany is relatively carrier obsessed. So is the world, despite in the naval treaties explicitly being stated, the battleship was cemented as the foremost naval power throughout the 20s and into the 30s. Which makes me raise the question: why do so many nations focus so heavily on carrier development in quite the way they do? Because relatively historical sort of carrier obsession for the rest of the world, yet apparently carriers were realized not to be as effective.
Well, no, it's not that they weren't as effective, it's just that the battleship had its place cemented. Everyone learned what they already knew. Rather than it being slightly shaky. Ah yeah, Victoria.
Victoria!
Converted liner, never finished.
Yeah.
5 shafts. Stupidly large.
Okay.
300.
5 shafts, 12 boilers.
This is just
Again, I'm starting to sing my song. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen.
Oh no, we're not on the worst. We're about to see the worst.
Oh,
Oh no,
no.
We're getting worse.
Oh, no,
no,
sorry.
you've got- no, of course, Fleet.
No.
You've got gearing.
oh no,
It's pride.
the Goerings aren't so they
The
are
German super carriers.
They aren't super carriers. I mean, good lord, look at them. 26,000 tons. Those aren't super carriers. Those are just normal sized carriers.
The man got himself a carrier.
No, he
named
didn't.
after
They were
him.
never finished.
It's cancelled. Cancelled 46, scrapped in 50.
Oh, here she is.
Never.
The single worst ship in the entire timeline.
Yes,
Combined-
Runon, you did read that right. That one of those carriers did have 5 shafts.
Compare. This thing is.
I
the
shot.
worst.
Why is that?
This thing is the worst
Freya is a
ship
4 shaft.
in the entire timeline. Not only is she a combination battle carrier, not only does she have the twin casemates again, where no other German carrier apart from Graf Zeppelin has them, not only does she have incredibly weird boiler placement and a weird level of secondaries, but she actually nearly survives to the end of the war, despite being the worst. Oh, by the way, she has the only quad turret in the entire setting. It's on the
Yeah.
worst ship in my...
Freya is the only ship to have a quad turret we can find.
Oh, and it's entirely crewed by the SS.
Wait. Then what happened to the other Richelieus?
The Richelieus were triple turrets. 3x3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Clark didn't see those.
Yeah, this...
Now, admittedly, they did plan one thing. They found that gun was useless and
obviously.
kept causing problems.
Uh-huh.
So there was plans to convert her to have a full-length flight deck and improve the hangars.
Which would have made her...
That didn't occur. Also,
Yeah.
Freya also has 8 torpedo tubes. Just for good measure.
And they're submerged, not even in open mounts.
The Germans seems very, very obsessed with underwater torpedo tubes.
Obsolescence of their... which is something they didn't actually have historically. A lot of their battleships had above water mounts. So I don't get why...
You know, it's like, I don't know what wanting to do at the moment.
I don't
Probably
know.
shoot something.
I don't know why the author of Drake's Drum got that wrong. The Germans had above water tubes on all their capital ships, not submerged tubes. I don't know why he has this insistence on the fact that...
Wait, you're starting to sound robot.
I know, I just noticed that.
Everyone is.
Detach armors. Convert region.
How do I do that? How do I do that?
Right click. Edit channel.
Uh...
Oh,
Uh...
it seems, but no.
Okay.
Ruinon, fix it!
On fix it.
No, that works.
How?
That's just rude.
He's the only person.
I think Runon did indeed just fix it, but
Oh, thank God.
Like,
Phew.
I wonder what
I know she's super reliable, and I know she does a lot of work for us, but seriously.
if that was you, Runon, thank you very much.
Besides,
Because
I'm like, oh wait, you didn't.
Did you not do that?
See,
Okay.
see, it's the magic words. If I threaten anything that's failing with Ruinon, the technology will start working less they have.
Yeah,
to
because
deal
I
with
can't
their
actually
wrath.
edit the regions from what I can tell.
Raf, yes.
So, because that's normally
It's
what
an
I
im-
would end up doing.
It's an
so-
implicit threat. Right. Okay. So yeah,
You've now got through the Freyas.
Yeah. Yeah. Through the Freyas again. They're just completely rubbish.
Then you get
Yeah.
to their light cruisers.
Yeah. Nuremberg is
Um,
this.
12, 5.9 inch guns.
So it's just Nuremberg, but with an extra
It's
turret.
basically what the Mines is to a degree. But Mines is based off a Hipper hull, but yeah, like
Yeah.
I don't know how they solve the seakeeping because here's another Mines, but this is a cruiser with 128s as its main gun.
Yeah. This would be
These are the anti-aircraft cruiser.
no, these will be the these aren't the anti-aircraft.
Yeah,
cruisers.
these are the M class. These are the M class.
Yeah, these are
They're
the
the successors.
Yeah, these are the scout cruisers. That's what they're supposed to be.
But
32,000 brake horsepower.
Yeah,
Not
it's
shaft, brake horsepower.
yeah. There's Wagner boilers. Oh god, not those things. And then you've got it's just
36 knots designed.
Yeah.
It's actually starting to physically hurt.
I know.
Well,
Same.
don't worry, Clark. This is actually the last of
We're
the ship
nearly done.
appendix.
We're nearly done. We're very nearly
Oh,
done.
you guys looked at the Soviet stuff.
It's
already?
Yes,
seriously.
The Soviets is
Okay.
incredibly short.
Good.
So
The
these,
Soviet one is
Oh,
basically
hello.
Pruns.
so these are two Chapayevs that these Germans took on and complete. Because of course, isn't that what comes to your mind as well?
Honestly, the Germans I feel in this timeline are just worse orcs.
They are loot goblins. They
Like,
are
orcs loot everything
they
and
are-
convert it, but they make it work space magic. These Germans just don't make it work.
Yeah,
They
were.
just loot it
What?
anyway.
Yeah, these are just loot goblins at this point. Yeah.
You know what this reminds me?
Mm.
A standard Hoi game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, to
Yeah,
a degree.
you know
just-
what?
You take
Yeah,
the
that's-
fake Navy button.
Yeah, that's right. So the Defringer class heavy cruisers, yeah,
Yeah,
4x3,
4x3, 8
bigger.
inch.
yeah, bigger, and they have diesels.
Thankfully,
because,
only two of
because-
them actually get finished. At
because
least.
apparently the Germans in this timeline are allergic to steam turbines for reasons I
Basically,
don't fully
almost
understand.
all of their ships are diesel.
Again, why are you? It's like this author is fixated on little things he's heard and is just running with them, rather than actually thinking about what the ships would actually be.
Are you sure Drakes Drum was something that someone dreamed up? It wasn't just a random Hoi game someone decided to put a book?
Wouldn't
You know,
wouldn't
this
that
was
be?
published like 3 years after Hoi
I think
was
it
released.
came out. I think this came out before Hoi existed.
Hoi 4 was
which is-
2016.
Oh.
You don't think? You,
And,
do,
you know,
you don't
Hoi
think?
4. There
You-
are previous Hois.
There is Hoi 3.
You don't think? No.
No, I
no.
no,
It
I
would make
no,
an
I don't
uncomfortable
think it's
amount-
that, but it
it
would be
would make it-
but it would be amusing.
It would make an uncomfortable amount of sense.
Yeah, 'cause since when do people wipe peace in High 4?
True.
Finland.
Berlin class light cruisers, which they seem to have built a lot of. Again with the diesel engines.
Look how many.
Stop.
Right, you say a lot of. Look how many are cancelled.
Yes, but they get 8, which is more light cruisers than the Germans have ever had.
It's not even a 10,000 ton light cruiser.
It's supposed to be a mass-producible design, as you can see.
In
They're building
43,
these-
you
they're building
probably-
these in
you could
Rotterdam.
probably build something bigger.
Yeah, they're building these in Rotterdam, Brest, Lorient, and
They're trying to use any shipyards they can, and yeah, that
It's
doesn't
just-
work.
severe vibration at speed, and they can't go higher than 31 knots. That's great.
The designs were unreliable.
Oh, this is
Like-
just oh, good lord.
The question I'd be asking is, you had these built by French
Yeah.
workers, and you're
French
surprised by
and
this?
Dutch.
Yeah.
And Dutch.
And
Most
Dutch.
It probably won't be that long, Wellesley. It depends on how long basically people want to run. 'Cause
No!
this, as I said, is the last of the event.
This is silly. Apparently, if you give a German destroyer that can do 36 knots on diesels, it can do 5,500 nautical miles on 600 tons of fuel. No. No.
That's not how that works.
No. And these ships...
5,000 miles, 800 tons of... That's
Why-
like, what,
why
8?
is- Yeah, why are their destroyers...
8 nautical miles to the ton?
So their destroyers are
Yeah,
steam
something like
driven.
that.
So their destroyers are steam driven. Thank God for that. Okay, apart from these, again, the Kriegsmarine is allergic to steam. For reasons I do not fully understand.
You don't fully understand. I don't acknowledge.
Yep.
Either works. Can I? There's so many things I need to ask in this current circumstances. One of them is,
Oh no, you can't be... Oh no, never mind, that's fine.
Look how many were never finished.
Yep. This is unsurprising.
Total. Almost all of them.
Yep.
What is this question we wish to ask?
Oh, and then of course this is the... Then of course the Germans nick off with the Mogadors and then ruin them.
okay, so yes, I'm starting to believe the Hoi 4 game scenario. It's becoming more and more believable every minute. Every minute of every day, it's becoming more and more believable.
And we have more French captured French
This is what I'm
destroyers.
suffering.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have, okay, so these are ex-Danish ships, I believe, and then we have the Type 21s. Dutch, sorry, and then we have the Type 21s, which are the same as historical, except there's only 18 of them rather than only less of them. So, yeah. And the torture is over.
My
Thank you.
as well, some time for that.
Unless
We are happy the torture is over. We would like it to be noted that, for future reference, when the torture begins, revenge will be in place.
The French and Spanish were covered earlier, Wellesley.
So I would advise people to go
The
back
nations,
and...
all the miners were done first.
Me, Drac, and Dragon did the minor nations up to and including France and the early part of Britain. Then Drac sadly had to go.
Yes, indeed. We've already already mentioned, Reaper, that for some reason, only in the Polish one, the Polish apparently get an Atlanta class laid down in like 1923.
Yeah, it's
very, very strong.
It doesn't make any sense.
When that ship in US service is, like 30s and 40s.
40s.
So it's a time traveling ship, apparently.
Yeah.
Why did they go for American when the Poles were always going to Britain because they wanted the British, because they saw the Americans as being neutral focus when it came to Europe, and they thought if they bought from the British and the French, then that made them more likely to ally
initially
to
go to
protect
the
them.
British,
I don't.
but then end up going to the Americans.
No, it's because
for the Second Atlantean War.
I mean, Dr. Clark, it's they don't buy the Atlanta; they're giving it
Yeah, they're leased it temporarily
from 45 onwards.
So,
and this is
Okay.
and this, from what I can tell, is partly because the Americans like its captain. I'll quickly give me a second. I'll bring it back up because it's strange.
It's one of those weird things that I feel like if we dig into it, we're gonna get stuck.
Cruiser Conrad in
I'll just go
1941 under naval command under he
Here
was
we
transferred
are.
from London to Washington. He was promoted to the rank of vice admiral. He was then. However, because of his tendency towards independent thinking, differences between him and Polish leaders meant there were calls for his dismissal and replacement. This was opposed by the Americans, and he remained in post. But Morgenstern was promoted to captain and given the command of Cruiser Conrad. So, yeah, it's like the Americans liked the Polish leader in exile, so gave his opposition a cruiser and basically told him to
Go and fight.
go wild.
It took the US 8 years to build in Atlanta.
But this is what I mean, like, laid
this makes
down
no
in
sense.
1928.
Yeah, this makes no sense. We ignore that bit because it makes no sense.
Because if I go to the
'Cause
USN...
Because it's before the Atlantas are even contemplated.
Right, the USS...
This is-
So, right, for the
Reno
record...
isn't even the
Reno-
original for
Mhm.
Atlantis.
So it says ex-USS Reno. So if I just checked the US one. Reno CL-96 Atlanta class laid down with and what's it called 1941 near the end. So
Yeah,
she's a time traveling
it's
Atlanta class apparently.
Right. Okay.
We also know that India ends up getting 3 Black Swans and HMS Delhi, which was refit with the 5-inch 38s.
Did they get any bathhouse class?
I'll bring
no.
back up the Royal Navy one because that does ring a bell.
Right. So while Dragon's doing that, does anyone? We'll take a limited number of questions.
Knights, you're limited to 2 questions only. Pick 2. I'm saying this because I'm looking at the chat and I think you provided about 3 questions to for everyone else combined. So
And
Yeah.
Bruno,
you have to
they
pick
must be
your
on
favourite
topic.
2.
Yeah, and also they must be on topic related to Drake's Drum. I'll also have a look in Rambling's text and see if anyone has any questions before we finish.
I have returned.
Welcome
We're
back.
just taking a few questions
just
before
finished
we
up.
before we finished, and it related to Drake's Drum. And then
Yeah,
we're...
could be
probably
worse.
Ah,
If
did I
you
miss
look
Freya?
at Drake Drum aircraft.
Yes, you missed Freya.
Yeah, that'll probably be me and Rex doing that.
There was basically nothing on Freya. We were all just speechless.
Yeah, it was just.
I think it's more a case of
Well,
getting
isn't she?
tired at this point.
I mean,
At this point, I'm starting to lose the will to Drake's Drum.
We all are.
As a unfortunate,
No.
I'm not. I'm going to have to read through the rest of these.
the
See,
fun
I
US
take
forces.
these as very different to you. I agree, these make no sense and all the naval stuff. But I've been able to read worse.
So apparently,
I'm kind of enjoying the fact that I'm at 13,969 subscribers, so I have 1,031 to go to be able to end the bet between my mom and my aunt.
I'm closing in on 300, so I'm about to crash that threshold.
good.
292 now. So
Good.
getting there.
I wish I could read. I wish I
Knights
could
of
just search that
31.
document.
Knights of 31. Where do you say this timeline immediately falls apart? Washington.
Where doesn't it?
Washington, basically.
Actually, honestly,
Mosley.
as we discussed with Drac, the Washington is actually plausible with the events of the First
It's
World War.
fine. The London and the economy doesn't, and
Yeah.
Clement Attlee disappearing. Nicest way, if you it leaves out the fact that Churchill, as important as he is in World War II, the thing is, one of the reasons he is as important as he is because his very prominence, his very position, has stopped people who would have been in the faction with him rising to dominance. Because it's kind of like in the UK with Boris Johnson. For many years, Boris Johnson basically snuffed up all the oxygen on the Conservative side. There was no really other options. Everyone else was we've barely heard of them. Boris is what you know. And it's the same with in many cases Winston Churchill and the side of the party who would not consider it with Germany, etc. And it's one of those things of you get rid of Churchill, whilst you're going to have a very different political landscape because someone else is going to be having to rise up to fill those roles, and someone will rise up to fill those roles. And that means you'll have another contender versus Halifax for the Conservative leadership.
Yeah.
And all those things. But also, Oswald Mosley is never getting past Clement Attlee to get leadership of the Labour Party. He would get beaten with an inch of his life with a tongue lashing alone. Clement Attlee is one of the smartest, most capable politicians that Britain has ever had. I disagree with a lot of conclusions he came to, but I will not disagree with the quality of the politician as a leader. There is a reason why him and Churchill could go toe-to-toe as often as they did. Because they were both incredibly smart and capable leaders. Neither of them was always right, but they were able to go toe-to-toe, and they were very good at what they did.
So, in
And there's a
1931,
reason
Stanley
that-
Baldwin takes office. A fortnight later, MacDonald resigns as Labour Party leader, and it becomes between Mosley and Arthur Henderson are the two candidates, of which Mosley wins.
It's
Yeah,
very
Arthur
clear
Henderson was
this-
being promoted in the nicest way. He's right in that Arthur Henderson was the candidate he was unopposed to become leader, but he was unopposed because Clement Attlee nuked all the other all the other people who would try to get that position.
Apparently, which time Mosley just continuously basically attacked being leader of the opposition, the primary government, which gets a lot of people annoyed at him because he is now being accused of basically doing the exact same thing people were saying against Labour, which it's politicians. I guess this just does go around. At which point Mosley's impression rhetoric, exploration of new Labour politics apparently struck a chord with the country as a whole. Reception at the Labour Party conference in early October was ecstatic. The government was in the process of calling an election. Baldwin was convinced his handling of the budget crisis meant the Conservatives obtained an overall majority. The Liberal Party was split into three factions. Labour crashed out of the office, didn't believe Mosley was a credible candidate. The Conservatives win that election by a very narrow margin, 289 to 249 Conservatives to Labour.
Mhm.
This makes Mosley upset. The exception of the Sir John Simon's Liberal Nationalists and David Lloyd George's Independent Liberals, parties were disappointed by the results. Baldwin found himself in the same situation as before the election, but compelled to maintain a coalition with the Liberals and protectionist lobbies in his party become increasingly vocal. Contrast Labour was opposition was strong position. Opposition could afford to wait for Baldwin's government to falter. A task made simpler by Labour's backing of the imperial preference. Divisions in coalition were deep. They began bringing it down.
You're having to change entire political parties to make this work. You're trying to change entire bodies, and this is the trouble with alternate history. This is not really an alternate history. This is a work of fiction. That is the thing I would say about this, because it is
first time. I'm sorry, go on.
It's gone to the. It's had to change so much that now it's got no relation to the historical timeline at all.
Yeah, that's like.
I
think Fleet's misled you a bit, because it is. The author claims it's historical fiction. It's not alt history. It's fiction.
Well, it does say alt history of Britain goes down different paths.
Yeah, but that's
but
published.
It does
that's
more
not
go.
What the author.
I know, but it
the
does.
Author calls it alt. The author calls it political.
He sells it in the alternate history drama. I can hold him to account, same as I would anyone else, Fox.
No.
Well,
the publisher does.
But
the
so this is the
publisher
first time I've
author
heard.
does are two different things.
So after the death of Winston Churchill on the 14th of December, is the first time I'm hearing the names Archibald Sinclair, Secretary for the State of Scotland, apparently becomes a rising star of the Liberals there. But then he just sort of seems to disappear again. Then people are criticizing Churchill's decision to keep the pound off the gold standard.
Yeah.
British financiers and the Treasury were convinced the only way England could keep future posterity is if London's re-established as a financial centre in the globe. This would be possible until the pound can look the dollar in the face. Otto Niemeyer of the Treasury asks, how are we a great exporting and importing country to live with an exchange fluctuating in gold, where the United States of America, Germany, Austria, Sweden, Holland, Switzerland, and the Dominions and Japan all use stable gold exchange?
The gold exchange was never stable.
Most people say they were living in the past. I'm just trying to read through the political section and skim over it.
Look, I have a few questions to answer. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yep, keep going. I'm going to keep trying to see if I can find any mention of Clement Attlee.
I don't think you will.
Neither do I, but I at least want to give it a go.
So very quickly, so we did with the timeline, where it'll all fall apart. So from Discord quickly, I'm just going to bring the screen back to the. So there we go. So basically, for me personally, it's Akazuki. I'm questioning why Shikishima has 19.7 guns and no aviation facilities. Well, first of all, I'm just questioning why Shikishima doesn't have 8 20-inch guns and isn't bigger, because it should be.
Oh, it's finished.
Dragon,
it's finished.
Oh, is it actually done now?
Yeah, but then very quickly, I'm just going to go back to YouTube. Blackburn Maximus, which of these ships of Drakes Drum would make most interesting is a ship going in Azure Lane? That's a massive rabbit hole I really don't want to get into, because that would require basically...
Oxo and Dragon, I nominate you!
No, we're not touching that.
Honestly, Freya would actually be...
Invincible.
Freya, I think, would actually
Invincible
be
Freya. Yeah, Invincible
like, there's
Freya.
a lot of decent ones, because Freya would be weird because it's a hybrid. And she's got that quad 11-inch gun, which is weird, so she'd probably have some sort of strange, funky ability. Like, if she's equipped with this gun, reduce reload time by 25% and give, I don't know, armor pen or something, they'd give it some sort of strange buff because of it. Yeah, if they're being really weird, what they do is they give it a main gun to fire barrage, the carrier facilities to launch planes, and instead of getting any AA guns, you give her the secondaries, which can shoot to the midfield.
Yeah.
We already have Kearsarge Slayer, but it wouldn't stop them doing others.
Yeah.
Trafalgar questions aren't coming up this week.
Yeah.
At a point, you could make an Artoria if you were Invincible.
True.
Yeah, true.
Because she seems, reading about her and her blurb, very Artoria, even sort of knightly. Aside from shooting people in the water, that wasn't very knightly.
Ah, hello. I'll have Rowan on up for the last little bit because he wants to come up. Sorry. I'm very tired. I've been Drakes drummed. If that's a word that exists. So how far? Blackburn Maximus. How far are the tank designs of this from reality in this series? Given we know a lot,
they go all the way.
Yeah, and given we know a lot more about what tanks the Germans were going to build as we get towards the later years of the 40s, we know what the Americans were going to build. They're a lot closer to reality because there's not that far to go.
They do have some relatively strange stuff, but a lot of it you can sort of go, I can
Yeah.
see how this might exist.
Yeah, whereas the
Like I say,
aircraft,
aircraft is the
yeah, aircraft,
Aircraft is bonkers.
yeah,
to a
aircraft,
degree.
You
yeah,
get the Cromwell on time though.
yeah, aircraft and ships are where things go absolutely doolally.
The
Right,
ships are that bad most of the time.
Right.
Ships with Drake drums would fare best.
in reality,
There's the Imperial Defense Conference in 1930.
whichever of these ships are actually real. So basically, the Bismarcks, the Yamatos, any of the ships that we have not talked about because they are not changed from their real designs are the ones that function in reality. Any of the other ones, you try to put them into reality, the laws of physics break, you get a black hole, and everything dies.
No, I do think a good number of these ships do work. They're just inefficient.
Extremely.
Right.
And
Like the
a
British,
lot
like
of,
the like the
random
British, like the
numbers.
British battleships and battle cruisers, I think would work.
They're just incredibly
It's just they're inefficient.
And
Yeah.
theoretically, the U.S. battle line doesn't seem too
Yeah.
far off.
Yeah, it just...
It's weird, but it's something
It's-
that's plausible.
It's mostly the German stuff that's
Germans-
completely bonkers.
Germans, Japanese,
The Japanese
Italians.
stuff is just their ranges is just nonsense, and
Well,
their building
everybody-
rates.
Everyone's
weird.
ranges are nonsense.
Well, yeah, but the Japanese are some of the worst nonsense. But yes.
Yes. Right. So, we've been going now for...
Well, 7 hours, almost 8.
let me just have a
Mhm.
check.
We started at 1500. It's now
Although-
22:43.
Yeah, 7 hours and 20 minutes.
Nope, we're not.
So 7 hours and 40
I,
minutes.
I will proffer that Stephen Meyer has asked if you're going to make the politics of Drake's Drum a video.
No.
That would be an
Why
interesting
not?
one to do,
No.
It would.
because frankly, the politics is
yeah.
absolutely insane.
I'm sorry. That's not something I can really come. I know I've been rereading it over and over through this, but I just don't understand enough of politics to really be able to come.
There's no
It'd be
pol-
interesting to listen.
There's
We
no-
will launch a
There's,
YouTube channel of this.
No.
there's no
And
politics.
you'll
Yeah.
get all of 3 views.
There's no politics to understand it. The more
There
we've-
is no. There is
the
because
more we've
there's
gone
always the
into
question
this.
of why has this happened?
Yeah, the more we've gone into this, and this is like because I've had a look at a brief dive
Yeah.
into it before, but the more we've actually gone into this, the more I've gone, what is this?
Ahoy game.
But
Something interesting, but
Mm,
not to be taken seriously.
no.
It's
I
historical
feel-
fiction.
All I'm going
that
to
a guy
say.
wrote for fun. Stop taking
Where-
it so
yeah.
seriously.
Give me a sec, because I will point out he does put this at every single appendix. This is an appendix to it. Many of the vehicles are completely fictional. As well, some are. He does say, well, almost all are derived from real designs. Most were never built. Please keep in mind that nothing here can be relied upon. This is all a work of fiction. Anyone that might be portrayed, living or dead, is by coincidence. Names may be reused. And then goes into basically these are the copyrights, so please pay it. So this is where things belong to.
Yeah, I get that, and I do understand. And like I say, I'm not getting too into it, but it's just the whole point of this.
The
was to have-
2048 to 2015 Wellesley, I don't know if or when that will be done,
Yeah.
and I'll be
Yeah.
honest, I don't really want to touch that one.
Maybe not.
That's just getting weird, because
Yeah.
the first 3 books are this sort of period. The 4th book is the one which looks back, and that's set in basically modern day.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's the one that's set in a literal history class.
If it is, I've not fully read the second one. I said I'm slowly reading it through this.
Right.
Now,
Um,
it's a mixture of online discourse and history textbook.
Which I
Yeah,
will point out, that is
back-
something good about this is a good number of these sections are actually taken from basically what's meant to be. These are what interviews with people are. These are snippets from broadcasts. These are people's accounts of things.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually done in a relatively decent way that when you're reading it, you can sort of go, okay, right, I can understand why these people look at things these way.
Yes.
When it goes to more of historical fact. And the fact that some of these are literally from newspaper articles in the setting, you can go, yeah, you can bet this newspaper has its own agenda. It's
Mhm.
probably saying this.
Yep. Right.
Mhm.
Which I actually think he's managed to cover quite well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Sounds good.
It does. So, thank you very much, everyone, for coming. Thank you, Dr. Clark, for being here as our resident expert. Pity that fate intervened and we couldn't have any of our other guests we had planned. But that's okay. Things happen. It's understandable. It just
You don't want to know what's happened to the poor one who was actually cooking dinner this evening.
Oh, dear
They've
Lord.
just sent me for a picture of their dinner. Again, I've decided that that person, they are wonderful. They are an exceptional historian. I am never inviting them to anything again. Every time I do, their life goes to hell.
Oh God, that's really unfortunate.
I feel so guilty.
That's really unfortunate.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks
I'm
everyone.
evil. I should stop.
Thanks
Take care.
Thanks everyone for coming. Hope you all had a good time. Take care, folks, and I'll see you.